Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of the Pewter pregame show on another Pewter game day as the Bucs host the visiting Philadelphia Eagles in the wild card round of the 2021 playoffs to conclude the 2021 season, or nearing that point anyway. Matt, and the Bucs are still playing. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. With me is Matt Matera, also of PewterReport.com. And we are here on a Bucs game day, Matt, as they're back in the playoffs, back-to-back years for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they're hosting the upstart Philadelphia Eagles, who not a lot of people thought would be here, but yet here are the Eagles knocking on the door, trying to pull off a major upset over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Almost got upset last year in the first round of the playoffs, obviously survived it, went on to win the Super Bowl. It has kind of a similar feel to it, doesn't it? Like unproven quarterback, kind of unproven roster, who most people didn't think would be in the playoffs, kind of like Washington last year. This time it's at home for Tampa Bay, where they've been better this season, but still a pretty significant challenge ahead for the Bucs today.
That's right, the infamous Taylor Heineke game. Who could forget that one? Yeah, a lot of unproven stuff going on with the Eagles. Obviously, they're one of the hottest teams in football right now, despite getting crushed by Dallas, but they didn't really play too many of their starters. It's an exciting game for sure. Absolutely. I just watched the Tom Brady hype video and the Rondé Barber hype video, so I'm feeling pretty good about this game now. And it's an old rivalry, going back to the Bucs' first Super Bowl run. Obviously, they played the Eagles so many times over those years, so I'm sure it's bringing up some old memories for Bucs fans. And as far as the Eagles, I know I just said, they're one of the hottest teams, but if you look at the teams that they beat, it was the Jets, the Giants twice, Washington twice. So, yeah, they won some games down the stretch, but let's not act like, they're going out and beating the Buffalo Bills and, other top teams in this league.
Yeah, there's definitely some context needed for who these teams played. There is also the caveat that nobody thought the Eagles would be really good or maybe better than a lot of the teams that they've beaten. So there is that reality too. And the Eagles, yet here they are, and have been well coached to this point as well. So I want to first mention, though, that today's show, as all the Pewter Game Day shows this season, have been brought to you by Celsius Energy Drinks. Celsius powers active lives every day with essential functional energy. And there are so many good flavors out there, folks. Celsius, truly a game changer, as the title sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. You can see some of the flavors here: strawberry guava, wild berry, tropical vibe, Fuji apple pear, orange. There's peach vibe is another one I've been rocking lately. There's so many great flavors with Celsius, and their essential energy. They accelerate your metabolism, burn body fat, no sugar, no drop off like you get from other energy drinks either. Energy, it sustains you. It's honestly the cheat code of energy drinks. That's what they found out, I feel like. And it comes in unbelievable tasting flavors as well. So you can check them out, Celsius.com. You can use the store locator, find out where they are near you, or you can do the subscribe and save option on Amazon as well. Also have to tell you about the fast protein bars from Celsius as well. Unbelievable tasting protein bars. And they're 20% off right now on Amazon. The promo code is 20FASTSTART. 20FASTSTART. And you can get 20% off on Amazon. You can get the chocolate caramel peanut crunch, or you can get the white chocolate cookies and cream, both flavors. Absolutely outstanding. Your choice of which you want to get there. But 20% off right now on Amazon. So take advantage of this offer. I mean, I've tried a lot of protein bars in my life. I wasn't that big on energy drinks before Celsius. I didn't know much about them. I love the Celsius ones. But I tried a lot of protein bars, and these are definitely the best tasting ones that I've ever had. And you can get them 20% off. So definitely, if you're looking for protein bars, it's worth taking advantage of. They service my meals a decent amount of the time. Okay, Matt, let's jump into this matchup and talk about injuries from the outset. We thought, Matt, that the Bucs were going to be able to go into a game and have all their defensive starters.
Right, finally, for the first time
this season.
All season. But no.
All season long, people remember Jordan Whitehead was out week 1, and since then the injuries just haven't stopped. SMB was hurt. 13 plays into that game, and they just continue to trickle down, obviously, for the defense. So still, for another game, there will be no defensive snaps together for all the Bucs starters because Sean Murphy-Bunting, who you see hurt in this picture back in week 1, is out again now with a hamstring injury this time. So no SMB for today's game. Every other Bucs starter is slated to play, but half of them are injured and not 100%. Jason Pierre-Paul, Shaq Barrett, Lavonte David will play today. It looks like he's active. He was brought up from injured reserve yesterday, so he appears to be good to go. We'll see if he plays the normal 100% of snaps. That they hope he will. Obviously, we'll just have to see how it goes with him. Carlton Davis was a surprise addition to the injury report on Friday. Back injury, questionable. He's going to play, it seems like. So they'll have Carlton Davis, they'll have Lavonte David, Shaq Barrett, Jason Pierre-Paul. Jamel Dean was on the injury report this week, but did not have a designation for the game. So it appears he's fine, but he's also been injured in like 6 different games with 6
he
different
gets hurt
issues.
like almost every single game. I'm not trying to knock Jamel Dean because obviously playing in the NFL is so tough to do, but yeah, it seems like every single game he's leaving. Obviously, concussions are very serious, so I wouldn't, fault him for something like that. But yeah, other than the concussions, he gets a little ticky-tack injuries here and there. And obviously, it stinks for Tampa Bay. They're not going to have all of their guys in the secondary. But I don't know about you, but I've just become so accustomed to like, oh, this guy's hurt. They're not playing with this guy. That I don't know. It kind of just rolls off my back. Like, oh, a guy in the secondary is hurt for the Bucs. All right, been there, done that. So. Yeah, obviously, it hurts. It's a big blow, but it's nothing that the Bucs haven't dealt with all season.
Correct. We got to get away from any narrative that we're pre-drafting here that if the Bucs lose or struggle defensively, that we're going to say, "Oh, Sean Murphy-Bunting was down." I'm just there's no track record for proof that that's the case. Like there's none, and so we've got to basically just take out that idea. I mean, it's possible that he could have made a play in this game, obviously last postseason, and that's part of the temptation because Sean Murphy-Bunting and Leonard Fournette are the 2 surprise players that are not going to play today for the Bucs with injuries, and both were obviously postseason, quote unquote heroes last year. So the easy thing is going to be, well, if they lose or struggle without those guys, to just say, oh, without them, they weren't the same. I don't really know that that's necessarily the case. I think for both of those positions, especially the way SMB is played, I don't know that either of those players are that caliber of a difference maker for the Bucs. We'll talk about Fournette in a second, but no SMB for the Bucs defensively. No Richard Sherman, who was placed on injured reserve. I don't know how much he would have played even with SMB out. I think they really seem to be keeping him to like a dime defense role, kind of the safety cornerback hybrid tight end matchup guy for a couple reps a game, and that was it. So he's not going to play anyway, so they won't have him available. So Pierre Desir, Ross Cockrell, D. Delaney, these guys will all be called upon to step up. They released Rashard Robinson this week, and so that's the only injured defensively. So getting healthier defensively, but how do the guys that are injured going into the game hold up throughout the game, Matt? That's going to be a big question because we mentioned Dean, but Carlton Davis has been dinged up a little bit. He obviously had the big injury early in the year, and then he's still been dinged up and gone out of a couple games hurt this year. Now he's got a back thing, and Lavonte's been hurt twice this year. It feels like injuries have just followed this team at every pivotal turn. And when you're wondering paths to victory for the Eagles, it feels like the Bucs just dropping like flies is one of them because it's happened in some games this year, and it certainly cost them a game against the Saints.
Right. It feels like in order for the Bucs to win today, they just have to survive. Like they just have to stay healthy. And it's so interesting because like Carlton Davis, obviously he missed a chunk of the season with an injury, but when he's been available and healthy, he's been an absolute rock and a stalwart for the defense and of course the secondary. He's a great cornerback in my opinion. And obviously the Eagles don't have any slouches at receiver. So it's going to be interesting. Like normally you don't attack the number 1 corner, but when you know that he's injured, especially with the back injury that's so finicky and can kind of act up at almost like any moment. Maybe that's something that the Eagles key in on. And obviously, you mentioned Shaq and JPP, but the big return is Lavonte David, especially with the Eagles, how much they run the ball. They led the NFL in rushing yards per game. The Bucs run stopping defense has slipped through the cracks the past couple weeks. 2 weeks in a row where the opponent scored on the first drive against the Bucs. With Lavonte David in there, I don't think that happens. He obviously cleans a lot of stuff up. He makes Devin White a better player, or at least masks some of the mistakes that Devin White will have in the game. So, Shaq, obviously a great pass rusher, but he's very helpful in the run. JPP not having a good season, but he's still pretty stout in terms of the run game. But
if
this
he's
all
healthy, yeah.
stops.
How much? How is JPP like back to 80%? Like I mean, he's not going to be fully healthy, but that's a big question mark too. We
I
just
thought
have
you were
no
going to say
idea what
80% of the snaps, and I was going to say no, like we can't have
maybe.
that.
Yeah, I
We'll
don't know what's
see.
going to happen in that regard. That's one of the curiosities because Anthony Nelson had the ankle early in the week, but he didn't even have an injury designation.
And he's been
for the
playing
game,
so good too, Anthony
right.
Nelson. Like he deserves to be on the field as, you know, I don't want to say as much as possible, but you know, he's when JPP's been out, Anthony Nelson has stepped up, and I think he deserves to at least get an opportunity to make a splash play, because that's what the playoffs are all about. Just guys you don't expect to step up and you know, become something of themselves. And I think that's a big opportunity for Anthony Nelson.
Right. And when you're talking about going up against two of the best tackles in the league for Philadelphia, Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. And so two lockdown guys that are right up there with the Bucs tandem at tackle. It's going to be great tackle play today. And the edge rush, I think, are going to have a hard time in terms of the pass rush. Can they do enough in the run game to make it matter, especially for the Bucs defensively? You mentioned the corners. And I think one of the biggest issues today is going to be how the corners go in terms of run defense, because that was a problem last week a little bit. And it's been a problem a little bit with all the bodies coming in and out of the lineup. It was a problem a little bit the week before against the Jets. You and I were on that call for live in game, and we noted that Pierre Desir missed a tackle. It came up and missed tackle 22.
Egregious missed tackle. Right. It wasn't just a missed tackle.
Right. And there was some like, where am I filling issues with the corners off some of the perimeter stuff the teams are running against. But everybody's trying to get to the edge, avoid that Bucs D line because it's so good in the middle. The Bucs linebackers played a little bit better last week at getting to the perimeter. That was encouraging. The corners need to step up now and play better as well. And the tackling just in general needs to be much better for the Bucs. Can they lower their target area and hit guys midsection or low rather than all these high shoulder tackles? And I'm looking especially at Devin White in this regard, who missed 4 tackles in the team's last game. Joshua wants to know if we're going live the whole game. You absolutely know it, Joshua. We'll be live the whole game. We're going to take pregame with you up until Matt's going to be on until 12:30, 12:35ish. Then Scott's going to jump in here. We're going to look at some matchups to watch from Scott's Fab. We're going to break those down for you. And then we'll have the game live in-game stream with Paul Atwal and myself starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Paul and I will go through this Bucs-Eagles game. We'll break everything down as it happens. We'll give you live analysis, player evaluation, all of that kind of stuff as the game's happening. I know Paul will have tons of X's and O's thoughts, and there's a big X's and O's game, I think, on both sides. For both offenses are trying to guess. Do both defenses get away from their tendencies? So that is something we'll talk about. And then post-game, we'll also have the Pewter Report post-game podcast, probably going to be a little bit later tonight, maybe after the 49ers-Cowboys game. We're trying to get in between those games for y'all so you don't have to miss much or any football. And so we're probably going to try and go live as that Cowboys 49ers game looks like it's wrapping up somewhere around 7:30ish. So we'll keep you updated on that, obviously, as the day progresses. And you'll see that stream go up after this one today. But you don't have to go anywhere. When the kickoff starts, it'll be this stream right here. So you don't have to go anywhere. Live in-game stream will be right here. Matt, let's talk a little bit more about how the Eagles win this football game. When they have the ball, number 1 ranked rushing offense in the NFL this season, that really happened over the second half of the season as the Colts kind of fell off a little bit, and the 49ers have kind of been flirting with that territory. And some of the top rushing teams, Derrick Henry went down, and the Titans still were a good rushing team, but the Eagles kind of just got to know where we're like, oh, we're the top team now, you know, and they have.
Oh, wait, we have a mobile quarterback. Right. Let's use him to our advantage.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's really like a committee thing for the Eagles. We're going to talk about players, but it's scheme that really, I mean, Jalen Hurts is a good athlete, obviously, but a lot of it's scheme with Jalen Hurts in terms of getting him opportunities to carry the football. That's a big part of it. I think he led all quarterbacks in rushing this season. And then Miles Sanders, good player. You know, I don't think he's like unstoppable. He's also playing with a broken hand today. So we'll see about ball security and things like that. But, you know, Kenneth Gainwell, like some of these guys, Jordan Howard, good, you know, solid players, but it's about scheme. It's about the Eagles offensive line. That's where they win on the ground. So really has less to do with which players are out there to me and more about to do who wins schematically. Does Nick Sirianni and his scheme win offensively for the Eagles, or is Todd Bowles going to have answers for this Eagles front and how the Eagles come out and run the football, which is a lot of times spreading the ball, spreading it out, playing out 11 personnel. And when they spread the Bucs out, then running the football. Bucs have been great when they load the box this year in run defense, but they've struggled a lot, even compared to other teams with a 6 or even 7-man box this season. Especially compared to their standard and compared to other teams around the league. That's been a struggle for them. So how the Bucs defend this one, Matt, given what the Eagles like to do in terms of running the football, but also wanting to keep them honest with some deep outside passes, is going to be critical to how this game unfolds.
Absolutely. It's funny you mentioned Jordan Howard, because he was a guy I was like, oh, he's still in the league. Like, he's still on a roster. And then he had like a multiple touchdown game. So he really came on late in the season. But yeah, when I look at this game as far as defensively for the Bucs, it's simple, but just like the fundamentals are so important to this game. We already talked about tackling and all the importance of wrapping up and not letting the yards after initial contact or yards after the catch in the passing game. But I think gap containment is so important, whether it's Devin White not over pursuing if they do run to the outside, or even I know we're talking about the run game, but if Jalen Hurts is going to pass, like staying in your gaps to make sure he doesn't break it to the outside, or see an opening in the defensive line because one guy stunted the wrong way or something like that. Gap containment in both the passing game and the run game, I think, is crucial to the Bucs getting some stops on defense. And because the Eagles are going to try to keep Tom Brady off the field as much as they possibly can with these longer, slower, methodical drives, which naturally is going to happen if you run the ball as much as the Eagles do. But especially too with the weather that's going on, strong winds makes you more inclined to run the ball even more than you already do. So really just gap containment and fundamentals, I think, is going to be super important to the Bucs,
Right.
getting the advantage today.
And I know people are kind of dying to hear about the weather report, so we'll let them know. It's windy, but from what we've heard from Josh and Casey, who are at the stadium today, it's windy, but it's right now it's saying on the weather, I think 13 to 15 mile per hour winds. Before it was like closer to 25 mile per hour winds with 30 mile per hour gusts was the projection. So everything's kind of died down. I don't think it's going to rain during the game. So it will be surprising to me if that affects the game outside of maybe kicking. I don't know how it affects kicking. You have to talk to kickers about that. So kickers and punters, that's a possibility, but that'll be for both teams. I'd imagine, Scott may have more insight when he comes on about which end of the stadium and what tricks he's seen the Winds play in these matchups before. So we can ask him about that when he comes on in a little bit. But as it stands right now, Matt, I don't see it playing a huge role in this guy. I know I literally listened to national podcasts from terrific analysts this week where a huge majority of the show was just about the weather and like it being like huge for the Eagles if the weather's like, it was hilarious to me. Like I don't see it that way. Even if it had been this horrible game, like you still got to pass, and the Bucs, you still have a good run defense. And so that's the key though, right, Matt, today, like if the Bucs run defense, they got to take this personally. Like they have been talked about this past week, like they're a runt unit, like they're no good in the run game anymore. It's unbelievable. Like 2 straight years of number one run defense.
Yeah.
There's been context needed to their run defense, quote unquote, struggles, which they're still third in the NFL in run defense this season. Like not having guys in the lineup has been big the last 2 games where a lot of that rushing success has come. Missing tackles has been part of it. And maybe that carries over today. But they've been actually a little bit better at that over the last couple of weeks. Earlier on in the year, missed tackles was a part of it. Also, the Josh Allen quarterback scramble game really threw off the numbers here, for being honest. If we're talking about direct handoffs, I think that there is a big difference here. But containing the pocket's part of this, whether we attribute it to run game or not. At the end of the day, if Hurts runs for 80 yards and it's all off scrambles,
it's moving the ball down the field.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter which way. It doesn't matter which way you get it.
Right. It's just about containing that. At the end of the day, people will probably take those stats and while the Bucs run defense struggled, well, it was 80 yards off scrambles. It wasn't the run defense. It was the pass rush contained. We'll know the difference, and the Bucs will know the difference. At the end of the day, that is what matters, right, Matt? They have to be able to contain Hurts. It's a different game when you keep him in the pocket and you make him go through reads and progressions, especially in the middle of the field. He has not been as confident there, and that's why I'll die on this hill, I think, going into this game. I think if you're the Bucs, you play zone coverage. You don't over blitz. I mean, you can blitz a couple times in this game, but you can't over blitz. And last time, I think Mark Schofield told us on Thursday, they blitzed 11 times, I think, going to in that last game against the Eagles, which is low for Todd Bowles, for people who don't know. You talk about Bucs blitz more times, heavier percentage of their defensive snaps, by far not even remotely close to the second team in the NFL. So they are the number 1 team in the NFL in both those categories. Eagles are at the bottom end of the spectrum. We'll talk about that in a second. But to me, that's the key. If you're giving Hurts easy answers and outlets because the pocket's not contained at all due to twists and all these games and stuff up front, he's going to get out of the pocket. He's going to make plays with his legs and his arms and hurt you because he's comfortable out in those areas. Make him play from the pocket all game, and I don't think that he can beat you in the passing game. And then you're looking at, do you give up 200 yards on the ground? And I'm going to bet on the Bucs defense in that situation.
That's right, John. And let's go back. First of all, I remember a time earlier this season when teams were so afraid to run against the Bucs that their run game would be short screen passes and little 3-yard passes. So it's crazy that's how the Bucs run stopping defense was viewed, and now it is where it is today. But you go back to that Thursday night game between the Bucs and the Eagles, and sure, the final score was pretty close, but there was a long stretch in that game where, again, as you mentioned, like the Bucs didn't really blitz that much. They were getting 3 and outs against the Eagles like multiple times, and the fans were booing, and it looked like the Bucs were going to run away with it until they started to let them back in the game in the second half. But that just goes to show exactly what you were saying, where Jalen Hurts, if you're going to make him stay in the pocket and throw it more times than he wants to, and not be able to scramble and kind of make his own plays, like that's the key to success. Different scenario, but the Super Bowl, the Bucs didn't really blitz as much. They relied on Shaq Barrett getting after the quarterback, and not blitzing helped the Bucs not allow a touchdown against the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, this is very different, completely different offense and new season, obviously, but sometimes over blitzing is a little bit too much. I'm all about, let the defense be aggressive and get after the quarterback. But when you blitz all the time and teams are ready for it and they max protect and they can game plan for all of that, throw them something that they haven't seen yet. And not blitzing is not in the Bucs DNA. So maybe for 1 week, get Hurts confused and run away with it.
In terms of injuries for the Eagles, we talked about the Bucs defensive injuries. In terms of injuries for the Eagles offensively, no real injuries for them offensively. I mean, the beginning of the year, they lost Brandon Brooks and Isaac Siamalu, both their starting guards, but they've been without, they're probably the deepest team in the NFL at guard, and they've been without those guys most of the season. So I wouldn't consider those huge losses at this point, just because they've been playing so well without them, that I don't think their loss of those guys hurts them a whole lot going into this game. You talked a little bit about just the Bucs in general defensively, and we mentioned the missed tackles. I think that's just such a critical part of this game. 25th in the NFL in missed tackles this season. That's not something that can continue. They take away big plays really well. They get after the quarterback well and create pressure very well. And they've done fine, it turns out, with sacks, helped by a couple games, obviously. But, it's come and gone. But, I think a couple weeks into the season, we were like, wow, are these guys going to be at the bottom of the league in sacks? And then, they hit their stride for sure. But that's going to be one of the keys. I don't know if today's game is going to be a 4-sack game. I mean, look at the Eagles in terms of what they've allowed sacks, 31 this season. That's 6th best in the NFL. Obviously, Bucs on offense are best in that category, but they don't give up many sacks. If they're going to give them up, it's going to be on the inside. Vita Vea is going to be huge key for the Bucs, in my opinion. If the Eagles are playing from 3rd and short all game, they're exactly where they want to be. But if the Eagles are playing from 3rd, and this is true of a lot of offenses, I think it's especially true of the Eagles. If they're playing from 3rd and long and you can contain the pocket, these are the situations where not only are you just statistically at an advantage defensively, but you can get Joe Tryon-Shoyinka on the field. I don't think you can get him on the field a lot on early downs as an inside rusher based on how the Eagles play. Like, you just can't with their run defense. So you have to get them basically into 3rd and long situations, 3rd and 7, 8+, and then you can get him on the field. And then I think there's matchups he can win on the inside. Like, there's matchups he and Vea, and they can combine things and win on the inside, I think, a little bit. But it's going to be definitely, in my opinion, about getting to those down distance. If you can't ever get there, he's not going to be able to get on the field, and you're probably going to be a little less likely to win inside as a pass rush group. So the ripple effect of those things is key. Last thing for the Eagles on offense, I think, that's super critical in this game is that Devin White plays really good football, because he's probably going to spy Hurts on occasion. He's going to spy him probably near the goal line. Last time he messed up some plays where he did this, he's taken cheese and bit on and decided to blitz when he should be in coverage several times. Last couple of weeks, he's played wild, out of control, undisciplined football too often. The talent flashed last week. I hope he's trending in the right direction, but still too many inconsistent and undisciplined plays by him. He has got to be really good in this game, just like he was in the playoffs, I think, but especially given this matchup with Hurts, I think, for the Bucs to be able to win. Quickly, we flip the script, Matt, and we talk about the Bucs on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, no Chris Godwin. Antonio Brown is gone. Cyril Grayson is also out for this game. He was emerging back-to-back 81-yard games, had the game-winning touchdown, obviously, against the Jets. And then in week 18, hurts his hamstring early in the game. He only played 6 snaps. He's out. And so now you've got coming into the foot, you're down Grayson, obviously no more AB, and Godwin's out as well. Perryman's dealing with a hip injury, but he was cleared, no injury designation, so he's going to play. But they're thin at wide receiver. They just are. I mean, it's going to be Mike Evans. It's going to be Rashad Perriman and Tyler Johnson starting. Scotty Miller will be the 4th guy. Jalen Darden will be a factor in there as the 5th guy. But it's rough. There's not like a ton of depth right now. If somebody gets hurt, they're in a tough spot, I think. They're in a tough spot going into the game, just being honest with you. We'll talk about the fits in a second here. But so those are the guys that are out. And then obviously no Leonard Fournette for the Bucs either, and no Ronald Jones. So down their top 2 running backs as well. So definitely a tough spot, not a comfortable spot. Giovanni Bernard comes back, which will help. I think Keyshawn Vaughn will get the majority of the workload on the ground. That's been okay the last couple weeks. I don't think there's a huge enough difference between the backs for this team in terms of pure rushing for it to matter a lot. If the scheme and the blocking are right, I think all these guys can be fine in a game like this. It's the receiving and the pass protecting. How does Bernard handle those responsibilities coming off injury? Le'Veon Bell, Keyshawn Vaughn, they've been good in pass protection. Could show more as receivers, I think. And so that's going to be all part of the evaluation process for these guys today. And for the Eagles, Brandon Graham's been on injured reserve basically the whole year. And now they're losing their other best edge rusher as well. Josh Sweat had a life-threatening situation earlier this week. He is not going to play. I think he's doing well, it sounds like from reports, but he's not going to play today. So Derek Barnett will play. And Ryan Kerrigan, the Washington football team outside linebacker, he's on Philadelphia as well. He will play. So Barnett and Kerrigan will probably start. Hargrave and Cox on the inside are obviously the main factors. So there's the injuries, Matt. What are you looking at when the Bucs have the football? Where do they have to win to have success offensively?
Yeah, well, clearly the Bucs have to be patient, I think, in my opinion. We all know going into this, it's going to be Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski. And if those guys are producing, then it's going to be a good day for the Bucs offense. But, the Eagles, kind of like how we were talking about how, the Bucs defense doesn't allow the big play. The Eagles are similar in that too, where, they'll play zone, make sure everything is in front of them. I think you saw that again in the Thursday night game. So, obviously, it's going to be Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski, but I'm really curious who that third option, that third weapon that really might have to have a big game, especially if they're going to key in on Mike Evans, who's going to be that guy. And that's where I think the Leonard Fournette not playing situation really, really hurts. The run game is what it is, but I was really looking at Leonard Fournette, his addition, like, yeah, all right, him in the passing game is going to help so much, especially if they're playing zone, dump it off to Leonard Fournette, let him get 8, 10, 15 yards down the field. So I'm really curious how they're going to use Giovanni Bernard because, Keyshawn Vaughn, yeah, he'll get most of the rushing attempts. But again, he's a second-year player that really hasn't had a lot of time as the main bell cow. So I don't know how much the Bucs are really going to trust him in a playoff game, especially on third down. Le'Veon Bell, new to the team as well, too. But Bernard is a guy that they trust when he's healthy, but he hasn't played in a long time. So I'm curious if Bernard is going to be clearly not a focal point, but a guy that's used often, or are they going to have to rely on, I don't know, Brashad Perriman, Tyler Johnson? I don't feel very confident in these guys, especially Tyler Johnson. I know Brashad Perriman had a good game last week. He made that great sideline catch. He had another catch where he broke some tackles and moved down the field. I'm hoping that he can build on that, but to be honest, I'm not entirely confident that he's going to be able to do that. So I really just want to see who's going to be the next guy to step up, be that third option, because, Gronk's had 2 straight 100-yard games, I believe. You can't just bank on that every single time that he's just going to go off for, 115 yards. I think it's a little naive just to expect him to be, all-time classic Gronk right then and there. So we all know it's going to be Mike and Gronk, but who's that next guy? I thought it was going to be Leonard Fournette. He's not playing. Will it be Giovanni Bernard? Will Brashad Perriman build on top of what he was doing? The Bucs are going to have to be patient because they're not going to get the deep shots down the field, I don't think. So playing against the zone, maybe that helps some guys, maybe it hurts others, but that's really what I'm looking at for this.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's hard to look at this game and not come away thinking, oh, Gronk's got to have a huge day. And typically when you do that, I feel like it doesn't really happen usually. It's like you look so hard, you're like, man, it just seems obvious that they don't have a Gronk stopper. Their linebackers have struggled.
Yeah.
They don't really, they like to play 2 eye safety, so they don't roll safety down that much. If you force them in a nickel all the time, their nickel corner is really small. Avonte Maddox is tiny. He's not going to be able to play with Gronk. And so they don't really have another guy that they necessarily want to put out. So there's not really a clear matchup. You heard Ben Solak on Wednesday tell us, there's not really a clear matchup when I think the Eagles have given up more yards to tight ends than any other team in the NFL this season. It seems like it's huge Gronk day. It just looks like that. So we'll see if it ends up coming to fruition. I think he's got to be awesome for them to win in the playoffs in general, but especially in this game. I think he's got to be awesome given the way that the Eagles play and the fact that Slay is going to be a factor with Evans. Even if Evans wins a lot of reps, he's not going to get target every time. They're going to roll coverage to him at times. They definitely are. I mean, they're obsessed with preventing the big play, and whether Evans is used differently or not, a big portion of his routes are still going to be downfield routes. And so there's still going to be those shot plays, and the Eagles are preoccupied with defending those. So by default, he will be double covered on a decent percentage of his snaps, I'm sure. And so Gronk's got to be the number one guy that's just winning all day, I think, for them to be successful. But you're right. Other guys have to step up too. It's not fair to put it all on Gronk. It is a team sport, and Brashad Perriman's got to do his role. Kyle Johnson has been almost jaw-droppingly underwhelming, Scott or Matt. I mean, what's crazy about Johnson is that he was good last year. Like, he impressed us in the small role that he had. And when he was out there, it felt like he was kind of moving toward more production just in general for the Bucs when he got that opportunity. And this year he's got tons of opportunity. He's played almost 700 snaps and he just hasn't done anything. Like, I mean, for weeks, like, he hasn't done anything other than underneath catches, getting tackled quickly. There just hasn't been a whole lot from Kyle Johnson, despite tons of opportunity in an offense that asks a lot of wide receivers, but also gives wide receivers tons of targets and opportunities to thrive. He just hasn't produced. And so that's a big concern to me going into this game. I think Tyler Johnson really probably, I mean, there might be a bigger kind of bullseye on him in terms of needing him to produce than any of the other guys out there offensively for the Bucs. Last thing I'll say, because I saw a comment on it, Matt, and I think it's spot on. This is the game the Bucs signed Giovanni Bernard for. I couldn't agree more with that. Like, underwhelming linebackers for the Eagles. Lenny got a lot of touches and looks in the last meeting between these two teams. Bernard is a receiving back first and foremost. It's a role he's played for years in Cincinnati. He's been one of the best in the league at it. I think he's been fine in Tampa. He hasn't got a lot of opportunities. A couple of his plays went for negative yardage that had no shot, like just horribly designed or horribly blocked plays. He didn't really have a shot. I feel bad for him judging off the small sample size, but he's got to be better than 5 yards per catch. There's just no doubt about it. He has to do better than that today, I think, for them to win. So can he make more plays? I think that's going to be a key factor in this game. He's going to get the targets the way the Eagles play. Can he make more plays will be a huge part of this. Josh Porter, appreciate that. Almost 500 in here. Not even 100 likes yet. Let's go, people. Yeah, if you can, help us out. Hit like on this. It'll boost our YouTube SEO and we get more and more people in here. And hopefully more people subscribe to Pewter Report TV and the YouTube channel. So hit the like button if you would on this video, on our other videos if you could. Any of that stuff that y'all can do helps us out a ton. Boost it, and so we get more people in here, and we're growing. I think we're hoping to hit 7,000 subscribers today during the show. So if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Helps us out a lot and won't hurt you any. So make sure you do that if you can. Hit the like button on the videos as well. So Matt, we both think this one's going to be close. Any final thoughts from you before we bring Scott in here to talk about some of the player matchups and individual one-on-ones or closer to individual one-on-ones unit matchups that will be taking place in this game?
Yeah, my final thought really is the Bucs need to get off to, I don't want to say a fast start, but just a better start than what they've done the past couple games. As I mentioned before, allowing a touchdown on the opening drive the last two games. But let's remember Levante David, Shaq, and JPP were not in the lineup the two times that went down. But I think this is a really important game for the Bucs to either jump out to a lead or not fall behind by 2 scores, because I just think the way that the Eagles play on offense, it's tough for them to come back. If you want to knock the confidence out of the Eagles almost instantly. So I think it's really important that first quarter to either jump out to a lead or just, set the tone right away. That's what I'm looking for, at least for the game starting out. I also want to give a quick shout out to this guy that works at the Paddy Wagon. He came up to me yesterday and he was saying he's a huge fan. He watches all the time. I didn't get your name, but if you're watching this, shout out to you. You're the man, and thank you so much for watching. I told him I'd give him a shout out. So
that's great. That's awesome. I love it. That's what we do, man. If we see you out and about, we'll definitely give you that shout on the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report pregame show. Okay, Matt, great stuff from you. We're going to bring in Scott Reynolds here to talk some about the matchups to watch in this game. He's detailed a lot of them, and he's on the money as usual. So we'll bring him in a second here. But first, a message from our friends over at Muni Financial.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you? Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it. All right.
Yeah. We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Good afternoon, Bucs fans. We are going to Colorado, but not until the Bucs season's over. Hopefully it's several weeks away because we're in Tampa Bay today. Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area, let Muni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Do what I did. Call Muni Financial. Let them handle all of your investments. I've got the majority of mine with the Muni Financial. I've been thrilled with the results that I've gotten watching my portfolio grow from my retirement account, from my college savings accounts for my kids. Give me a call at 1-800-868-6864 or visit them on the web at amuni.com. John, it is Buccaneer playoff game day. And
yes, it is.
This is getting to be a fun little trend. We didn't do this for about a dozen years, but now back-to-back years with January football is great, right? I mean, it's fun. And it was fun last year. And if you're looking for some fun, watching the game is one thing. Having some skin in the game is quite another. And our friends over at MyBookie have got the Buccaneers -8. So we'll see. If you remember, I got screwed because I bet on the Bucs-Eagles game, and Sirianni went for that 2-point conversion, and that made it a 28-22 game, and that killed the point spread. So I and fellow Buccaneer fans that bet on the Bucs covering the spread last time lost. So right now the spread is -8. And if you want to get in on the action, well, the place to do it is at MyBookie. Even though fantasy football season's over, you can keep the excitement alive with MyBookie's double deposit bonus. Having your initial deposit matched up to $1,000 is like playing every game with home field advantage. All you have to do is sign up, use the promo code Pewter, and get your funds credited up to $1,000 instantly in your account, so you can place those bets on MyBookie. The NFL postseason's in full swing. There's no shortage of games to choose from at MyBookie, and everyone knows that playoffs equals points. It's the best time of the year to hammer those overs with every player out there to make a name for themselves. You know the player prop bets are a great way to find an edge. MyBookie is also home to exclusive contests that can help maximize your winnings and make 2022 your best year yet. Don't miss out. Double your first deposit up to $1,000 by using the promo code Pewter. Place your bets and get ready for the intensity of playoff action. Promo code Pewter. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
Good point here brought up on the show by William Butler with the $5 super chat. We always appreciate these, William. He says the Bucs need to get off the field on third down. No question about it, because it feels like the Bucs are the worst team in the NFL on third down, doesn't it, Scott? Like just the way they've played recently. They're not. They've really not been much lower than 12th this season. That's where they are now. They've been right around there most of the year when I've done these stat breakdowns for each week. 38.5% of the time defensively. So, I mean, they've been okay. I think it's a lot of backbreaking ones, though, when it happens, or they allow teams to get in fourth and short against them. This year, they've allowed 13 fourth down conversions. And so that's certainly more than you'd like, I think, as a defense. Here's the key, though. The Eagles, 4th in the NFL in third down offense. So two of the best third down offenses, Bucs 2nd, Eagles 4th. Big part of the matchup today. Definitely. And the other thing, too, is when you look at the Buccaneers defense, it's tackling, like you said, and like Bruce Arians has said, it's making sure you get those stops and not miss tackles so you can set up some third and long situations. So it's good tackling on first and second down to get them into third and long so you can increase your odds, your chances of getting off the field. But then it's also tackling on third down, right? If it's 3rd and 4, the Eagles are running the ball, you got to make the tackle to get them off the field. Appreciate that super chat. Also, we've got a Swedish krona super chat from Alien Binary. Appreciate that.
You're getting good with your currency, by the way, Scott.
Well, I had to look it up on Google. I'm not that smart, but it did ring a bell because, I'm just being honest. I mean, Alien Binary's given us some Swedish krona before, and we appreciate all the Swedish krona and rubles and dollar bills and British pounds and everything we receive with super chats. You guys have been awesome this year. Joe Tryon Shoinka can be a key player today regarding this type of dual threat. I agree, John. I think JTS can be a key player, but I agree 1,000% with your analysis earlier in the show, which is they got to get to third and long because we're going to see a lot of JPP and Shaq Barrett on those early downs because they're just more experienced at setting the edge and stopping the run. So with that, let's get to some of our key matchups. But before we do, we're about 20 minutes away from Pewter Game Day. So make sure you hang on. We appreciate everyone here in the Pewter pregame show listening and watching, but make sure you stick around for the best insight and analysis and entertainment from our own John Ledyard and Paul Atwal as they take you wire to wire during the game. Then we'll be back with the Pewter postgame show around 7:30. Let's get into some of these matchups, John. It starts with Mike Evans, right? You guys have been mentioning it. Darius Slay is the best cornerback for the Eagles, and that's going to be a key matchup again. You know, Evans wasn't targeted a whole bunch in the first game. I think it was because Antonio Brown presented himself as a better weapon in that game. There was no Rob Gronkowski, but there were so many scripted plays for O.J. Howard, who got targeted around 10 times in that game and actually caught the first touchdown, in that he was used in the perimeter screen game. And I wonder if that's how they're going to use Gronk to kind of take advantage of those matchups on the flank. But what do you see in this matchup between Slay, who's no spring chicken anymore, but he's their best cover corner, against Mike Evans?
Well, the most interesting thing to me is just schematically how the Eagles play. They've been a very zone heavy, very spot drop, non-complex coverage team all season long. That's been the big knock on them. You listen to any good national shows, not mainstream national, I'm talking about like good, like if you listen to Athletic or PFF, they'll talk to you. Big concern is the Eagles' simplicity on defense. They hardly blitz, they hardly play man coverage, all these things, but they've played more man over the last 6 weeks. They blitzed more over the last 6 weeks. They're still near the bottom of the league. No corner, none of their top three corners, not Slay, Maddox, or Steven Nelson, have played even 20% of their snaps in man coverage this season, but the numbers have increased from where they were. I think, it's just a guess, there's no way that in the year of our Lord 2022 now, that Jonathan Gannon, who's getting 2 head coaching interviews, defensive coordinator, if he's worth anything, what people think he is, you ain't coming out in spot drop zone against Brady again. Like, I don't care who's out there. I just can't believe he'll play that way. So I do think you'll see more man coverage. I think you'll see the toughest, most complex approach from the Eagles defense that they can possibly muster up, given that it's not their MO and that they don't have like the Saints personnel.
Right.
I do think their personnel is kind of underrated. I think they have some good players. Slay is one of those. He has followed receivers this season, even though they've been predominantly in zone coverage. So he'll follow Evans and just hope, that he's in that zone kind of type of thing. I do think you'll see more man too, probably. Slay was actually talking about on Twitter this week how, he thought he was a good corner. Then he had Patriots coaching staffs come in and teach him like, oh, we're playing man coverage all the time now. Got toasted for a year, had to like learn how to get right and everything. So it's a big part of this game for sure. I don't know if you'll see them 1v1 all game. Also, Evans kind of let it slip. I don't think he let it slip. I don't think he cares, or the Bucs probably care. But he said the game plan this week, they have me in a lot of different spots. That's what he said, and he loves it. So they won't let Slay has played 1 snap in the slot this year, Scott. They won't let him just be all over Evans all game, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And you go back to that Eagles Bucs game, week 6 on Thursday Night Football. Mike Evans was targeted 4 times, only had 2 catches for 27 yards. 22-yarder was his longest. And in the slot, even Chris Godwin was not much of a factor in that game. 5 targets, 5 catches, 43 yards, only an 8.6 yard per average, but it was really Antonio Brown, 13 targets, 9 catches, 93 yards and a touchdown. Then O.J. Howard, 6 catches, 49 yards and 1 touchdown. Going back to the Bucs-Eagles key matchups in this game, Tyler Johnson versus Avonte Maddox. And John, you I think are onto something here, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of Mike Evans in the slot against a much smaller Avonte Maddox, who is the 3rd leading tackler. He's a tough little nut for his size, but he's not the biggest guy.
Yeah, and this is where zone coverage comes into play, right?
Yes,
Scott? Like, you're not going to let Avonte Maddox go 1-on-1 against Mike Evans,
right?
Hardly at all. So the zone coverage, the 2 eye safeties, keeping the ball in front of you, that's how the Eagles play. You'd love to be able to run the ball against it. You'd love to be able to get underneath against it all game long. Last time, ran it okay, got underneath all game long in the passing game. Yeah, Maddox, good cover guy, though. And I think Tyler Johnson's going to have his hands full today. I think Perryman's got to win. Gronk's got to win. Evans has got to play well enough for him to be successful in the pass game.
And the thing is when Tyler Johnson is matched up against Avonte Maddox in the passing game, he's got to win those routes. He's got to get off coverage and present himself as a target quickly in this game. And we just haven't seen the run after catch ability or even the separation on a consistent basis from Tyler Johnson. So, I agree with Matt. Who's going to step up and be that guy? Well, this offense dictates that it's Tyler Johnson in the slot. However, we didn't see Tyler Johnson get a single target at Carolina about a month ago. So it will be interesting to see how often Tyler Johnson's targeted and how much of a factor he is in this game. Let's go to the trenches, John, a place you and I believe that this game really is going to be centered on. Ryan Jensen versus Javon Hargrave. Hargrave, back in week 6, this guy was on fire. He had 6 sacks coming into that game in the first 5 weeks. He cooled off tremendously after that game, finished with 7.5. But this is still going to be a matchup where the Bucs offensive line, led by Jensen up front, has got to keep Tom Brady clean. That's something that happened last time. Brady was not sacked at all. He did have a pretty comfortable pocket to throw from. So it's Alex Kappa, and Ali Marpet. They've really got to do a job inside, along with Jensen against Hargrave and also against Cox, right? Those two guys can wreak some havoc in the middle, especially without Josh Sweat on the outside.
Yeah, by the way, just real quickly, just because I see JC texting the group chat and telling us from the stadium that looks like Levante David's moving really well. In pregame, looks like he's good to go. Seems like he's fine. Doesn't seem all positive body language anyway from JC's perch in the press box. So good news there. But you're right. This is where the Eagles are kind of anchoring everything, right? Because Brandon Graham's been out for the year. Josh Sweat is not going to play in this game after an issue earlier this week. And so it's been a quiet year for Ryan Kerrigan, been too quiet of a year for Derek Barnett on the edge. Yeah. They really, and again, they're going to go against two of the best tackles in the league. So they really need Hargrave and Cox to win. Last time the Bucs shut these guys down, Brady sees interior pressure obviously well and usually gets the ball out. That's a key. Can the Eagles play more man and make them hold it a little bit longer? Let these guys get home. I thought Ali Marpet played one of the best games of his Bucs career against the Eagles, and especially Hargrave in their first matchup earlier this season. A lot has changed since that matchup, but I don't see a lot changing in that perspective. I think how those two guys battle each other will be key. How Jensen, when he has to help out there, but especially if he's helping Kappa with Cox, which I think is maybe even more likely, how those three guys handle Hargrave and Cox. That's the game for the Bucs. If those guys get handled and the Bucs aren't out there making mistakes as receivers and things like that, dropping passes and for creating turnovers basically, which they do as an offense, almost as good as they've done as a defense this season. If they aren't beating themselves, that's the Eagles' path, I think, is those two guys going off.
I agree. And then the last offensive matchup between the Bucs and the Eagles, Rob Gronkowski didn't play in the last game, right? That was O.J. Howard's big game. Again, Howard had the touchdown to start things off for the Buccaneers, who jumped out to a 28 points on the board in rather quick fashion, and then kind of they were hanging on for that 28-22 lead as the Eagles scored 15 points in the fourth quarter. But it's going to be interesting to see with Gronk, how he's used in this game. We have Anthony Harris as the matchup, but he's going to see a ton of different matchups in this game, whether it is Avonte Maddox in the slot, trying to reroute him, and then Harris coming in as a safety with some bracket coverage, whether it's a linebacker, Avery, the other linebackers getting involved. It's going to be a lot of different matchups for Gronk. But Gronk, whether it's against a linebacker, whether it's against a nickel, whether it's against a safety, he's really got to be able to make some plays down the seam against this Eagles zone defense.
Absolutely. It's huge for that. The Eagles are going to drop out and be completely obsessed with guarding the middle of the field. Those guys, I think that people maybe need to go into the game with that mindset. They are going to be there. It's not going to be Carolina. They're going to play two high safeties. They'll drop a linebacker out and patrol that middle of the field. They do not want to get beat over the middle of the field, and they don't want to get beat deep. That's the biggest thing in the world for them defensively. And so the Bucs are going to have to take it when it's there, but be smart too, and not be obsessed with, right? Exactly. They cannot be obsessed with creating something that isn't there. They've been much better about that this season. Last Eagles game, they threw a pick trying to be a little bit too greedy. Arian said after the game, AB did mess up a route, but I don't think it was there even if he hadn't. It was what Arian said after the game, basically. And so, that's a big deal, I think, in this game. You can't be the team that turns it over a bunch. You just can't be. The Bucs defensively, they come into this game with concerns. They're coming to this game with question marks. They haven't been healthy all season. Right now, half the guys out there aren't healthy, but they're playing.
That's right.
And so what happens on that side of the ball? I get it. There's questions there, and they should be, and we'll talk about that in a second. Offensively, Scott, the biggest questions are who's out, who's not playing, and how they adapt with who's not playing. So I think that is the big part of it. The coaching right on the offensive side of the ball is so big, because you've got to have a game plan basically that doesn't bang your head against the wall. And last time they did a pretty good job of not doing that against the Eagles, but can they improve their process even more today when this game kicks off? I think it'll be.
And John, you mentioned that interception. Anthony Harris was the guy that got the interception. And I think that type of philosophy and the approach the Buccaneers have to take, that really played a factor in the fact that Chris Godwin really didn't go off last game. Again, 5 catches, only 43 yards. That's 8.6 yard average. And if you remember O.J. Howard's day, a lot of those, I think he had 3 catches on the perimeter as a tight end screen. And we might see that today. I think we will see that today from Gronkowski. O.J. Howard had 6 catches, 49 yards, and a touchdown. The touchdown was kind of a misdirection throwback touchdown. It was a play action pass from Brady down there by the goal line. And then, again, a couple of those tight end screens that we're going to see, because the middle of the field, as you mentioned, is going to be clogged. Let's take a look at the Bucs defense versus the Eagles offense. Devin White versus Jalen Hurts. Listen, we've seen Devin White get involved in the spy game, and he's really going to have to be the key to slowing Jalen Hurts down when he's called on to be the spy. He can't miss the tackle, right? And the Bucs did not have Levante David in the last game. It was Kevin Minter, and Minter actually played a pretty decent game against Hurts. Made a hell of a play right off the bat when they tried to run the option play. I think it was the Eagles' first or second play, and Jalen Hurts actually got stuffed on that play. So I think it's a matter of Devin White really breaking down, not coming in out of control, slowing down a little bit, not trying to go 1,000 miles an hour, and getting Hurts on the ground in those open field one-on-one tackling opportunities. And when he's called to blitz, and I hope he's not, I agree with you, don't blitz Jalen Hurts, because if you can't get a guy like Mac Jones, or even in last week's game, right, with Sam Darnold, point blank blitzes, and you come in again 1,000 miles an hour and you miss those guys, you're sure as hell going to miss Jalen Hurts, who's a lot more mobile than Darnold or Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, there's two big parts to all of this, right? There's this, these guys are not 100%, and they're, will they come out of this game injured at some point? It's obviously happened so much this season defensively for the Bucs that you just kind of think that it's going to happen. You jump to that conclusion. There's this other side of it, Scott, that's like, we're getting Levante David back and Jason Pierre-Paul, and those guys are like heart and soul fired up. Pierre-Paul's been out a month for this defense. He's on the midfield right now, psyching the team up, getting them ready for this game. That's a huge part of it. Shaq Barrett, they're getting people back. Like, there should be an energy associated with that. And who's the number one energy guy for whatever you say about his play on the Bucs defense is Devin White. And so if he can be boosted by the fact that there are guys around him who he loves playing with, you heard him earlier in the year. He said, I miss my guys being out there. He is an emotionally charged individual. If he can be boosted by that it could have this ripple effect through the defense that's palpable today. So there is that flip side of it we haven't talked about enough. I don't want to discount the energy part of it for like the clear concern that should be out there, to be honest, about whether these guys are healthy enough to play. I mean, all these matchups are going to matter that you point out and identify here, but like that energy factor, if these guys are playing at their best, let's just be honest, Scott, like we don't get into this a lot because we talk X's and O's and player performance so much, but this defense has looked just lackluster the last couple of weeks. They've missed tackles. They've been sloppy with run fills. They haven't gotten off blocks. We're used to seeing them.
The Bucs offense only had 3 plays in the first quarter. Last week, it was crazy how the Bucs defense could not get off the field on the Panthers' 2 first drives of the game, whether it was missing tackles in the run game or just the short passing game from Carolina, just kept the chains moving. So it was unfortunate that something's got to change this week for sure for the Bucs to get off to a faster start. I think that's a big key. Yeah. The Bucs did get off to a fast start in week 6 against the Eagles, and I thought that was a huge key in that game. Another huge key was Shaq Barrett. He led the team in tackles with 5, had numerous pressures on Jalen Hurts, flushing him out of the pocket. Also had a sack in that game against Hurts. The problem for Shaq Barrett was he wasn't going up against Lane Johnson, the right tackle in that game. And Lane Johnson is a man, 6'6", 325. He's got a long wingspan. Those bigger offensive tackles have given Shaq Barrett some problems. And you wonder, is Barrett going to be playing more on the left side today, or is he going to be playing on the right side? He'll play on both, but I'm curious as to see from a matchup standpoint which side of the field he's going to play. And he's not going to go up against a slouch in Lane Johnson, who's really good against the run, or I should say really good for the Eagles run game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lane Johnson and Tristan Wirfs are the best 2 right tackles in the NFL, and they're both playing today, and it's anybody's guess week to week as to which one will look better than the other. But you're talking about in the elite of the elite with Lane Johnson. If he had this fully healthy career, which he hasn't, but he's healthy today, we could be talking about a Hall of Fame type of player. And we still might. We'll see what his career holds for him, but he is that good, Scott. So this is tough, right? When Barrett's faced the top, he's a good player. He's not an elite player in the NFL. That's okay. Not everybody is, but this is where it gets tough. Move him around. You've got to run some games, but still keep contained. That's where it gets tricky, I think, and sneaky. But more than anything, make sure Barrett is in position to get off blocks when Hurts tucks the ball and tries to get out because of interior pressure. That's going to be the biggest thing. He and Jason Pierre-Paul, they might not win that many reps today, one-on-one, Scott, but they got to contain. They cannot let Hurts get outside of them when interior pressure gets home, because that's where the Bucs can win in this game. That when that happens, they've got to be there to corral Hurts. They could get a sack or 2 while not winning one-on-one all game long if they do their jobs well.
Exactly. This next matchup, well, if you read the SR's Fab 5 on Friday, was Sean Murphy-Bunting versus Devontae Smith. And I think that Smith, he's played outside, but if you're the Eagles, the one guy you really wanted to match up against to be able to get Smith the optimal matchup was SMB, because he's the guy that struggled the most in coverage. The situation, though, is with SMB out, are we going to see Ross Cockrell inside, or are we going to see Mike Edwards inside? Edwards is the bigger, more physical tackler, and Ross Cockrell has really struggled as a tackler. Now, he's a little bit better in coverage. Neither one of these guys is a burner down the field, but just something tells me from a playmaking standpoint, I think we might see more of Mike Edwards than Ross Cockrell in the slot. Now, whoever plays in the slot, I think you're going to see some Devontae Smith in the slot in this game, because that's still the optimal matchup rather than going up against a Jamel Dean or a Carlton Davis. And when you look back at that game in Week 6, Smith was not much of a factor for the Eagles passing game. He had 4 targets, 2 catches for 31 yards. The longest was 25. But he has really become the player that the Eagles hoped he would be, drafting him in the first round. The Heisman Trophy winner leads the team in catches with 64 and yards with 916, 5 touchdowns, a 14.3 yard average. So he can really get down the field.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be fascinating. I mean, I don't know who it's going to be. Now, here's the thing with Devontae Smith. 811 snaps out wide this season, just 96 in the slot. 17 of those, his most in any game this season, did come in Week 17, though, the last full game that he played. Exactly. So maybe they are gravitating towards that a little bit. The only game this season in which he did not play a snap in the slot was against the Bucs in Week 6. Yep. So this may be a thing where they go back and they say, we didn't use him inside at all. Maybe we're going to use him inside now. But here's the other part of it. If the Bucs are going to play man, which I don't think, I think you're going to see more zone defense from the Bucs, especially with Mike Edwards in there. Mike Edwards, big concern, speed, right? Quez Watkins plays in the slot predominantly almost every single snap for the Eagles. He's extremely fast, right?
He is very fast. He's faster than Smith is, yes.
Exactly. So either way, whoever it is against whoever, if it's Carlton and Devontae and Rager and Dean, which it was last game all the time, and Edwards and Quez, whatever it looks like, if they go man coverage or when the Bucs go man coverage, that matchup is huge. And whoever's playing over the top, obviously being able to support Mike Edwards is huge, because the Eagles will run some slot fades and try to get Watkins a big play down the field with Mike Edwards.
They will. Coverage. No doubt about it. Speaking of big, we got Vita Vea as our final matchup against Jason Kelce. Now, Vita Vea got half a sack in the last game against the Eagles and really played a role in clogging the middle of the run. The Eagles, when they did have some success, it was usually off tackle or on the perimeter, and that's no surprise because that's where the Bucs have struggled these last couple of games, the 2 games against Carolina, as well as the Jets game, right, 150 yards. So that's a bit of a concern, but it's not a concern inside with Vita Vea. But he has got, a 50-pound size advantage over Jason Kelce, right? Kelce is about 300 pounds. He's undersized by today's center standards. And Vita Vea is just playing at a really high level. 4 sacks this year. If he can get another sack or half a sack, that's going to be gravy for today. But they just need him to be Vita Vea, just crush the pocket and flush Jalen Hurts outside the pocket.
Agree with you. Well, let's get to the super chat here for Long Lost Glazer, $10 super chat. Long Lost Glazer, a faithful listener, always in here, always giving the super chats. We greatly appreciate this, Long Lost Glazer. It says, shout out Bucs fans who only had to wait 11 months instead of 11 years between playoff games. Cherish these times, everyone. Happy to have these next 3 hours. Thanks to Pewter Report for the 2021 coverage. Go Bucs. Well said, Long Lost Glazer.
Absolutely. Definitely
enjoy these moments, enjoy these times, and hopefully the Bucs play up to expectation. You mentioned Vea, Scott, and it's a huge part of it. No question about it. How Vea plays is critical to how this game will unfold moving forward. If he's dominant, whether it's Kelce or whoever it is blocking him, hard to see a path for the Eagles in terms of inside rush and inside run defense where this one goes Philadelphia's way. So he's a huge player for the Bucs in this game. We are moments away from kickoff here between the Bucs and the Eagles in this wild card game. Don't go anywhere. Paul Atwal and I are going to take you through this whole game. Going to be with you every step of the way, Bucs fans, holding your hand, hopefully telling you it's going to be all right, and hopefully it will be. And we'll be here with you. It's coming up next on Pewter Game Day. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to the wild card edition of Pewter Game Day. It is John Ledyard from pewterreport.com with me, as always, the faithful Paul Atwal, also from pewterreport.com. And we're here. We're ready, Paul. We're ready to guide you through every step of this one, Bucs fans. As it happens, we'll be with you, and we'll be breaking everything down. Live analysis, player evaluations, all of those things as the Bucs host the Eagles to open the playoffs, the 2021 playoffs for Tampa Bay, trying to defend that Super Bowl championship. Obviously, Paul, I know you've got a million thoughts schematically as to how this one's going to play out, but when the Bucs have the football, what are you looking for in this game?
It's got to be that quick underneath controlled passing game, but it also really depends. And you tweeted about this earlier, and I totally agree. The Eagles should really consider switching their defensive strategy. They've been a soft zone team all year where they prioritize taking away the deep stuff, and they challenge you to win underneath quickly in those soft spots between the zones. But now with this Bucs roster, where really Mike Evans is the only true one-on-one mismatch, teams might consider playing more tight man coverage and putting the onus on the receivers to win their matchups as opposed to Brady finding the soft spots in the zones. Now, if the Eagles, that makes it really tricky for Leftwich. How do you game plan? Do you game plan on the basis of what the Eagles have done all year, or do you game plan for what the Eagles might do based on your current weaknesses? So we could see some very different approaches here, and I'm excited to find out how both teams approach this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be fascinating on that side of the ball. I said this before, and I was tweeting before the game, and I think it's so true, Paul. We know the Bucs offense is elite when they're fully healthy, but we don't really know because they haven't really played anybody that great. And honestly, they kind of struggled at times against the Jets. And obviously, I mean, offensively less so against the Panthers, I guess. But so we don't really know that side of the ball. Like, what are they going to look like? And, as the opposition gets better, Eagles are certainly better. If they are blessed enough to move past this game today and go on, the defenses will get tougher as they go. So that's a question mark that we have over there. We know what they look like at full of their strength. We don't know what they look like in their current form. What's their best? What's their best that they can be against a quality opponent? Defensively, we haven't seen them play one snap with all their starters. We won't see it today either. No Sean Murphy-Bunting. Levante David's back. Shaq Barrett, Jason Pierre-Paul. Does that boost this team? Last time they played really good defensively against the Eagles, other than 2 pass interference penalties to let the Eagles go all the way down the field, gave them first and goals. Can they repeat that performance? The Eagles are very different. They run the ball a ton. Bucs have been great against the run, but not as great as normal recently. They get some people back. What's your read when the Eagles have the football? Are you concerned about the Bucs defense?
I like the Bucs defense's chances. The Eagles, they're one of the most dominant run teams in the league right now. And yeah, the Bucs haven't been up to their normal standards on run defense lately, but I think their struggles can be overstated as well. Over the last couple of games, just over that sample, they're a middle of the pack run defense, not a bottom tier. And if you're going to look at the overall larger sample size, which to me is more informative, that tells us that the Bucs run defense is still very good. So I like that matchup in that regard. My biggest concern is Jalen Hurts getting out of the pocket, creating plays with his feet like we've seen Josh Allen do against this defense, and also over blitzing, which we've talked a ton about. If you blitz a ton, you kind of make it easier on Hurts when it comes to deciding who to throw to, because you can just take that quick hot pass, right? The guy that's designated to catch the ball in the event of a blitz. Whereas if you play a little bit more soft coverage, you force Hurts to get through his first read, get through his second read, make him actually think, drop back, read it out. And that's not as easy for him as it is to just either throw quick or take off with his feet.
Right. I agree. That's going where it's going to be a challenge. It's all about controlling what Hurts does. I mean, everybody's going to talk about the Eagles rushing game. Reality is that Hurts is getting a lot of yards off scrambles too. It's not just the designed runs that the Eagles are succeeding in. It's Hurts scrambling too. And those numbers go into the rushing. So it gives the Eagles the number 1 rush offense, but there's kind of some asterisks to it. Not that they're not good running the ball. They absolutely are. But the fact that Hurts is also, that rushing offense, quote unquote, can be attributed, it can be added to when they're passing, when they drop back to pass too, because Hurts is a threat in that way. And so that makes it an extra challenge for defenses for sure. And Bucs did a good enough job controlling that. I believe the first time these two teams met, by the way, the Eagles won the toss, will defer. The Bucs will get it first. So Eagles are going to have the chance to open the second half with a scoring drive. So how quickly the Bucs, how the first half ends will be big, obviously, in terms of what the scoreboard says, because the Eagles are getting the ball to start that second half. And so Bucs are going to be up against in that way. But the Bucs have kind of struggled defensively to start games the last couple of weeks, and I wonder if that's played into the thinking. Obviously, Eagles were the ones to defer, but they've given up touchdowns in their opening drives defensively the last 2 games, and not exactly started out well. Yeah, not exactly started out on fire either on offense. So against the Jets, they were okay to start out on offense, but hit the lull. They always seem to hit the lull at some point, Scott. Or sorry, Paul, when the Bucs have the ball offensively. And you wonder how frequent will those lulls be? Like, especially with newer personnel. The Bucs offense is constantly fascinating us, I know.
Yeah, and last week, that lull might have been just a consequence of not having the ball. I think, did they only have one possession in the first quarter or something crazy where they basically
they had 3 plays, yeah.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And then when they did get the ball back, they were totally fine. So it goes both ways, right? The defense giving up long drives, the offense going 3 and out. And by the way, I'm seeing Aaron Andrews right now just before kickoff here, trying to get lined up. What are you seeing, John?
Yep, I'm seeing Aaron Andrews as well. She just popped up on the screen. You might be tick ahead of me, maybe, but that's probably about it, unless you're at the end of seeing her stand. Now I'm seeing Brady. Evans just slapped Brady on the back, and Brady's buckling his chin strap. Now we got a graphic up.
Yeah,
of the Buccaneers offense. Ahead. What's that?
I'm a couple seconds ahead. I'll just pause before.
49% of the Bucs offense out today. You saw from that graphic. A good stat there to just let you know what they're up against in terms of trying to replace that type of personnel. It is a very different unit at full strength. Again, I think you just know what this Bucs offense is, and that's why I think it's going to be so important, Paul, for the Bucs defense to have a great game and really a great playoffs. I just think you have to help out the unit that at this point in time is more wounded. They helped you out all season by being one of the best, if not the best offense in the league. I think now you've got to be able to help them out some too. So
spot on. Couldn't agree more.
And here's the kick coming from Elliott, who sends it skyward, and the Bucs are going to let this one bounce out of the end zone. So they'll start from their own 25-yard line with Tom Brady. Keyshawn Vaughn will be back there in the backfield. I believe Giovanni Bernard will play a role as well. And then at receiver, no Godwin, no AB. Obviously, it'll be Tyler Johnson and Brashad Perryman out there. So those will be the 3 along with the 2 receivers along with Mike Evans that start this game for the Bucs.
It's 11 personnel to start. Perriman, Johnson, and Evans, the 3 receivers. Gronk, of course, the tight end, and like you said, Vaughn in the backfield.
Yeah, and we'll see what kind of speed the Bucs move with. The Bucs are going into the wind, by the way, but it seems like reports from the stadium are that the wind is not a major factor in this one, at least early on. So here's Brady going under center, and Perryman comes in motion a little bit. The handoff is to Vaughn, who's got a hole, runs straight ahead, breaks a tackle. Good run by Vaughn. He's going to get out to the 42-yard line of the Bucs. So a 17-yard run for Keyshawn Vaughn, and the Bucs have a 1st and 10 to open the game off a run.
The Eagles do start off with a zone single high, so they have that extra box defender, but this can be a huge element of the Bucs offense today. They had a lot of success running against the Eagles in week 6, and they did it early and often. The only thing is, if that does get stopped, don't commit to it.
Fletcher Cox wanted to hold there, and Alex Kappa. Here's Brady quickly to Bernard underneath, who drops it. So already we're talking about Leonard Fournette. It's weird to say a running back drops a pass. That one wasn't going to go for too many yards anyway, but it's 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 6 or 7 probably because of the drop by Bernard and obviously no Leonard Fournette.
No huddle offense for these first 3 drives, for first 3 plays.
Yeah, here's Brady back to pass, looking, throws, passes through the hands that look like a Perryman, who stopped there instead of breaking out on that route. It looked like a little bit, Scott, Paul, and there is a flag down, by the way.
And it looks like Brady might have expected Perriman to just a different spot where he ended up, basically. And roughing the passer, this is the first roughing the passer that Brady has benefited from in, I think, 2 years. Something crazy.
2 years. I knew he didn't have any this season. That's crazy. 2 years.
I could be wrong on that. There's definitely none this season. And
that was after he threw the ball.
That's an ugly hit to the knee.
And he actually took him down. Brady didn't dive there either. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs from the 43-yard line.
And you already know the internet's going to be going crazy.
Brady gets the calls.
Exactly.
There's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. Brady is working from the shotgun. Now they are in Eagles territory on their first drive of the game.
Look at where Evans is lined up. This is exactly what Mark Schofield was talking about. I'll talk about it after this play.
Yeah. Here's a handoff. Keyshawn Vaughn. He takes it over the left side. He's going to have about 4 yards. So 2nd and 6 coming up here for the Bucs.
So we talked about with Mark about using Evans as that isolated receiver, but not wanting him to be stuck outside. So instead, he's the isolated receiver, but he's in tight alignment. So he's kind of lined up where a slot receiver would be if there were 2. And you see it again here. Evans is the only receiver down at the bottom, but he's in that number 2 alignment.
Yeah, and here's the throw and another drop. Unbelievable. Perryman with another drop. Brady's 0 for 3, and 3 passes have been dropped, it looked like. With the second one, a little bit hard to tell from just we're not being able to see the replay. But Perryman with a drop there, and so now 3rd and 7 for the Bucs. And this was kind of the word. Like
Yeah.
if he's supporting, I mean, that's right through the hands. Can't get any better than that in terms of a throw.
And
And
Wirfs
now
is down.
Tristan Wirfs is down, and this is his first snap of his NFL career he's going to miss because he's going to have to come off the field now. He's not missed a snap in his NFL career. And so this is a huge blow for the Bucs right off the bat. We talked about how unlucky they've been with injuries this season, and now you're seeing it with Tristan Wirfs down here.
Yeah, this would be a brutal loss. And I mean, there's no one better on that offensive line than Tristan Wirfs.
It's just been that kind of season for the Bucs. They have a 3rd and 7 from the Philly 40. And man, 3 passes, 3 drops, Paul. Like the supporting cast was going to have a spotlight on them coming into this game, but this has been pretty pitiful to start from the Bucs offense.
Yeah, I mean, just simple execution mistakes, right? Like they're trying to attack the underneath quick areas and in the quick game, and that's the recipe against this defense. They're not showing us anything crazy and different so far from what we can see, but that's what this defense is banking on. This style of defense is that you're going to make mistakes over a sustained drive. We're not going to let you just win with chunk plays. Instead, we're going to force you to put together 10, 15 plays in a row. And in order for you to score, you're going to have to do it without making mistakes. Now, when you do just screw up simple stuff like drops, that's exactly how this type of defense wins.
Absolutely. And Tristan Wirfs is going to miss his first snap of his NFL career, and he's going to the locker room. Not a great sign for the Bucs. It's brutal. It's been that kind of year. Every single time they line up, it feels like they lose, especially the second half of the year. Actually, the whole year, they lose a key contributor. And so Tristan Wirfs, huge loss. Josh Wells is going to be out there now at right tackle for this huge 3rd and 7. But again, man, these are the kind of plays, like as your supporting cast, these are basic, routine, uncontested catches. You've got to make these plays. It's simple as that. And the Bucs come out, and again, it's self-inflicted stuff. It's stuff they can control, and they're not controlling it. They're not doing it. If you want to stay on schedule against the Eagles, just make these underneath catches. They're simple plays. You can stay in advantageous down and distances. Whether that might have picked up the first, might not have by Perryman. But you're in a very 3rd and short, 3rd and high percentage situation. Now you're in a 3rd and 7. Your right tackle's down. It becomes a lot harder of a situation. And the Eagles defense doesn't give up a lot of plays either down the field. And so it becomes a lot harder to find what you want just because you didn't execute, not because of anything the opponent did.
And it's going to be on all these other guys, right? Like Tyler Johnson, Rashad Perriman. They're going to be the ones that ultimately win or lose games for the Bucs in the playoffs. We know Brady's going to ball out. We know what Mike Evans and Gronkowski are going to do. But at the same time, defenses are going to go out of their way to take those guys away, right? It's going to be hard to even be able to target those guys, and not looking good for Wirfs as he limps off the field.
Yeah.
But 3rd and 6 here, crucial down right at the beginning.
Yeah, no question about it. Can the receiver step up in these situations is going to be critical as Brady moves Gronkowski in motion. Now changing some things at the line of scrimmage. Bucs 2nd in the NFL in 3rd down percentage. Brady takes a snap back to pass. Good protection. Steps up, finds Mike Evans, who gets away from a linebacker and lunges forward for the 1st down. So Evans is going to pick up about 8 in the 3rd and 7 situation, and they'll move the chains to the Philadelphia 32. Good patience by Brady.
I want to say they sent 5 there on a zone blitz, but I'm actually not 100% sure. Evans coming across the formation on a crosser. If you send guys vertical on one side and have a crosser coming underneath the other side, that's so hard for zone defenses like this.
Yeah, Brady, quick throw to Evans, who was tackled around the ankles after just a 2-yard gain. So 2nd and 8 coming up for the Bucs offense. It's a right ankle injury for Tristan Wirfs. You saw the replay there. Didn't look like a knee, but it did look like his ankle kind of got rolled on or landed on some this season. Bucs have they've only missed 1 game from Ali Marpet. Otherwise, the offensive line's played the whole entire season together. Here's Brady stepping up in the pocket, throws over the middle of the field, and that one's caught. Giovanni Bernard snags that one, 6-yard gain. So 3rd and 2 for the Bucs offense from the Eagles' 24-yard line. And they are 1 for 1 on 3rd down so far in this game.
Heck
just
of a
that
throw
to Evans. Yeah, nice low throw by Brady there in that situation. And they're going quickly on 3rd and 2. Here's Brady back to pass. Floats it out for Giovanni Bernard, who makes the catch and has the 1st down before the Eagles could get lined up, and he's down to about the 15-yard line, I guess, there. So still trying to get the timing down, it seems like, on the routes with Gio and Brady, but definitely a good catch there by Bernard.
And look at how they're getting it done. It's quick underneath. Eagles forcing you to be patient, and you can't hold the ball either. They have a really good defensive line, so challenging to consistently win this way, but the Bucs getting it done on this opening drive.
Right. No question about it. I think getting that timing and rhythm down with Giovanni Bernard and and Tom Brady's going to be key in this game, especially with just very few reps together this season, comparatively, at least, I think. And here's Brady back to pass. He looks, he throws. OJ Howard makes the catch. Very short gain, just 3 yards for Howard. And the Bucs are kind of nickel and diming it, and that's exactly how you play the Eagles, right? We mentioned it kind of all week going up to this game. You just hardly ever see downfield passes attempts against the Eagles. You just don't see a lot of them. Teams have been able to throw the ball fine, just as long as they're going underneath a lot against Philadelphia, and that's where the Bucs lived last time they played, and it's where they've lived early on in this game too.
And so far, the Eagles are just doing what they do, right? They're not making some big drastic change. Might be man here, but overall, still playing their normal defense.
Mm-hmm. And here's Brady looking, throwing. Cam Brate makes the catch. He gets a great block from Donovan Smith. He's going to pick up the first down to the 4-yard line. What a block by Donovan Smith. Got out on the perimeter and just ran a man over. And Brate just kind of fell behind him and got the first down as a result.
And that's basically a design screen with Donovan Smith getting out there. Bucs had a ton of success with these screen passes against the Eagles in week 6. They used all sorts of different screens. By the way, you see Brady with that right foot slightly forward alignment, not quite as unbalanced as a squared alignment in terms of run pass, but that slight right foot forward is almost always, when it's a pass, a very quick pass with no step. And you see him use it on that screen there. Look out for it again later.
Here's a 1st and goal from the 4-yard line for the Bucs. Handoff, Keyshawn Vaughn running over the right side, gets pushed forward by Kappa down to about the 1.5-yard line. So 2nd and goal coming up here now from, I guess they'll spot it around the 2, it looks like.
This is the exact type of opening drive you want as the Bucs. Slow, methodical, and lots of positive plays other than the couple of drops.
Right. But now the red zone becomes critical, right? Got to finish these drives. 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line for the Bucs. 0-0 game. 10-14 left in the first quarter. Here's Brady, motions Brate, handoff to, is that Bernard, trying to run over the right side, and he's in, touchdown. Bernard got in over the right side. I think it was Bernard anyway. It was Giovanni Bernard, his first rushing touchdown of the season, comes on his 9th carry of the season, and the Bucs offense opens the game the right way, going all the way down the field for a touchdown to start things off.
And nice to see them still have the confidence to run it on that right side of the offensive line where Josh Wells is in for Tristan Wirfs. Yeah. So showing confidence in the offensive line still, and able to get the touchdown on the right side with Wirfs down.
Absolutely devastating block by Rob Gronkowski on that play. Just absolutely pulverized that side of the Eagles defensive line. And Josh Wells, I'm sure, is in on that as well. And here is Ryan Suckup sending the extra point up and good. So the Bucs go down the field in their opening offensive possession. They convert a couple 3rd downs, and they get into the end zone for the early 7-0 lead. Very encouraging to start the game that way offensively, Paul, despite all the losses that they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, again, we've talked about this a lot, this Philadelphia defense, which forces quarterbacks to be patient. You just have to play mistake-free football. Quarterbacks, it sounds unrealistic, but they tend to get impatient at some point. They force a throw that they shouldn't, a deep shot that they shouldn't after a game of check down. Tom Brady's not going to get impatient. And it's such a tough situation for the Eagles where their defense, it's a smart defense. It makes a lot of sense in terms of where the NFL is in the current meta. But how do you go into a game against Tom Brady? Do you just totally get away from what you've been doing all year? Or is that asking too much in a 1-week turnaround, right? So tough situation for the Eagles defense. And I'm really curious to see if they stick forward with this strategy.
Right. Agreed with that, Paul. And Brady 6 of 8 on that drive. Both incompletions were drops, only 36 yards. But, so it's underneath. But we talk about this Eagles defense, and that is all we've said, right, Paul? I mean, they are obsessed with not allowing big plays. Only 38 20-plus yard pass plays. That's not even 20-plus yards in the air. That's just 20-plus yards, period. So some are catch and runs. That means they've even allowed even less 20-plus yard air yard completions this season. Second best mark in the NFL, tied for second best mark in the NFL. Just 7 40-plus yard pass plays. Again, some of those are probably catch and runs, tied for 9th best in the NFL. It's very difficult. A-Dot against the Eagles, 6.4 yards past the line of scrimmage. That's the average depth of target for a receiver against the Eagles defense. That's 1st in the NFL. The Bucs are 2nd in the NFL, Paul, and they're 6.9. So it's almost a half a yard deeper.
Right. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's exactly where I was going to take this next. Is the Eagles defense and the Bucs defense give up very short passes. That's how you beat them, but for extremely different reasons. The Eagles, it's because they don't blitz. They sit in these soft coverage shells where they have guys deep. Basically, they're saying you can't throw deep. Your only options are to find it quick and underneath. The Bucs teams also have to throw short, but it's because they're constantly blitzing. You don't have time to get the ball down the field. You're gonna have to attack the flats. So two teams that like to give up short passes only, but they get there in very different ways.
Yep. And now we find out something about the Bucs defense. This unit giving up touchdowns on the first drives of both of their last two games, Paul. And now they're as close to full health as we've seen them in a while. But are they? I mean, that's the question. Right. Like a lot of guys are playing, you would guess, probably less than 100%. And so what do they look like out there as a unit together that has not played together a whole lot? Several key pieces have not played for weeks. The Eagles are a test because you have to communicate defensively against their run schemes if in order to be successful. And so the Eagles are going to start from their 25-yard line after Suckup's kick goes out, Pinion's kick, goes out of the end zone, and they'll start from their own 25-yard line with 10 minutes left in the first quarter. The Bucs lead 7-0.
And the Eagles now, they went from one of the most pass-heavy first-down teams in the league from the last time these two teams played to since then being one of the absolute most run-heavy, only throwing it on, I think, 38% of their neutral first downs. They've had success with it, but I don't see it being a sustainable strategy against this Bucs defense. So how do they change up their offense now?
Right. And by the way, Tristan Wirfs questionable to return with an ankle injury. So that's something to watch moving forward, obviously. Here's the Eagles. They're going to pitch right away. Crack toss. They go to it. He's going to cut back the crack toss as Miles Sanders, and he's going to pick up 7 yards. So 2nd and 3, Philly wins on first down on their first rush attempt of the game. But that was, they got it play side. They just need to do a better job backside. Play side, they almost knew what was coming. The crack toss has got them a few times in recent weeks, Paul.
And let's see what kind of formations the Eagles use. Do they spread to run? Do they go light and get Bucs out of their base personnel? You talked about this earlier in the season. It was such a great point. The Bucs are so much better at run defense in their base packages compared to in their sub packages. It's a huge difference for them.
Yeah, huge difference. And Jason Pierre-Paul, Shaq Barrett, and Levante David all out there for the Bucs. Here's Hurts, back to pass, pressure coming. He throws quickly out in the flat. Devin White makes the tackle on Boston Scott out there. So a quick, shifty running back and good tackle by Devin White, who holds it to just a 1-yard gain. And now it's 3rd and 2 for Philly from their 33. Still a situation they feel like they can win from, but good to get to 3rd down.
And great play by Devin White. That's the type of side-to-side speed and tackling ability that made him so dominant in last year's playoffs. Not something we've seen enough of in the regular season this year, but if he can get back to that level where he's turning plays that should be 8-yard plays into a 1-yard play, this defense can turn it up to another level.
Yep. Here's Hurts working from the shotgun here, and he's going to keep it himself, and he's going to be dropped immediately. Devin White and Jordan Whitehead there as Hurts kept it on the zone read, and they drop him for a 3-yard loss, and it's 4th and 5.
Awesome play. Hurts is having to decide whether to hold it or pitch it or hand it off, and White, he's not – the way they have this set up is White is taking the quarterback basically no matter what. So White's coming at him full speed, and there's no opening there for the handoff either. So Hurts was just totally screwed either way. Great start for this defense to force a 3-and-out as the Bucs offense in rhythm going to get the ball back with good field position.
Right, and here's a punt that's not a great one for the Eagles. So it looks like good field position. The Bucs coaches are trying to call it out where they want it. 45-yard line. We'll see. They give it to him at the 41, it looks like. So that's where the Bucs look like they'll start offensively, 1st and 10 from their own 41. Here's the key on that play. Whitehead did it perfectly, Paul, because he plays that he makes Hurts think. He fans out just a little bit, not too much. He doesn't jump outside, and Hurts sees him just move outside a little bit, and he says, I'm going to keep it, pulls it down. Soon as he did, Whitehead bounced back inside and had him. By the way, if he hadn't, Levante David had already beaten the block and was in position to make the play. White comes from the backside, and he contributes to the play. It's great team defense against the run, but it's also, you knew what was coming in a lot of ways. They feel like they've got a plan for the zone read stuff, and certainly a good start for them on the first 3rd down of the game.
Oh man, that's a great observation by you. I just watched the play again, and yeah, you're totally right. Whitehead fakes out the quarterback. When do you see that? When a defender is the guy faking out the offensive player. He, like exactly like you said, he gives like kind of a shoulder shimmy, fakes as if he's about to take the running back, makes Hurts hold on to it, and then boom, he and White are right there. That's a yeah, awesome observation right there, and great play by Whitehead.
Yeah, for sure. His run defense has been so big for this team. And when they can play with him in the box, they're a different team. Those 3rd and 2 situations, they think the Eagles want to run in those spots. So they're going to do that. We'll see as the game goes on. Do the Eagles say, okay, you're going to do this. We're going to play action and try and throw over your head and hit something. But this might be a game. The Bucs have been so good. We talked about the Eagles limiting big plays. Bucs have been so good defensively at limiting big plays, not necessarily the 20-plus yarders. A lot of those have been run after the catch against the Bucs this season, but the 40-plus yarders, only 5 all season long, tied for 3rd best in the NFL. But the Eagles took their shots last time. Remember, they got 2 DPIs on the Bucs last time. Obviously, no Carlton Davis, no Sean Murphy-Bunting, no Antoine Winfield the last time these 2 teams played, no Levante David either. And so it is a little bit of a different group out there for Tampa Bay. Obviously, SMB still out of this one, but we'll see if that makes a difference today when the Eagles do try to take those shots.
And it's such a great combination. Whitehead, such a natural box safety, and Winfield, such a great natural free safety, where he's able to use that that speed and more importantly, his awareness. Just such a smart player to shut things down by playing the middle of the field and covering a lot of ground side to side. So great 1-2 punch in the safety spots for the Bucs.
Yeah, for sure, no question about it. And Edwards will probably play a good bit in the nickel today as well. Bucs are going to start from their own 41. And now this is big, Paul, because you can continue to build. Remember, we talked about this a lot all throughout the week too. If you can get up on the Eagles a decent amount early in the game, and we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but the Eagles are a team that, playing from behind for them and early in the game, they'd still be able to stay to their script throughout the first half. So it wouldn't be a huge advantage yet, but this is going to be one of the things the Bucs will look at, right? Is in terms of just having to, if they get out to an early lead, the Eagles have to change anything they do. It's obviously an advantage that the Bucs are going to take at that point in time. Here's Brady with a handoff to Keyshawn Vaughn, who runs over the left side. 2 yards there for Vaughn probably. And so 2nd and 8 coming up for the Bucs offense. Still a couple first down runs. First one was successful. We've seen it slow down just a little bit recently, but that'll be something to keep an eye on there. And you can see where the ball went out of bounds. The Bucs, it's a hard one to be able to slot exactly where that ball went out of bounds. But here they are on 2nd and 8. Brady from the shotgun throwing on 2nd and 8. Throws and passes caught by Perryman, but he fell down. He had a ton of room to run, fell down as he caught the ball in his gut. And so that's going to bring up 3rd and 3. That could have been an easy first down if he stays on his feet.
Yeah, it totally could have. And by the way, I'm going to keep pointing it out. What Mark talked about with Evans in that tight alignment when isolated, they have used it a ton already. An unbelievable percentage of their plays.
No question about it. Here's oh my goodness, another drop. Tom Brady throws over the middle of the field. Tyler Johnson drops the ball on 3rd and 3. That would have kept the drive moving. So Perryman falls down, doesn't get the first down. Here's a perfect strike to Tyler Johnson, who has it go through his hands. And now the Bucs are off the field, and a 4th and 3, they'll punt from midfield. And it's just got to be frustrating. Like, these are simple, routine plays, Paul, and these guys aren't making them.
Yeah, Brady looks over it. I mean, you don't see him get kind of that riled up early in a game, but this seems like some sort of tension mounting from before, where he's just not pleased with what he's seen from Tyler Johnson. And who can blame him that he's not stepped up in the way that he needs to if he's going to play that Godwin role in this offense.
Yeah, those are huge mistakes early in the game. Bucs could have seized control there, and now after a bad punt from Pinion, the Eagles will work from their own 18-yard line, it looks like. So big mistakes by the receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's open to just 2 plays in a row where silly stuff.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that will kill you if you're the Bucs. Obviously, offensively, a lot of good things so far, but just self-inflicted stuff. That's how the Eagles are going to stay in this game, Paul.
Yeah, and that was just a nice little, kind of looked like a now route, attack in the middle of the field. Kind of tend to be the soft spot in a lot of the coverages that the Eagles like to play. That quick underneath, right over the middle. And it's open. I mean, there's Leftwich did his job. Brady did his job. It's just the easiest part of the play, not able to execute.
It's frustrating because, as I tally it, that's already 4 drops in this one. And then you also count the catch Perryman made, then falls down on it. So it's a lot of negative plays that are completely self-inflicted. Nothing Philadelphia has done has phased the Bucs, especially in the passing game. It's self-inflicted stuff. And if you're trying to stay on schedule against this Eagles defense, those are just huge plays. You can't do that kind of stuff in a game. Like, this is the playoffs. This is the stuff they need to be better at. And they're not asking these guys to make big plays on the ball down the field either, Paul. They're asking them to make routine plays on underneath throws. And that's the kind of stuff that they're not able to do. So when you talk about the most disappointing aspect of this offense and this team, it's been the depth receivers and the depth tight ends not being able to step up. And we'll see if Brayton Howard offer a little more today, but killer not to have that drive. I mean, that would have been in Eagles territory. You're not that far from field goal range if Tyler Johnson makes that catch. And then a 31-yard punt by Pinion. We haven't talked about that much. He's been just so bad for this team at too many points this year. And now the Eagles have it at their own 19 instead of being well backed up. I mean, 19-yard, that's absurd. Why even punt at that point?
Exactly. Yeah. Like that's 4th and 3 right there is likely a should be go for it situation. And, you know, coaches or people who tend to be on the more conservative side always point to, other factors you got to consider. Is your offensive line doing this? Is the defensive line doing this? Well, it should also make you more aggressive then as well in certain situations if you are properly weighing all your options. And one of those considerations is the fact that Pinion's been terrible. So if the reward of a punt is less than it otherwise would be, then that should skew you to be more aggressive, right? This is absolutely one of those cases.
Yep. And Tyler Johnson, not only did he not catch it, he feels like he alligator armed it. He could have just kept running and he like stopped and tried to lean out instead of just continuing to run through the ball. It's just basic wide receiver instinctive stuff. And
that looked like Fournette giving him some words of advice there on catching.
It's frustrating. Those are routine stuff. Routine stuff should never happen at this point in the season. Here's Hurts. He's going to go zone read again, and this time they're going to get the Bucs. He's got Jordan Whitehead spinning around, and he's going to have about 8 yards there, it looks like. So maybe 9. So 2nd and short coming up for the Eagles.
That's a nice design by the Eagles where they get their tight end one-on-one blocking against Jordan Whitehead. For as great of a box player as Whitehead is, that's a massive size mismatch, and it's going to be too much for him to overcome. So if they're able to isolate DBs like that on the outside, the Eagles are going to be really tough to stop.
Oh, for sure. No question about it. Now 2nd and a long one for the Eagles from their own 28-yard line after the 9-yard gain by Hurts on 1st down. And the playbook's kind of open to you. You're on 2nd and 1. That's the other advantage of winning 1st down. Puts the defense kind of off balance in these situations. Hurts is going under center here on this play. Eagles working from 12 personnel. He's going to keep it and roll out to the left. Is he trying to throw here? And he does. He throws away, and there's a flag down too. And we'll see what this call is. That was kind of a weird play, wasn't it?
I have a feeling it might be an offside on the defense just from the way they were lined up. And that did look like some sort of broken play. I feel like Hurts expected one thing and the running back expected another, and it is offside on the defense.
Jason Pierre-Paul's back. You can always tell when there's neutral zone infraction or defensive offside, and they'll give the Eagles their first down of the game for free. Instead of it being 3rd and short, it is now. It's just lining up. It's not even that he moved. He just lined up wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, he did this last year on back-to-back plays. Pierre-Paul lines up offside a startling amount for a guy who's 33 years old. Like, it just makes absolutely no sense how that continues to happen. And here's the Eagles moving around some people pre-snap, again, working from 12 personnel.
Bucs crowding the box.
Yeah, and he's going to hand off Miles Sanders. He's going to try to run. He tried to juke outside. There was nowhere to go, and Whitehead drops him for a loss. 2 tackles for loss for Jordan Whitehead in this game. That's going to be a 5-yard loss. So 2nd and 15, back to the Eagles' 28-yard line. And I am not sure what Sanders tried to juke outside here, and there was just nowhere left to juke outside to. It didn't look like.
There's nowhere to go in any direction, really. Yeah. Excellent tackle by Whitehead. I mean, one-on-one, no support there as far as the tackle goes. To take a running back down in the open field, super impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And 2nd and 15 against the Eagles. These are the situations against some teams. This might be tough still. Against the Eagles, it's where you want them to be. Takes the run game, you would think, out a little bit here. And Hurts is going to pass short to Miles Sanders.
I'm not sure who that was.
Pressure. Yeah, I think it was Sanders, and he ducks out of bounds after a gain of about 9 there, it looks like.
I'm not sure who that was on the Bucs' right side of their defensive line, generating good pressure there despite the double team from both the left tackle and I think a tight end, but still able to collapse the pocket. Didn't end up having a huge effect on this play, but that was cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. So 3rd and 9 now coming up for the Eagles offensively after that 6-yard gain from their own 34. And so again, 3rd and 9, got to get off the field defensively in these spots. That's been critical for this Bucs team. They've struggled at times against certain opponents this season, but needs to be a place they win on in this game for sure. Joe Tryon-Schwenk is out there. We talked about it. When you can get them in 3rd and long, you open up packages for him to come into the game. No Vita Vea, Jason Pierre-Paul moving around pre-snap as well. 3rd and 9, Hurts takes the snap. He's back to pass. No pressure. He's got all kinds of time to play. Now he throws. Tryon Shoyinka tipped it and nearly intercepted by Jamel Dean. Tryon Shoyinka was in pursuit, threw his arms up, and knocked down the 3rd and 9 pass, and Dean almost picked it off the deflection.
I'm somehow quite a bit ahead of you now. But yeah, that was crazy. But I just want to point out a few things. So the Bucs gambling there by playing man coverage against a quarterback like Hurts, where you don't want your DBs to turn their backs to him, but to protect themselves, what they did is instead of having JTS pass rush, he's just spying Hurts the whole time. So they're banking that JTS can keep up with Hurts if he does decide to take off, and that's allowing them to play man coverage on the back end, which you otherwise, it's really not even an option against a guy like this.
Right, and Darden, for some reason, decides to field that kick. He does make the catch, but he's tackled immediately. And the Bucs will start from their own 30-yard line. So Bucs defense, only first down they've given up through 2 Eagles possessions is one off of a defensive offside penalty. So they have been stout for sure so far in this one.
Yeah, great day for the defense so far. Now, again, the offense has to keep it rolling. These drops, just self-inflicted mistakes.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's helped the Philadelphia defense so far. And they haven't done a single thing themselves yet. And
right. You're exactly right. That's been the whole story so far in this game for the Bucs offensive. They should have had that ball and kept moving, and instead they've already had 4 drops in this game. Talk about the effect, right, of losing a guy like Antonio Brown and Chris Godwin, and those are felt right throughout the context of games. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't be felt on these plays, and that's where we're getting it. Like against this defense on those plays. Yeah. You should not feel those losses in those situations. Like that should not be a big, when you get to the end of the road. Yeah. And there's tough man coverage defense. Like, sure, you feel that at some point, no question. That'll be something you have to overcome. Right. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be routine underneath wide open stuff for these guys. And that's where it gets troubling.
Here's the other consideration that kind of sucks to having those plays wasted on guys that are on plays where guys are wide open and dropping it. Those are schemed up wins. And now the defense is going to look at those plays and they're going to adjust. Right? You might not be able to call that exact same play and win schematically that same way again. So you kind of burned a very good X's and O's play, kind of, right? Like from Leftwich's point of view. So he did a great job of designing something open, and that might have been the one shot that they get at each of those plays using them, right?
Yep, for sure. So kind of the key so far to this one. Looks like JC said Tristan Wirfs' return to the sideline. He is in uniform still. But he doesn't look like he's coming back into the game here. So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't seem like he's on crutches or anything, or according to what JC said. So we'll keep you updated as much as we can as we learn whatever there is to learn in that situation. But yeah, this is obviously is Josh Wells out here right now to start this 3rd drive of the game for the Bucs offense. And so we'll see what happens here. Is Brady faking the handoff to Tyler Johnson, get a handoff instead of Keyshawn Vaughn, who runs way too tentatively and is only going to gain 2 yards. So, yeah, the 17-yarder to open things up. After that, Vaughn's next 4 carries, Paul, have gained just 9 yards. So, not great. Tristan Wirfs has his helmet on. He is trying to pass set and everything. He's clearly in pain. The fact that he's even out there trying makes me think perhaps the x-rays are negative and good indications there. As Brady back to pass, throws Rob Gronkowski, middle of the field, makes the catch, carries a guy with him for several more yards, and he's going to be a 13-yard gain out to the Bucs 45-yard line in a new 1st and 10. He's got to be big. We talked about it all week, Paul.
Man coverage from the Eagles, and Gronk on a whip route, just able to get in and out and beat his man one-on-one.
Yeah, little Avonte Maddox there too in coverage against Gronk. That's not going to go well for the Eagles. Avonte Maddox, one of the smallest DBs in the league. Here's Brady, middle of the field. Rob Gronkowski again hit there by McLeod for the safety for the Eagles. Is going to pick up 8 yards. So 2nd and 2, and they're in Eagles territory again at the 47-yard line.
Keeping that up tempo, really not getting into many huddles so far. The first 2 drives, Brady firing out signals left and right, getting the offense in what he wants.
Right. And the offense has a 2nd and 2 situation here. So playbook open to you, and they're going to throw. Brady pass. Tyler Johnson makes the catch. Good catch there by Johnson, and absorbs a hit to get down to the Eagles' 30-yard line. So 17-yard gain. Brady and the offense moving quickly now.
Heck of a throw in the seam, trying to lead him up, and they're faking a screen, And then both receivers, after making it on the outside, making it look like they're about to block, cut up field. They're trying to make it look like Gronk is going to slip underneath for a screen. So nice 1-2 punch there with a play that they called earlier, and then now calling the counter to it.
Yeah, for sure. Now Brady here working from the shotgun here, back to pass. He's going to throw over the middle of the field to Gronkowski, and that one's going to be incomplete. Gronk looked like maybe he wanted a flag there. Couldn't see it from the live shot. Yeah, 2nd and 10 from the Eagles 30.
Looked like he kind of got grabbed while the ball is in the air. Brady trying to attack the seams again.
Yeah.
By the way, it is interesting that they're sticking with this no huddle. It helped them a lot against Carolina because Carolina was using all these exotic fronts. Like they were giving all these crazy disguises pre-snap and then rotating into soft coverages after the snap. And then what the Bucs did is they started going up tempo. I'll talk about it after this play.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could see there, Gronk got his heel stepped on. He did get kind of grabbed around the race, but I think most of it was his heel got stepped on as the players were running. Here's Brady throwing. Mike Evans open. Got the first down. Tries to get away from a tackler and does, but now steps out of bounds, and he's going to be down to the Eagles' 14-yard line. Has the first down, 16-yard gain to Mike Evans.
And yeah, so when the Bucs started going no huddle against the Panthers had to simplify their defense. They weren't able to do all that crazy exotic stuff pre-snap. So when you give Brady a vanilla look, he's going to know exactly where to go. I mean, even if a disguise look, he's going to know. But the Eagles don't do all that type of disguise stuff. So that's why I'm kind of surprised that they're going as up-tempo as they are.
Nasty route for Mike Evans there. Almost made Avonte Maddox fall down. I've talked about it a lot. I think Evans' route running is probably his most just his separation quickness, I think, is probably one of his most underrated traits about him. Here's Brady on 1st and 10, throws. Mike Evans, that one was almost picked and undercut, but instead Evans makes the catch, getting upfield, and he's going to have 8 yards there. He gets down to the Eagles' 6-yard line, so 2nd and 2 there. The Eagles kind of jumped that one. Brady threw it high enough that I don't know if the defender he didn't even touch it. So
no, it wasn't as close as it looked, and Brady doing a good job of looking it off.
Yeah, and that's he just absolutely gambled on that one because you're right, Brady looked it off completely. Here's Bernard up the middle. A flag came in here, and this could be a killer. Let's see what this flag is here. This came in from the back judge, I believe.
Yeah, in the secondary somewhere. So it looks like the Bucs are walking back.
It was a 2nd and 2, and they got the first down. And this could be.
But that was a nice job by Brady on the play to Evans. He knew from pre-snap the coverage.
No, it's on the
soft.
Eagles. Sorry, Paul. It's on the Eagles. Defensive, too many men on the field. Go ahead. Sorry.
It was soft coverage. You could see it pre-snap. So Brady knows that he's going to Evans the whole time. He just needs to give Evans a second to set up. So Brady looks right after the snap and then fires out left. And it was the inside defender trying to get out there to try to intercept that pass. But realistically, he wouldn't have had a chance. And much less risky of a pass than it might have looked like initially.
Right. Here's 1st and goal for the Bucs offense now here. Appreciate this comment here from Joshua. I want to say I've been through 5 of these play-by-play channels on YouTube, and this is by far the best. Thank you. We appreciate that a lot, Joshua. It means a lot for sure. Here's 1st and goal for the Bucs offense from the 3-yard line. Brady takes a snap, handoff. Keyshawn Vaughn stumbles and gets down to the 1-yard line. So they're going to be close. 2nd and goal from the 1 now.
Look kind of like an awkward handoff there.
Yeah. They're so close. This might be sneak territory and just go for it on 2nd down. I'd line up quick and just go here. Eagles look tired.
I agree. Get under center, give Brady 2 plays, one of them being something like a handoff or a play action, and the second one being a QB sneak, and let him just decide right before the snap what he wants to do. Eagles really mugging up those A gaps, though. They don't want to give up the sneak here.
Yep, for sure. They look prepared for it, no question. Brady under center takes the snap, hands off Vaughn, touchdown. Easy stuff over the left side of the line of scrimmage. Good blocking up front. And the Bucs have extended their lead with the extra point coming, trying to take a 14-0 lead.
Buccaneers dominating both sides of the ball. Great game plan so far on both sides. A lot of what they're doing makes so much sense to just counter what the Eagles have done all year. And so far, we're not seeing the Eagles outside of themselves. They're really sticking to their identity, at least defensively, and it's not working. It's just not a good schematic matchup for them against Brady. And let's see if this changes. And now Jensen is down.
Yeah, and this did not look great. Just going to be honest, this did not look great. Jensen got rolled up on from behind. Something fierce. He's as tough as they come, but this one, he's punching the ground. This one looks bad. And the Bucs offensive line, as we mentioned, they've played together all season long, and they've been outstanding. And this one would move 2 players. Ali Marpet would likely go to center here, and then you'd have Aaron Stinney come in at left guard probably. And so they would be down 2 starters on the offensive line. The only game an offensive lineman has missed was Ali Marpet missed a game earlier this season. That's the only offensive lineman to miss a game so far for the Bucs this year. So it is just been that kind of year, Paul. Even when it goes well, it just doesn't matter. They just cannot get healthy, cannot stay healthy, and it takes a toll on you eventually. It really does.
Yeah, this might be just too much to overcome. Your 2 of your 3 best players on the offensive line, your 2 of your 3 best receivers, your best running back. There's only so much you can overcome.
Yeah, it gets very difficult for sure at this point to, obviously in this game, you like to keep this going. Defense, we talk about it so much. They've got to be great. If they're going to make a run in the playoffs, so many injuries on offense, defense has to be awesome for them to be able to do that in this year's playoffs. No question about it. And we'll see obviously what this injury to Jensen looks like. Probably encouraging that Wirfs is moving and doing stuff like on the sideline. I wouldn't think that if the x-ray showed something significant that he'd be doing that. There may need to be MRIs, but I would guess the initial stuff is somewhat encouraging for him. It's just a matter of, at this point, how much swelling and all those kinds of things. It's not long until the next game. And now you're losing 2 Pro Bowl players up front. Jensen apparently walked off on his own, isn't accepting anybody helping him there, but did get rolled up on. The replay did not do a good job of showing it. But you could see it out of the peripheral if you were looking for it, and I was looking for it. And so it looked pretty bad. He got rolled up on some fierce.
Expect the worst, hope for the best, right?
Yeah, no question about it. And so we'll see what happens now. The Bucs at least up 13-0, and the extra point coming here as they try and get Jensen off the field here. And now we'll see what can happen.
Okay, well, anyway, let's see how this next drive comes out. The Bucs, I think you said, have only given up 1 first down so far today on defense. Whitehead playing out of his freaking mind with 2 game-changing plays already through just the first quarter. Devin White looking a lot better just from a preliminary glance on TV. Curious to watch the tape, but he's taking that big step that we've been talking about that he needs to for this playoff run. And let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, for sure. No question about it. Jensen is walking on his own, but obviously not feeling that great. And you can see here Donovan Smith got knocked back and landed on Jensen's ankles. It looked like there. It kind of goes out of the view there for the replay, but you could see it didn't look good for Ryan Jensen. And so we'll see how his health is a factor moving forward. Obviously, as Ryan Suckup lines up for the extra point here for the Bucs. Trying to give them a 2-touchdown lead that they will need, by the way. They will need this advantage with players dropping like flies. And now you hope that the defense can do their part as Suckup sends the extra point up and good. So the Bucs are up 14-0. That's the good news. The bad news, Tristan Wirfs has gone down and Ryan Jensen has gone down with what looks like decently serious injuries for both of them. We'll have to see. We'll keep you abreast of those injuries as the game progresses, obviously. But the offense is hurting right now. It is Brady, Gronk, Evans, 3 of the original starters, and that's it on the offensive line, and that's it. Everybody else is backups that's out there, Paul. So right now, other than Brady, obviously. And so right now, that unit is definitely hurting. 5 new starters will be out there the next time they take the field. 5 guys who aren't typically starting for this team.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the combination of 5 will have played any snaps prior to this together this season.
They will not have, I'm sure, because, Jensen hasn't missed a snap he's missed only – I guess he's only would have gone out of games when they had the lead. He hasn't missed any real playing time due to injury this year. And so, And we'll see what happens. Will Hainsey come into the game at center now? Or that would seem really risky to me to put in. I mean, Marpet, you would imagine, is probably moving to center here. And so we'll see what happens. But the Bucs getting set to kick off here.
And we'll see if the defensive line gets more creative for the Eagles with moving guys around. Maybe you move Cox around to try to take advantage of some of those injuries.
Yep, no question about it. And now can the Bucs defense keep up this momentum that the offense is built with a 14-0 lead? They're going to have somebody hold the ball. Carlton Davis is going to hold this for the kickoff, it looks like. And they're having some issues getting lined up and kicking this thing because the wind is significant enough to be knocking it off the tee, it looks like. So Davis will hold it, and Pinion will kick off. Hainsey is warming up on the sideline, by the way. Good hold by Davis. Pinion says this was a high one, fielded at the 10-yard line. And Gainwell's going to bring it up, breaks a couple tackles. He's going to get to the 27. So a little better than normal starting field position for the Eagles. And it does look like Robert Hainsey, according to JC, is warming up on the sideline, snapping the ball. That's a bold move to put a rookie into a playoff game against two of the best defensive tackles in the league, especially a guy who's never really played center in the NFL. I don't know that I agree with that on its face. We'll see how that goes, but you can't. That guy touches the ball every single play, man. That's got to be a rock. That's got to be somebody you trust.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you can with Hainsey. I'm just saying, man, this is tough. And here's Hurts going under center. Kelsey snaps to him, and he hands off. Miles Sanders trying to run over the left side. Sue drags him down, but kind of pulls him forward for 2. He was hit at the line of scrimmage. They'll get just 2 yards, though. 2nd and 8 for the Eagles from their own 29.
Let's see if the Eagles stick with the run. I would expect them to continue with it for now. If this gets to, say, 21-0 halfway through the second quarter, that's when they really might start adjusting their strategy. But you would love to turn this Eagles team into a one-dimensional, drop-back only type of game or a type of team where Hurts is having to read things out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, get through his progressions, as opposed to zone reads, RPOs, where it's just 1, 2, take off. Make the decisions more complicated for him by by doing things schematically that you can do to make those decisions tougher, but 2, just with the game state. So if you're able to pull ahead, that'd be huge.
Right, obviously. So end of the first quarter, and the Eagles are going to have a 2nd and 8 from the 29. We come back. They are going to try and stick with the run, like you said, I'm sure, Paul. But obviously, if you're the Bucs, you'd love to add one more score there and then force them to start getting a little more pass heavy. Hizo says players need the opportunity to prove themselves. Give them a chance, John. I actually kind of like Hainsey. I feel like I would definitely give him a chance, but you've kind of gone into the year saying it would be like a redshirt year for him, and now you're throwing him into the fire against 2 of the best D tackles in the game, and Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave. And he's got to snap the ball. It's one thing if you're putting him in a guard. Okay, he's played tackle for all his snaps at Notre Dame came at tackle, right tackle. And so you're playing him at a position where he doesn't have to snap. It's still relatively similar if it's like right guard, for example. But now you're putting him in at center where he's not really he's not really snapped meaningful snaps in an NFL game that was still actually being competed in per se. And so, yeah, and he's not done with Brady. So that's huge too. There's a lot to factor in here, and big adjustments for Brady too. Now with protections, Jensen's probably one of those vocal centers in the league in terms of protections, along with Brady, obviously, those guys being on the same page. And Hainsey works like a dog, man. He works like crazy, no question about it. But this is a huge spot for a rookie. So I'm all about proving yourself. But yeah, this is a big spot to put him in. And Sting has gotten that opportunity to improve himself at guard.
Yeah, I don't think you were unfair at all. I mean, it's just an incredibly tough situation for him to go into. Yeah,
that's the thing. It's just it's a hard spot. Obviously, hope he does well, but somebody said it's time for the Hainsey physique. He's, Arians mentioned he's got to get stronger. That's a big part of his game. And so, we'll see how that obviously progresses for him. If he does indeed enter the game, we'll see. It looks like JC says Jensen is out of the tent and back over with the offensive line for the Bucs. So we'll see. He said, doesn't look like he's coming out. We'll see. His helmet. A warp switch went back in the tent, JC said. So
hang on. What does JC mean by this? Doesn't look like he's coming out. Does that mean it doesn't look like he's coming out to the field or out of the game?
Out of the game, I would assume. He said he's on the field. He's under the blue tent on the field.
So, well, no, but I meant literally on the plane.
I think my guess is he's still got his helmet on. I'll ask JC to clarify. Here's the Eagles on a 2nd and 8. Hurts takes the snap, fakes the handoff. They blitz, and the Eagles pick it up. Hurts throws down the field, incomplete. Good coverage there. Devin White was in good position on Dallas Goedert.
And that was
there. Made a good
pure man-to-man coverage across the board there. Eagles trying to go into that hip slot formation, putting 2 tight ends on one side, forcing the Bucs to declare their coverage pre-snap. You could see that it was man the whole way. So far, the Bucs have played a handful of snaps in man, maybe more than you would typically expect, especially against this type of quarterback, and it's worked out well for them.
Right. Yeah, you definitely wonder at what point if it hurts them at all. And also, was that the first blitz we've seen? I'm trying to think.
I didn't even notice if it was a blitz. I just had my eyes in the back in the secondary.
Yeah, and Winfield is in the slot now, and he's going to come. Pressure's going to come, and Hurts is going to step up in the pocket, and Winfield has him. Winfield has them wrapped up and they blow it dead. And there's a sack on 3rd and 8. It's 4th and 13, and the Eagles are going to punt it away from their own 24. Winfield beat the back in pass protection, and Hurts pulled the ball down. Looked a little bit lost. They're a little bit confused by what the Bucs were throwing at him.
This defense playing out of their mind so far, and yeah, the picture changed post snap. Bowles sending an exotic look there, showing pre-snap one thing, showing pressure, but then pressure didn't end up coming from where he showed it would. Instead, it's Winfield coming off from the slot, and Hurts hesitating, unsure, getting taken down.
Yeah, here's a bounce, and Darden fields it. He's going to cross the 30, and he's going to be hit and almost knocked down. Then he is knocked down. So he gained a few yards, then lost a few yards, and the Bucs will start from their own 31-yard line. It looks like on the 1-yard return by Darden, and Ryan Jensen is coming out onto the field. First dude out onto the field. This dude is a maniac, Paul. This guy cannot be stopped. He's unbelievable.
Don, this is that, just going back to that 3rd down play. We talked about this on the podcast as well. Simulated pressures. That was not a blitz on 4th down. That was a 4-man rush, but you had 2 DBs coming in on pressure, and multiple guys on the line of scrimmage dropping back into coverage. So again, sending a confusing look, making Hurts read it out. This is exactly what we talked about a couple of days ago with Mark, and so far Bowles doing an incredible job with this game plan, and players playing great football as well.
Right. Here's Brady under center, and Brady's going to come in motion here. 3 receiver set. Scotty Miller is in the game, top of the screen. Fakes the handoff for Brady, so it is a play-action pass. Has all day to throw. Throws, got Mike Evans for a big gain out to the 49-yard line, it looks like, of the Bucs, and that's where the Bucs will have a new 1st and 10.
Tyler Johnson lucky not to be called for a false start. He actually looked over to the side expecting a flag to be thrown. Lucky that it wasn't.
Wow. Good eye by you. I didn't see that. And Evans with the 18-yard gain there. And now it's 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line, it looks like, is where the ball will be spotted. Brady back to pass. Again, has time. Throws Mike Evans 9-yard catch. And they're going to be yards short of the 1st down. They broke on that one and just couldn't make the play.
Excellent timing play by both Evans and Brady. Both guys knowing exactly when the ball was coming out. Brady knowing exactly when Evans was going to cut, and Evans cutting exactly when Brady was going to throw. That's unstoppable.
Yep, nice comeback catch there. Slay was coming over the back of Evans. Good job to use his frame to box out. Here's a handoff. Keyshawn Vaughn slips a tackle and is going to get about 6-7 yards on the play, it looks like. And so they'll pick up the 1st down. Again, they're moving quickly. And they're going to be down to the Eagles 37, it looks like, after that run by Vaughn.
Vaughn with a second push didn't have a ton of great opportunities against the Panthers, but in situations where he had any sort of blocking, I liked what I saw from him. Good vision, good push, and good solid pass protection too.
For sure. Brady back to pass again. 4-man rush. Throws. Scotty Miller wide open. Has him. Scotty slips around a tackle and is going to pick up 8 yards. So 2nd and 2 from the Eagles 29-yard line coming up for the Bucs offense.
And this is, everything just clicking for this team so far. Jensen back out there, unbelievable. Scotty Miller getting some snaps.
Yeah, and we'll see, can they keep it up, right? The self-inflicted stuff's been the only things that have slowed the Bucs down all day. Can they keep eliminating those types of plays? Here's Brady. Handoff. Keyshawn Vaughn over the right side, tiptoeing, but now gets through. Good patience. Then he runs into Tyler Johnson's butt and knocks him down. And so it's going to be down to the Eagles' 23-yard line with a 6-yard gain.
Eagles trying to bait that. Obviously that was a run, but Eagles were trying to bait Brady into throwing an errant pass over to Evans. They showed one-on-one coverage and then rotated late to have a safety support there. Usually don't see that rotation as often as you see it the other way around.
Right.
We'll see if they try to mix it up more now.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady working from the shotgun. Vaughn's next to him in the backfield. 2 receivers to his left. Perryman out to his right. He throws out to Vaughn in the flat. Good block by Tyler Johnson, and Vaughn's going to pick up 5 or 6 down to the Eagles' 18-yard line. 2nd and 4 or 5 coming up here.
I didn't articulate that well. What I was trying to say is usually if you have a single high safety, you don't see a rotation from a single high into a 2 high as often as you see a 2 high rotate into single high.
Right. Yeah, good point and good observation. Here's Brady back to pass. Once again, throws middle of the field. Tyler Johnson's going to make this catch, and he's going to rumble down to the 5-yard line. So now Tyler Johnson stepping up a little bit on this drive with some good plays, and the Bucs are going to have a 1st and goal at the Eagles' 5. There's a 13-yard gain to Johnson.
Brady just completely surgical so far, 17 of 21. This is not the type of defense that you want to play against this guy.
Yeah, good job by Tyler Johnson there. Great route, quick separation, caught the ball, and then wrapped it up, protected it with both hands. And here's Brady on 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. He's in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff to Vaughn. Once Evans on the slant, Evans had it. It was right in his hands there, but that was tough coverage. Slay was all over it, and it's going to be incomplete. That would have been a tough combat catch. We have seen Evans make those, though.
Yeah, Brady counting on Evans to box out Slay, just using his body, and he kind of does, but Slay just with active hands getting in there. I think if Evans looks for the ball just maybe a millisecond or a couple milliseconds earlier, that might have been a touchdown. Evans kind of looked like he was just a tad late to get his head around, but I'm not blaming him for that play or anything.
Yeah, for sure. Now these are big plays. If you can get a 3-touchdown lead, it becomes really tough for Philadelphia. Bucs are going to motion Bernard in. Brady's going to hand off to jet pass, and he's immediately thrown down. That's going to be a loss of several yards. Ryan Kerrigan sniffed it out. They're going to lose 4 yards. So 3rd and goal from the 9 now for the Bucs offense. Tried to get a little bit cute, and it didn't work at all.
And by the way, you notice Brady's footwork there. Right foot forward, pre-snap, quick, immediate pass.
Yeah. Tricky run, too. Not good at all there on that play. That was just a weird – I don't know what that – I mean, Kerrigan wasn't even blocked, and they were hoping he'd just pinch down inside, I guess, too much and not realize the jet. But is Bernard the guy you want to run that with? That seemed really like a silly play call there by Byron Leftwich. Here's Brady back to pass on 3rd and goal, steps up in the pocket. Pressure's coming. He's going to be sacked. Back at the 16-yard line, Brady is dropped. It's going to be a combination of Barnett and Hargrave. And so the Bucs will attempt a field goal from the 16-yard line of the Eagles. So this is now going to be somewhat of a tough field goal. I mean, not a tough field goal. It's a very makeable field goal here, but 33 yards instead of a chip shot.
Right. Good coverage on the back end. I'm surprised that the Bucs have been in shotgun spread out as much as they have, especially when looking at that Week 6 game plan. I'll talk about that a little more after this point after touchdown.
So Suckup lines up for the field goal here.
Field goal, sorry.
You were hopeful.
Yeah.
Appreciate your optimism even on 4th and goal from 16. But here's Suckup. He bangs the field goal, and the Bucs are up 17-0. So a 3-possession lead still. That's still a great lead, obviously. You'd love to finish every drive in the end zone, especially when you're moving the ball like the Bucs did there. But the Eagles defense rises up, does just enough. And now this becomes a huge last 9 minutes, right? Because the Eagles, remember, they get the ball coming out of the 3rd quarter. If they were to drive and score here, they'd be fine. If they clock consuming drive, most of the drives aren't. When they do get a drive going, it usually is clock consuming. Bucs defense, they're going to got to be ready. Eagles are going to pull out the punch on this drive, right? They're going to try and go a haymaker, get a chunk play. They're going to try their trick play, whatever they've been holding on to. They know it's do or die time now. They got to get a score.
Yeah, I totally agree. But so far, so many great signs from the defense. Whitehead playing great. Devin White so far I hate to say these things by just watching it on TV, but so far playing his best as well as he's played all year.
Who's that?
Devin White.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Playoff White.
Yeah, exactly. He had a great play in coverage, great plays against the run, had that half sack earlier. I don't know if you count that as a sack on the zone read, but anyway, what I was going to say about the offense in Week 6, it was a pretty run-heavy game plan, which makes sense against this type of defense, and a play-action-heavy game plan. And the way they did both those things was going under center, 2 tight end looks, play action, blah, blah, blah. And instead today, it's been very shotgun and spread out. I'm not criticizing the decision whatsoever. Obviously, the game plan on offense has been tremendous so far. It's just interesting that they decide to attack this way and not use a ton of play action this time around, as opposed to what they did last time with more under center, more play action, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. No question. And that was kind of a no resistance drive. Brady, by the way, 18 of 23 for 152 yards. I'm trying to think, Paul. You could make an argument that Evans, I wouldn't call it a drop necessarily, but it was right on the money. That pass that would have been touched on the end zone with Slay on him. I mean, that's a tough catch, but again, that's one that we've seen him make a lot.
It was a great throw still.
Right, exactly. It's right on the money. Then you've got 2 that went through Perryman's hands or off his hands. Tyler Johnson dropped one and Gio dropped one. That's 5. That's 5 incompletions, and he's only got 5 incompletions on the day. So Brady, 152 yards. He's taking what the Eagles have for him, but they've gotten a couple chunk plays from the teens too on the outside.
That's the perfect does a great job of summarizing why this defense is not a great matchup for Brady, because again, this defense is banking on the quarterback making a mistake. Instead, like you just pointed out, Brady has made the perfect decision on basically every single play, right? Like it's pretty great. Even the incompletions, he's made the right decision every single time.
Mhm.
And that's how good this guy is. Like he's just a phenomenal decision maker. So to me, I really, as a defense, would want to challenge the receivers more as opposed to challenging Brady. And the way you do that is with man coverage. But kind of like Ben Solak talked about on the podcast on Pewter Report last week, the Eagles just don't really have the horses to do that, even against this banged up wide receiver unit.
Yeah, here's the Eagles kickoff to the 1 yard line by Pinion, so they will allow a return. And Grant Stewart's right down there, drops a man at the 16-yard line. Ross Cockrell in on the tackle as well. Grant Stewart is quickly becoming an elite special teams player for the Bucs. We kind of thought when he was coming out, this guy, Mr. Irrelevant, might actually become a really good special teamer, even if his defensive upside is limited. And sure enough, he's done that this year. He's like double the next closest player for the Bucs in terms of tackles on special teams this season. Real quick, a couple comments, Paul. Jason says, Brady is shredding. Mike Evans playing smart, and we appreciate that $5 super chat here. Jason, this is great stuff. And then I know we got another one down here too. We'll try to get to it before the Eagles next plays. The Eagles have a man down on the field on special teams. But we appreciate that. By the way, if you're jumping in the chat and you're in here, please hit the like button on the stream today. That helps us a lot. If you hit that like button, give us the thumbs up on the show. That helps boost our YouTube SEO. We're hoping to get out to even more people. If you haven't yet, subscribe to, that would be awesome. But please give us a like or a thumbs up on the show. We'd really appreciate that as well. Bill Orr with a $2 super chat. We greatly appreciate this. Is Leftwich actually ready for a head coach job? And he might be saying this tongue in cheek here. I'm not sure what his meaning is, but it is so funny to me that the life of a play caller, Paul, is just like, oh, this team's great until a play call that you question comes up. And then it's like, wow, this deep play caller is killing this team. Like, it's like, oh, he's done all the stuff that's designed it to wear them to get 17 points in this first half. But I get it. I didn't like that second down play call either, if that's where the frustration's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't know what the thought process was. There might have been something that he saw on tape where that play made perfect sense. And then when they lined up, it was actually slightly different look. Or, I mean, it could be a billion different things that happened there.
Right. That's true. Good point. I think the play itself could work in certain situations. I don't know if Giovanni Bernard's the guy to run it with. He's not that fast. And you want that. Like, you want that guy basically as a blur passing, and you have fast guys. Like, that's one thing you still have. So,
right. I mean, maybe Scotty Miller, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Scotty or Perryman or somebody like that could be an option. Again, Brady's shredding. I don't think you need to get cute. That's my big thing. Like, you don't need to get creative. Like, just
that's true.
Let him shred.
I mean, but I think like using Scotty on something like that makes a lot of sense because it's you're coming out empty, right? You're not threatening run with at least how you're lining up. And if you do want to threaten run by just having a running back out there, you could still use Gio as a blocker on the outside, which he's good at, right? And then Scotty takes the handoff and he's the guy just carrying the ball. And like you said, you want a lot of speed in that situation, and there's no one faster on the offense than him.
Right. How they finish this first half will be critical. This is a big one, Paul, because we've seen the defense, we've seen them get good glimpses of play from them, dominant glimpses of play for them. Yeah. But a full game like this, especially a full half like this, they can get the ball back to this offense. It feels like the Eagles could be in real trouble going into halftime of this game.
They could. They also have a double up opportunity here if they're able to put together a really slow drive and score, and then get the ball back in the second half. So, actually, more time left in the second quarter than I realized. I thought we were closer to about 7-6 minutes. Pivotal moment here. I mean, the Eagles either get back in the game in a huge way, or the Bucs really start putting it away.
Absolutely, and the Eagles are going to line up here in 12 personnel on 1st and 10 from their own 17-yard line after the Grant Stewart special teams tackle. Hurts is going to fake the handoff, keep it himself. Whitehead fell down on the perimeter, and now Hurts is going to pick up about 11 yards before he gets out of bounds. So the Eagles get out to their 28-yard line and a new set of downs.
It's that quarterback run game that's so hard, right? And I think that might have been a zone read. Correct me if I'm wrong there, with Hurts is deciding whether to hand it off or keep it himself.
Yeah. Whitehead got smacked by Landon Dickerson on that play, I think. And so they're going to try those zones. They're going to keep running the football. No reason not to now at this point. It's not like the clock is a huge factor. 17-0. If you mount a drive here and score, you're fine. And so you need to just stay within your own game if you're the Eagles, in my opinion.
The Eagles spreading the Bucs out here.
Right. Hurts is going to take the snap, fake the handoff in this situation. Winfield almost hit the ball. Quez Watkins makes the catch in the flat, but Dean is going to run him out of bounds.
Jamel Dean, great job holding his ground and just forcing the receiver out of bounds, not giving up anything there. Excellent job by Dean. Great to see him back and healthy. He's He's had such a good year.
Yeah, he has. Just playing right through that block by Devontae Smith, keeping that outside leverage and being able to run Watkins out of bounds for no gain. So 2nd and 10 now coming up for the Eagles from their own 28-yard line. And that's when the Eagles, they want to throw on first down, right? But it just, when they do and they don't get anything, then it becomes hard, and the play sequencing just looking tough. Try and shrink it, tip that one, it looked like, but it's still caught by Gainwell, who twists through some tackles for 3 yards. So 3rd and 7 coming up here for the Eagles offense from their own 31-yard line. Try and Schwenke has almost picked that pass off the edge a couple times now.
John, going back to that first down play where Dean forced the receiver outside. So is Dean's responsibility there basically to keep that outside leverage and force the receiver to cut back inside if he wants to, where Dean has support from his teammates?
Correct. Yep. Safety should be filling the alley. Linebackers are coming over. You'd hope in that situation, guys filling from zone. You just can't let them outside of you in that situation. Now here's 3rd and 7 for the Eagles from their 31-yard line. Hurts back to pass. Bucs sending pressure, and it's picked up. Hurts is going to throw over the middle of the field, has Goddard for the first down. He carries Devin White with him for a few more yards. So 16-yard gain for Goddard, and the Eagles get to their own 47. I believe this is the furthest they've gone offensively in this game so far.
I believe so. Yeah, so far their longest drive, it's got to be. Had very little going for them so far. And another exotic look there with Winfield blitzing from the secondary.
And that's where I just get, again, I don't think you need pressure on 3rd and 7. You just need to play coverage, and that's where I don't like what Bulls are going to eventually do. I think the Eagles will adjust to that as Hurts keeps this one and is going to gain 6 yards around left end. So a good gain for Hurts on first down there. And so they're in 2nd and 4 now, and they're in Bucs territory for the first time all game at the Bucs 47-yard line.
Yeah, and I agree with you, John. I like the simulated pressures where you're sending 4 more than I like the actual blitzes where you're sending more than 4. I don't think it's necessary against this team.
Right. Completely agree. Eagles trying to move fast here now. 2nd and 4 and pressure from Winfield, and Devontae David almost picked it off. He threw it into the ground. David tried to make a diving play and go down and dig it out, and he couldn't pull the ball out there, and it goes incomplete.
Yeah, it hurts on an RPO, just trying to get rid of it. And Levante David, what a monster. He's just in position anyway. Oh. And that's what we mean when we talk about how smart David is as a player, right? Just inexplicably in the right spot every single time. You know, Hurts is trying to throw the ball away, and Levante David is somehow there anyway. Almost gets an interception. Just a total game changer on defense. I mean, to me, he's the most important player on that side of the ball.
Yeah, no question. He's had a big impact already in this one. 3rd and 4 for the Eagles. Got to think this is 4th down, go for it territory if they don't lose yardage here. Hurts back to pass, has tons of time. Offensive line's doing a great job. Floats one, and that's not close to anybody. Tried to get Goddard, but Whitehead and Edwards were all over it. And you would imagine 4th and 4 here from the 47 down 17-0. Eagles probably going to go for it here, right?
I would think so. And more man coverage there from the Bucs. Devin White doing a great job keeping up with Kenneth Gainwell, the running back who they're using out wide. They're first starting on one side of the formation, sprinting him all the way across to the other side. And you saw Devin White follow man coverage across the board. Bucs styling, using it more this game, it looks like, than they've kind of tended to use it throughout the season, having success.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like there's going to be a timeout out here. It looks like the Bucs calling. That's what the graphic's saying here. So Bucs calling a timeout, trying to get themselves situated here on 4th and 4. This is an obvious go for it situation for the Eagles. I mean, probably even if you're not down 17-0, but down 17-0. But this seems like a massive play in the game. If Bucs can make a stop, they get the ball back, great field position, opportunity to get another couple points on the board, maybe another touchdown on the board before the half. And just, I mean, you got to be dejected if you're the Eagles.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this is the game. You know, I think a lot of people intuitively don't like the idea of kind of putting the game up for grabs right now. But your goal shouldn't be to prolong the amount of time that your win probability is non-zero. It should be to maximize your chances of winning. Right. So that might mean you basically lose the game in the second quarter, but it still might be ultimately the chance or the play that gives you the biggest chance of winning the game in the end.
Right. And 4th and 4, don't jump. That's the biggest thing. And don't line up offside and don't jump. Those are the biggest, most critical things, I think, at this point in time. Here's Hurts back to pass. Bucs send late pressure. Hurts throws the middle of the field. Outside of the field. And Goddard makes the contested catch against Levante David for 10 yards on 4th and 4. So the Eagles convert and they get to the Bucs 37-yard line. Again, I don't understand the pressure. I get spying with JTS. You don't need the pressure. It's 3rd and 4. You make the answers too easy for him, trying to play man coverage. I get it. It's tough. But Goddard's a really good player, man. Asking that of Vontae David is tough in those situations, I think.
I don't even mind the man coverage one-on-one there. I just don't like the blitz.
Yeah, I don't like the blitz. I just wish, again, they send the blitz and Hurts steps up in the pocket, has some time, gets away from Winfield, throws, incomplete. Dude is wide open over the middle of the field.
Wide open.
All by himself. Nobody within 20 yards of him.
Yeah, and that blitz didn't generate a ton of pressure. I mean, Winfield almost got there, but the running back did a good job of getting in the way, and then Hurts an even better job of getting out of the way, stepping up and creating more time. Goddard wide open, Hurts with an accurate pass, maybe a few inches high, but I mean, really, that's on nobody but Goddard. That's an accurate pass.
So here's 2nd and 10 now for the Eagles offense.
Lucky break for the Bucs defense.
Yeah. They're at the 37-yard line here. 5:26, by the way, left in the second quarter. Get a handoff. Sanders running over the right side, tries to bounce outside. Bucs have a corral. Devin White's there for the stop. He tried to get away, but Devin White flew up and smacked him. And so 3rd and 11 coming for the Eagles offense now. And this is a huge play. Can't even a field goal range here for the Eagles, or where they're trying to get. Obviously, they'd like to get this first down, but this is a huge play coming up for the defense because right now they're at the Bucs 38.
Yep, 3rd and 11. They're in this kind of no man's land where it would be a difficult field goal attempt, especially in these wind conditions, and it would be too far to go for it as well if they're not able to gain at least 6-7 yards here.
Right.
Huge play.
Right. Here's Hurts from the shotgun. Going to take the snap back, 4-man rush, and they throw Miles Sanders on the screen. Antoine Winfield makes the stop, and Devin White's there as well. What a great play by Winfield and White. And White is playing his best game of the season with Levante back in the lineup. It's 4th and 10 from the Bucs 37.
Great play by both guys closing in. Devin White reading it out the whole way. The Eagles, they're trying to set up 4th and manageable with that play. They're not trying to just pick it up. They were literally just trying to set themselves up for a 4th down attempt. Unable, and what they're going to still go for it on 4th.
I was going to say they're probably still going to go for it. 37-yard line. You can't really
exponentially more difficult.
Right. 4th and 10 now from the Bucs 37. Yeah, punting here is tough. So it's too long for a field goal, 54 yards. So Hurts back to pass. Barrett trying to give pressure, but tons of time. Throws. Carlton Davis breaks it up, almost picked it off. Thought he squeezed it for a second there, but Carlton Davis breaks it up, and the Bucs are getting the ball back.
This defense, I mean, they're playing at a different level so far today, John. This is a whole different type of defense than we've seen for most of the year.
Is going to get flagged here for taking his helmet off after the play. It should be after the turnover on down, so it'll affect the offense. Still Bucs ball. But you got to know better than not taking your helmet off on the field of play, man. Like you don't see Carlton Davis make dumb penalties like that very often, but it's going to be after the Bucs after the Bucs already turnover on downs. It's going to be after, so it will just affect the offense. It'll back up the offense, which is still big, and Todd Bowles is upset.
Yeah, that is definitely a big change in field position from going from just a little bit behind midfield to I think they're going to be around. Where would they be now, John?
Now they'll be at their own 22, I believe.
Yeah, so pretty big. Okay.
So 15-yard loss in field position, Plenty of time. Obviously, you have 2 timeouts, so plenty of time to add points and get points on the board. Obviously, you'd like to see him not make a dumb mistake, but what a great play in coverage, man. Closed on that route in a hurry and should have had a pick there, to be honest.
J.C. Allen saying Wirf's back in the game.
What? Oh, my goodness. Tristan Wirfs sat out a couple possessions. It looked bleak. And now you're saying Wirfs is coming back in this situation, and you just hope he's okay.
Yeah, you really hope so. I mean, I would really rather them play it safe. I mean, even be overly cautious if you need to. So I hope this means he's totally good and not just fighting through it and barely getting out there, kind of like JPP was for most of the season.
Right. Wow. Tristan Wirfs back on the field.
These guys are warriors, man. Jensen, Wirfs. I mean, this offensive line is incredible. It's incredible.
And they can put the game. You would think this is dangerous, like put the game out of reach territory. Obviously, we're up 28-7 last time. So you're up 21 points. And the Eagles came back, obviously still lost the game.
But honestly, that last game was never close. Like even with the score.
It got close, but I mean, they had to convert that 3rd down to not get the Eagles the ball back with a chance to win the game late. So I mean,
Right.
But it never felt that close. Yeah.
No, like,
two pass interference gave the Eagles like the ball 50
Exactly.
yards further downfield in first and goal situations. That made a big difference.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, you definitely can. I would say you can kind of start putting the game away here. Still a little too much time left to really have the game away, but huge opportunity. If you can put together another methodical drive, again, look out for what do the Eagles do? Do they start playing more man coverage? Because they haven't really done that so far outside of one or two plays. Are they still playing their quarters coverages, their soft cover two? What do the Eagles do? And the Bucs, do they just start leaning on the run a bunch here, or do they continue to let Brady cook? Because that's kind of been the answer so far. And to me, I still let Brady do his thing. He's just looked unbelievable so far, making all the right decisions, yet to really make a mistake this game.
Yeah, no question about it. I would just honestly let him go for it. Somebody mentions the Bucs have missed multiple picks. He's right. The Bucs have had a couple opportunities to pick Levante, Jamel Dean, and now Carlton Davis. They've had probably 3 opportunities for picks. I don't think it's killed them or anything, but this game could be even uglier if they catch a lot of those. And Tristan Wirfs is out there. Devin White balling, $10 super chat from Cody. Greatly appreciate that, Cody. Great call. Devin White absolutely is balling, no question about it. And here's the Bucs on 1st and 10. Vaughn is going to get the handoff, and he's stuffed. Loss of 1 on the play for Vaughn, and Wirfs is still limping. You got to get him out of the game. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, this is silly. He's trying to play, and he's trying to tough through it, but he's clearly not himself. Like,
yeah, even after the play, they're just kind of limping back to the huddle. I don't like that any sense at all. I
also don't understand why you're running the ball here. Like, just doesn't. I don't get it. Just throw it. Throwing it incredibly successfully all day. Here's Brady back to pass. 2nd and 11 now, and he throws, and it's a 4-yard catch to Vaughn. So 3rd and 7 coming up from the Bucs offense. Wirfs testing it out there, but doesn't look like himself for sure. Trying to pass that on that sore ankle. Eagles run a game, and Wirfs picked it up actually really well there.
But the last thing you want to do is have Wirfs play through it and make it worse and make it more sore for next week. Like, if he's able to play right now, you'd think that if he just rests, he's definitely playing next week, right? So
you'd think. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, I shouldn't even. Yeah, I have
no clue. All right, so here's the Bucs up 17-0 here, 2:36 left, and Eagles coming, bringing pressure, and Wirfs got ran right through. You got to get him out of the game. This is absurd. Like, this doesn't make any sense at all. Brady sacked, and he's down in the field.
And now he's slow to get up.
Yeah, I just don't understand why he's out there in the game, and this is just going to – I know he's trying to be tough, but you got to protect him from himself, like in these situations. I mean, you never see that happen to Wirfs when he's healthy. Never.
Right.
Never in 2 years. So get him off the field.
And he's limping off with the help of Donovan Smith and Ryan Jensen by his side.
Yeah, this is dumb. It doesn't make any sense
that's
at
Kappa,
all. This is happening. Yeah. And again, like this is the kind of stuff, whether like it or not, it's going to bring back the questions about the coaches. We've outlined how this is something that they've stayed away from, but you cannot put a player back in there when this is where they're at. Like, you just can't do it. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but definitely, in order for him to be there, the medical team has to have cleared him. The trainers do. But I would be surprised if we see him out there on the next offensive possession.
Yeah, it makes no sense to have him out there. Poor decision. And now the Bucs are going to punt it away. Their first punt of the game, right? No, they had a punt. Pinion had the bad punt from the 50. Yeah, that's right. Second punt.
Yeah, it was a 3-and-out on the second possession.
So Brady's been sacked twice in this game, even though protection in general has been good. It's just been, now this is a bouncing punt from Pinion. Stewart's down there, and he runs Rager out of bounds. The Eagles are still going to have great field position at their own 39-yard line, it looks like. So good field position for the Eagles, and that was a 50-yard punt with the bounce there.
Both sacks coming on 3rd down, where Brady just knows that there's no loss to just holding the ball and not forcing something. One in the red zone where nothing was open, and 2 there. No point in forcing it, but to me, both punts have also come off of series where the first down play was a run, right? Actually, wait, that red zone one might not have been, but in that situation there, like, it's the sequencing that's not setting themselves up well. Like, you don't want to be in these 2nd and longs and consequently 3rd and mediums to longs all the time.
Right, for sure. So 1st and 10 now for the Eagles from the 39-yard line. Hurts is going to fake the handoff, and it looks like he's setting up a screen. Jason Pierre-Paul missed knocking the ball down, and now Dallas Goedert's off and running. And they thought they had him down, and they didn't. Goddard still going, and Levante David trying to bring him down, and horrible tackling for the Bucs. But Goddard gets a big gain. There is a flag down. We'll see what this call is.
Huge run. I mean,
they're deep in Bucs territory, though, if it holds up.
Holding against the Eagles.
Wow, that's going to bring it back. The Eagles with a hold, and this one will back them up. That was their biggest play of the game.
Oh, and it's Kelsey getting around that collar of Jordan Whitehead.
Oh, that's
not a lot.
Call. My gosh, that's a terrible call.
Yeah, Whitehead.
What in the world is that call?
Extremely lucky for the Bucs. That is not a good call.
Wow, that is a really bad call.
It looked like he was maybe about to grab him down from the collar, but Kelsey kind of just lets go pretty quickly, and Whitehead was already falling down.
Yeah, bad call, but Bucs benefit.
Yeah, and they have not benefited much from officiating this year, but getting a lucky one there. That was going to entirely flip field position.
That was going to flip a lot, and now
the
Eagles will be backed up here. We'll see where they end up spotting everything. The officials talking out. Now, did somebody call timeout? I don't know why they're stopped here. But anyway, Bucs lead 17-0. Clock is nearing the 2-minute warning mark. Eagles still have 2 timeouts there. And so Eagles should be in a 1st and 20 situation, I would think. I don't know why it's taking them a while to.
I think it's 1st and 10 because the hold might have been after they picked up the first down.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, I just don't know exactly where the hold occurred.
Yeah, and so the Bucs trying to keep the Eagles from going back-to-back here. Remember, this is huge for the Eagles that they got that quick 3-and-out defensively because they get the ball back with a chance to score here and then score coming out of the second half. It's a totally different game. If Bucs hold them here, then you love going in the half, even if it's just a 17-0 advantage. So it's a big possession for the defense here.
Definitely is, yeah.
And it is down to the 2-minute warning, I believe. Is that why we're stopped? Did it end up getting down to? It did end up getting down to the 2-minute warning. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the Eagles are going to be at their 39 anyway. So they basically they're going to be. It's like that play never happened. Basically.
Right.
0 yards, 1 play, except it's a first down still.
And the Eagles now, how do they manage this 2-minute drive? So a lot of their success, right, has come off of zone reads, off like a toss crack. It's not been a lot of stuff through the air. Hurts is averaging very little on a per attempt basis. So do they continue kind of running even with so little time left and stick to their normal offense, or do they try to go into more of a 2-minute offense?
Yeah, I mean, you have timeouts, and I don't know.
To me, you just run your normal offense here. You're on your own 39 because you can run your normal offense with a bit of tempo if needed. And like you said, you have all 3 timeouts. So I wouldn't start just airing it out. I would just kind of play, same normal game script, but with faster tempo.
Right. Okay, so the Eagles got the 1st and 10, and they're at their own 39-yard line when they start this drive now. So it was a 32-yard gain for Goddard, called back due to holding, but they started from their own 39, and they'll get 1st and 10 from their own 39 here because they'd already picked up 10 yards, I guess, on the play when the hold occurred. So Hurts takes the snap from the shotgun, going to roll out, going to throw the wide receiver screen to Devontae Smith. He's going to pick up a decent gain, and now flag comes in, and we'll see what this call is. This one looks like it's going to be – Bucs are pointing at the Eagles as if it's against the Eagles here, and it looks like it will be. I think somebody started blocking early.
That could be
Bucs got called for this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. But so far, look at how the Eagles have attacked. It's pass interference offense. So yeah, you're right. He did just start blocking too early. That's what that call means in on that type of play. Walk-ins on the early block. But look at how the Eagles have attacked, John. It's been everything to the perimeter. Their runs, their screens. They're not challenging the Bucs up the middle, and understandably so with Vita Vea and all those big bodies there. Instead, they're trying to just get to the perimeter. But when they've tried that, for the most part, it's been Devin White, Jordan Whitehead, and Winfield doing a great job of rallying. on the outside and still not letting them get anything. And now the Eagles in a very difficult 1st and 20 on their own 29-yard line.
Right. 154 left in the first half. Eagles trail 17-0. And the Bucs still with 2 timeouts here too. That could be a factor depending on how these next couple plays go. Hurts from the shotgun, back to pass. Bucs send 5. It's picked up great. And he throws down the field, and it's going to be incomplete. Good job by Jamel Dean elevating, and Jordan Whitehead as well. They doubled up on Goddard there and knocked that ball down. So it is 2nd and 20 for the Eagles from their 29-yard line.
Yeah, trying to get him to throw it hot, throw it quick so you can rally.
Great zone eyes by Jamel Dean. Did you see that? Pass off the post and pick up. It looks like they ran post wheel. Or no, man, it's just a corner route. It's just a corner route. They broke out and Dean came off the vertical. Good zone eyes.
It's like a flat 7 type of idea, except it's not a flat. It's more like an out.
Right. So here's Hurts on 2nd and 20 from his own 29-yard line. Big couple plays here. 148 left in the first half. Hurts fake standoff's going to keep it himself on his zone read. He's got tons of space coming up and trying to force him to the boundary. There was Winfield, I believe, and Hurts is knocked out of bounds, and he's going to – and the ref goes down on the sideline. He slipped and went down hard on his butt, and so it's 3rd and 11 for the Eagles from their own 38-yard line.
And by the way, going down to that first down blitz is kind of interesting. The meta in the NFL, first down has become way more of an exotic blitz down. The way third downs, how we've often thought about third downs, coordinators are starting to bring their third down packages on first down more often, treating it as a pass down, and then trying to get the offense into these difficult 2nd and long, 3rd and longs, as opposed to what they used to do before, which is play more conservative on first down.
Right. Bucs just pressuring with 4 here on 3rd and 11. Hurts steps up in the pocket, hit by Pierre Paul, throws down the field, but a dude's wide open there, and he has a big gain. It's Quez Watkins. Whitehead makes the tackle, but they're down to the Bucs 27-yard line on the big passing play, 35 yards. So they overcome the back-to-back penalties, and they get a 1st and 10 down to the Bucs 27. And all of a sudden, this is a huge moment in the game for the Eagles.
Hurts delivering a strike while getting smoked.
Yeah, great. Pierre Paul hit him, but man, pass rush has not come home. The 4-man rush has been a struggle, and Hurts throws underneath Devontae Smith with the catch of 6 yards, and 2nd and 4 from the Bucs 21 coming up here. Clock is winding as that tackle was in bounds.
Man, 3rd and 11, game-changing play.
Yeah, 3rd and 11, got to get off the field in those spots. Here's 2nd and 4. Hurts from the shotgun, takes the snap. They are going to send pressure now. Gets picked up. Now White has him flushed out. Hurts throwing. Picked off. Intercepted with a pick at the goal line. What a play by Mike Edwards, the Bucs leader in interceptions this season with 3, gets his 4th in the playoffs, and the Bucs will take over on offense with 43 seconds left in the half.
A part of the Bucs' big nickel package with 5 DBs, but one of those DBs being a safety instead of an extra corner. And Mike Edwards just all he does is make plays, man. And who was that on the outside? Actually fell down.
Dean
Jamel
got
Dean
beat, fell down. Edwards came over and saved
that
the
was
day.
A touchdown, John.
That's
Smith.
a touchdown for sure. Dean got beat on the double move, fell over.
Oh my God! And where do they spot this ball now
What
for the
an
Bucs?
unbelievable
Is it on the 1
play.
or is it a touchback?
Right now, it's a touchback. Wow, Mike Edwards just saved the day.
Holy, absolutely game-saving or game-changing at the very least. That's a change from 17-7 to 17-0. Literally just took 7 points off the board with that play. And it is a touchback. Bucs going to start on their own 20-yard line.
And we'll see how aggressive are the Bucs now here in this
This is going to be a run.
Obviously, a big lead. I'd love to see him be aggressive, but they are going to run it with Giovanni Bernard and not try to do much. Bernard, good run there. And they get about 7 yards maybe.
You could tell it's going to be a run just from Brady's footwork and
they're
Miller
just
dinged up.
Oh, and now 35 seconds left. Did the Eagles call timeout here?
I think the Bucs had to burn one because Miller's staying in the game, but he's limping around.
Oh, he is limping. You're right. The Bucs just run it and then call timeout? Why would you waste a play?
Some of their clock management, John, has been really bad at times. Like, it just makes no sense.
I'm just so confused.
And it was the Bucs that used a timeout.
Like, what's the point of the timeout if you're not going to go on first down? You have 40-some seconds left. Like,
you're trying to tell me that 5 yards on first down is what's going to make the difference in your strategy here? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And if you're going to go, then just go on first down. Like,
exactly.
the whole approach makes just absolutely no sense at all. Completely illogical. And now they're going to throw. Brady takes the snap, back to pass, throws in the flat to Gronkowski, who makes the catch just a couple yards. He's not going to get the first down, and he's not going to get out of bounds either. So,
and there's 31 seconds left. Like, what?
Or did he get out of bounds? I don't think he did. He went backwards out of bounds, but they gave him the out of bounds. That's a mistake by the officials, I think.
Why did you think he wouldn't be, John?
You can't go backward out of bounds. If your forward progress is stopped inbounds and you get knocked out of bounds going backward, then you're not out of bounds. He got hit inbounds and got stopped, and then it was out of bounds. But he didn't come forward again after he got hit. You have to be going forward. You can't be going backwards once you enter out of bounds. Here's Brady on 3rd and 2, and Josh Wells just got lit up and Brady got sacked. Just absolutely lit up by Ryan Kerrigan. And the Bucs are going to we'll see. Now the Eagles are going to get another chance. Just a completely nonsensical approach by the Bucs offensively. And this is what we mean when we say just this team cannot. I mean, that is a absolutely no contest pass protection rep from Josh Wells. My gosh, like that is pitiful. And that's what we mean when we just say, like, this team can't get out of their own way. Like, you think about the only time they've struggled in these games when they do this stuff to themselves. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, whether it's the drops early or like just what is the approach there? You get 5 yards on first down, then you call timeout. 5 yards made you want to go now, and well, why? Right. It doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
Either just go from the outset or don't at all.
Yeah.
And now the Eagles are going to have time. I don't get it. Makes no sense.
Yeah, really bad clock management there.
Here's Pinion, 27 seconds left. The Eagles got one timeout. Bunts this one away, and that one's going to take a good Bucs bounce. Another really good Bucs bounce. It's going to roll down inside the Eagles 20. That's a great punt from Pinion. 61-yard punt. Boomed it over the return guy's head, but great job by the Gunners, too, for the Bucs. Delaney and Scotty Miller were down there so fast, there was no blocking at all. If he would have tried to field the ball at all, they would have been in position to make a play. And so the return man kind of shied off of it, Paul, and now the Eagles are going to start from their own 19-yard line. So big punt from Pinion.
And
frustrating stuff lately by the offense, but the Eagles are going to have a hard time putting points on the board here.
Yeah, I think they're probably just going to run this one out.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left, one time out. They kind of need all the opportunities they can to try and get points, but this is a tough spot. Hurts is going from the shotgun here.
See if it's another zone read.
Yeah.
No.
And Hurts, Anthony Nelson's in his face. He was unblocked. And Dean's coming up, makes the tackle on Gainwell. No gain, and that probably does it for the half. Great play by Jamel Dean. Really good first half by Jamel Dean, and they'll go to the half. Bucs up 17-0. Jalen Hurts, 88 passing yards. Bucs offense sputtering a little bit there at the end of the first half, a couple 3-and-outs, but they've been pretty sensational. Brady 20 of 25. He's only 5 incompletions. We think have all been drops if we're remembering it right there. 159 yards passing in this one. He hasn't thrown a touchdown, though. They've run for 2 touchdowns on the ground with Vaughn and Bernard in this one. But Evans, 6 catches, 61 yards. Offense has been quiet now for a little while, the last 2 possessions, but defense continues to rise up. And right now, this one looks tough for the Eagles, even being down 17-0. Opening possession of the third quarter is going to be huge for Philadelphia.
Absolutely. But just an excellent half so far from the Bucs. Yeah, they missed a few opportunities, but it's playoff opposition. They're going to make it tough on you as well. So certainly 17-0. Any way you look at it, it's a great half of football for the Bucs, and a good game plan on both sides. Even though you and I disagree with a couple of calls here and there, overall an excellent game plan. The results are certainly great. So yeah, strong half.
Yeah, strong half for sure. And again, if they can come out and get a stop, I think in this third quarter, I'll feel really good about their chances of closing this one out. Obviously, Scott getting on here. And now somebody says Josh Wells is limping. I mean, dude, that was a rough rep from Josh Wells in the NFL. Like, that's an ugly one for sure. No chance for a quarterback on a play like that. So we appreciate the $2 super chat there. Josh says, great pod as usual, guys. Can you talk a little about the role Tyler Johnson has played most likely? He spelled Johnson like Travis Johnson. Threw me off for a second there. Has played most likely simulating Hurts for the Bucs this week. He meant to say Travis Johnson. He's talking about in scout team. I'm trying to remember, but isn't Travis Johnson not on the team anymore? No, I haven't looked. I mean, he hasn't played this year, but I don't think Am I remember right that I don't think he's on the team anymore. They cut him loose. Did somebody else pick him up? Scott's here. Scott might remember. Scott's about to jump in here. It said it's true. I am looking it up, but I don't. Is Travis Johnson back on the practice squad? Scott, what's going on? Is he still around?
I'm not sure, John. I got to go look myself.
He's not. No, he's not on there.
I think he's gone.
He's on somebody else now. I forget what team he's on.
Correct.
But he would have been the scout guy for Jalen Hurts probably.
Yeah, for sure. So here's where things stand. Buccaneers 17-0. Tampa Bay's defense is just dominating this game. I mean, it's really been it's a sensational game plan by Todd Bowles. What I like, guys, is the fact that when Bowles is bringing pressure, he's not bringing it up the middle, right? Because we know Hurts wants to escape side to side, so he's bringing pressure from the edge. It's almost like you're setting the edge with your pass rushers, your outside linebackers, whether it's Anthony Nelson, Jason Pierre-Paul, Shaq Barrett. And then he's setting the edge again, right? We've seen this now, John, blitzing Antoine Winfield off the left side, Jamel Dean off the right side. That resulted in a sack by Winfield, who's got 3 tackles in this game, and almost another sack by Winfield on those blitzes. I really like this under control Devin White that we've seen, right? He and Jordan Whitehead have been awesome in terms of making plays around the line of scrimmage. And even though you can't see it with the ticker, Jamel Dean and Carlton Davis, 7 combined tackles, absolutely tremendous coverage. Carlton Davis, I'm going to forgive him with the personal foul penalty, the unsportsmanlike conduct. He knows better. He's a veteran. But
an awesome play in coverage.
This guy made a great play. Should have had 2 picks in this game. But Jamel Dean has been absolutely on fire, and he has been tremendous. And then the one play where he fell down in coverage, Mike Edwards bails him out. And, John, that's one of the key guys we talked about in pregame. Mike Edwards filling in for Sean Murphy-Bunting in the slot. On that particular play, he was playing safety, free safety, came over and saved the day with an interception in the end zone. But Tom Brady hitting 9 different targets in this game, 20 of 25 for 159 yards. Aside from some sacks on third downs, he has been absolutely on point when you look at Brady, taking what the defense has given him. They've tried a couple of shots, but primarily he's just been carving up the Eagles with their soft zone coverage, hitting guys like Giovanni Bernard and Keyshawn Vaughn out of the backfield. Mm-hmm. And then Mike Evans has just been feasting. I'd like to see them go back to Evans here. He's got, I believe, 6 catches for 61 yards, really moving the chains for Brady in the first half. Gronkowski, 3 catches, 24 yards. Tyler Johnson shook off a couple of, one was a drop. One, I don't think he ran the right route. But I do like what I've seen from Keyshawn Vaughn. 11 carries, 42 yards, in a touchdown. John, take away that 55-yard touchdown run that Vaughn had in Carolina. I think this is his best complete game so far. He looks like an NFL running back. He doesn't look like a guy who's finding his way at the position. I like how he's hitting the holes. The 17-yarder to start the game was his first carry, and he's running with some authority, catching the ball well, too, out of the backfield.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get what's blocked for him generally. I think we know that. He does have kind of a low center of gravity when he runs, and so, he's able to absorb some contact and not get totally wrecked by it, or, like some bigger backs might that run a little more upright. He does run low to the ground. I'll give him that. He's patient. He's been patient in a couple runs today. There's not great athletic tools or anything. He's not going to be a big tackle breaker probably or anything like that, but he's doing what's asked of him.
He's been efficient. I think he's been very efficient.
17-yard gain was the big one. I think other than that, he's got 25 yards on 10 carries outside of that one. So really, to my mind, the offensive line, obviously it's a makeshift group. They've got to be way better. I mean, they had a 17-yard run, and they're averaging 3.8 yards per carry, 13 carries, 49 yards, ton of 2-yard carries, putting the Bucs offense on first down, putting the Bucs offense in tougher situations on second and third. Early on, Brady overcame, then drops kind of derailed some things, but later, plus the pressure. They've got 3 sacks of Brady as guys start dropping on the offensive line. So they've got some issues offensively to sort out right now. Great start to the game, obviously. Brady's been about perfect in this game, so that's good.
Yeah, that Tristan Wirfs injury, I think they get out of this game, with the win. But man, going forward, that is a guy they cannot afford to lose. Wirfs went back there, tested the ankle, and just could not go, gave up a sack to Kerrigan. And then Wells comes in, and I was about to say, Wells is playing some pretty credible right tackle. Gets absolutely long-armed on that particular rush, right into his chest. and drove him back, got him off balance, and Kerrigan with another sack in the second half, I should say the second quarter.
Yeah.
And he's really causing some problems with 2 sacks. Then you've got Barnett and Hargrave splitting a sack. I'm not sure what happened on that play. That was a weird play on that first sack that
that one was maybe a little bit coverage. The other 2 were no chance. I mean, Wirfs because of the injury. We've never seen that happen to him.
Correct. Yeah, there's no doubt. But I'm just saying that was just a weird play because Ali Marpet posts Hargrave and then leaves to go help Donovan Smith, who didn't really need help. I mean, there's no way Marpet could have gotten his guy. And the problem is he posted for Jensen. Jensen wasn't even looking. Jensen was doubling Fletcher Cox with Alex Kappa. And Hargrave came right up the middle on that third down. And that ended a Buccaneer drive and forced them to kick a field goal. So you like what you've seen so far from Tampa Bay's offense, 17 points, but you're starting to see that where the right tackle injury from Wirfs and Wells getting exposed a little bit there, that's starting to kind of creep in and causing some Buccaneer punts here in the second quarter.
And Scott, again, I think it's been a good first half. There's been way more good than bad. Like I said, Brady's been great. Evans has looked awesome. Slade can't hold him. Gronk, when he's had his chances, defense has been outstanding. Mike Edwards, what a freaking play. Tell me, what is the approach at the end of the half? You have 43 seconds. You have 2 timeouts. You want to go? Okay, I'm on board with going. I love being aggressive. You've got Brady and they're shredding on offense. He's only 5 incompletions have all been drops. Let's go. But then they run on first down, then call timeout, and then decide to go. It just makes absolutely no sense at all. You have to go into those points. It may not matter
with the plan, right?
Yes, you have to. There's just no excuse for being in the wild card round and having no plan.
Right.
Based on you can't 5 yards can't have changed what you were going to do. I could see if you ripped off a 20-yarder, okay, now you're going to go. All right, cool. But a 5-yard gain, that doesn't change. Either you just run it out or you were going from the outside. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You'd like to see at this stage of the season, them already kind of have that preconceived notion of what they're going to do and then stick with that plan. And it just seemed like there was some confusion right there. But
I have some snap counts, by the way, Scott. You want to hear some of these snap counts?
Let's do it. Go for it.
Okay, so Rob Gronkowski, 37. This is 42 offensive plays for the Bucs in the first half. By the way, on pace for a lot of plays. Let's put it that way. 84 plays. Gronkowski, 37 of the offensive snaps. Cam Brate, 9. OJ Howard, 5. So Brate and Howard about on their normal trajectory, not playing more 12 personnel. It looks like. Right. And then wide receivers playing a lot of 11 personnel. Mike Evans, 39 out of 42 snaps. He's been out there. Tyler Johnson, 38 out of 42. Perryman, 33 out of 42. Scotty Miller, 6. And he looked like he was limping there. And then running backs, Keyshawn Vaughn, 28. Bernard, 13 out of 42. So no Le'Veon Bell snaps so far.
That's not to be unexpected. I think Giovanni Bernard and Keyshawn Vaughn have got the running game squared away for the Buccaneers. I would expect to see, unless the Eagles do some things that are dramatically different, the Buccaneers go back to those short passes, attacking the flank with the running backs, and also with Gronkowski. I'd like to see some more tight end screens. We saw one to Cam Brate down there in the red zone, and probably would have scored if he was a little bit more fleet of foot. Donovan Smith with a great kick-out block there, but I think you still attack the Eagles on the flank if they're giving that to you. I appreciate Brady's patience. That's shown up in the fact that he's completing 20 out of 25 passes so far, taking what the Eagles defense has given you. If you want touchdowns in this game, they're going to come, but they're going to come after first downs. Methodically move the ball down the field and try to stay out of third and long situations. That's been the key. John, you talked about the Bucs' lack of rushing efficiency on first and second down, setting up those third and longs. That's when the pass rush has been getting home. They got to be better on first and second down. Do they have enough personnel up front with a gimpy Ryan Jensen who's going on a twisted ankle? I think Tristan Wirfs is done for the day with his twisted ankle. When you look at some of those early successes, they were pulling Wirfs into the hole. And I'm just not sure if Josh Wells has got that athletic ability or if that's something that he's practiced enough where they can work those plays. Yeah. Maybe the Eagles have already countered that and they're on to something else with the run game. But staying out of third and long situations is critical. And I think for this offensive line that's missing Wirfs and with a gimpy Jensen up the middle, they've got to do more on first and second down to keep the Eagles guessing on third down.
Well, I mean, it might turn into an adventure offensively, Scott. Like
it might. Yeah, John, it might be a game where it's hang on and win, right?
It might be, and you hope the defense can step up, give them a short field, and maybe. Yeah. But reality is this: Eagles don't allow big plays, and right now, stringing plays together for the Bucs, given their personnel, might be difficult. Might be a little bit difficult for them, just given who's out there. Now, maybe they can overcome it, and maybe I'm wrong. The Eagles are going to make some adjustments at halftime too, defensively.
Yeah,
Bucs might need to sort through that. Bucs are going to make a run in the playoffs. Defense has to be awesome. They were awesome in the first half, and they put a complete game together. They were great in the first half against Buffalo, horrible in the second half. They need to put a complete game together. 17-0 with the Eagles getting the ball in the third quarter. This game's definitely not over.
You're right. And John, the thing too is so far, right, if you are an NFL owner, if you're an NFL general manager, and you're seeing what Todd Bowles has done. Now, this Eagles team, they've won 6 out of the last 8 games. They haven't done it against a playoff caliber team like the Buccaneers. But they've averaged 27 points per game in those wins down the stretch. And here you've got the Buccaneers pitching a shutout and really taking away Jalen Hurts' ability to run the ball. They've pressured him sometimes. There was a huge missed opportunity in the passing game when Dallas Goedert dropped a wide open pass.
Yeah.
But I like this game plan that Todd Bowles has put together so far. If you are an NFL owner or general manager, you have to be impressed with what is happening so far. If the Buccaneers can complete this shutout, or at least shut the Eagles down in the second half, this really could be, this could be a very big game for Todd Bowles and his future as an NFL head coach.
Definitely could be, as we get set for the kickoff here to start the third quarter. Bucs will be on defense first here. Eagles will be on offense, so they will have the opportunity to try and cut into the 17-0 Bucs lead. And I mean, you guys mentioned it, like this is such a big drive in this game, obviously, because Paul, if there's one thing the Bucs have kind of struggled with at times, it's putting together a complete game on both sides of the ball. Saw some wilting offensively there, 184 total yards. Almost all of those came in the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter. And then the Eagles offense looked like it was finding some answers, still committing mistakes, but they were finding some answers there, certainly schematically, as that first half went on.
Yeah, it's tough to put together that full game, but the Bucs have a couple of games where they've played 2 very different halves, right? Think about that Buffalo game, but here a huge opportunity to really put this one away. You need to stop here at another touchdown, and then you really love your chances.
Right, for sure, no question. And so the Eagles will take over at their 25-yard line. The Bucs lead 17-0 as the third quarter gets underway. Philadelphia in that first half, by the way, Jalen Hurts 11 of 19, but for just 88 yards. Miles Sanders with 4 carries in that first half for 4 yards, I believe, and Jalen Hurts with 5 for 32. 4 carries for 3 yards for Miles Sanders in that first half, so he couldn't get going too much. And the Eagles with the 1st and 10 from their 25 will start with Sanders running the football, trying to go around the right side, and Sue's going to grab him. Pretty decent run to get out of the backfield, actually. Sue's going to grab him after a 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 coming up for the Eagles offense.
Again, it looks like another attempt to the perimeter.
Yeah.
Not wanting to challenge this defense right up the middle.
Right. Bucs defense with a stop here or turnover, anything like that, can really swing the percentages probably in their favor. But the Eagles offense seemed like they were finding some rhythm toward the end of the first half, and it's been hard for this Bucs defense to put complete games together. So they are under the microscope right now. Hurts, play action. Vea runs over a man, but can't tackle Hurts, who's going to take off and run, and he's going to pick up the first down. There is a flag down. We'll see what this could be on Hurts. This could be on the Eagles, because Vea looked like he broke through and was just dragged to the ground by somebody, and it's holding on the Eagles, it looks like, so it's coming back.
Bucs dropping into a cover 2 zone on that play, kind of bluffing like they might rotate their safeties, but both Winfield and I believe that was Whitehead on opposite of him dropping back. Yeah. And then the corners just playing the like not sinking too far back.
That's a good call there. Wow. Vea just absolutely tossed Kelsey around, and a good call because Kelsey was hanging on to his jersey. You could see there as Kelsey went down, and it pulled Vea down too. Now 2nd and 18 for the Eagles is huge. Got to get out of these situations. Cannot let the Eagles convert in these spots. 2nd and 18, Hurts is working from the shotgun. You'd think 2 pass obvious situations. Bucs are going to rush 4. Vea's looking for the screen, but it's to the other side, and they get a decent gain with Gainwell, 10 yards before Whitehead knocks him down. And so you turn a 2nd and 18 to a 3rd and 8, and you probably did what you wanted to do if you're Philadelphia. Still 3rd and 8 and from their own 27-yard line now.
Now those are your opportunities.
Yeah, 3rd and 8 for the Eagles with 13:24 left in the 3rd quarter, and these are huge. This is a massive play in this game. Bucs defense can get off the field in this situation. Again, they get the ball back to the offense. Got to get off the field in these 3rd and longs. So lately they have been struggling in these spots. Here's Hurts from the shotgun. 4-man rush. Again, 4-man rush has barely touched him all day. He's plenty of time. Gets out of the pocket. Pierre-Paul couldn't contain. Going to throw way down the field, and pass going to be caught by Goddard. And Carlton Davis didn't tackle him there, I believe. Goddard got back up and ran for a couple more yards. He's going to have a 28-yard gain to Goddard. So they're in Bucs territory at the 45. Just a terrible play. Defensive line, Jason Pierre-Paul, I don't even know what he's doing. I mean, is that full effort there? I just don't think that it is. And then nobody challenging at the catch point.
Yeah, I need a better shot at that to see what happened.
Man, that's a frustrating play. It looked like Jason Pierre-Paul just let him outside. The whole point of what they were doing there was to contain him. And Pierre-Paul was in position. He just didn't get off the block. Here's Hurts throwing down the field, and that's a dropped interception by Carlton Davis. How many of these is he going to drop? I mean, that might be double digits this season for Davis that he's dropped. So many drop picks. He's got to make those plays. Those are game-changing plays if he can make them.
Absolutely. And by the way, that's 2 huge 3rd downs that the Eagles have converted. One was that 3rd and 11 on the last drive, and another one here. And Carlton Davis is just over top, sees it all the way, drives down to the ball.
Great playing coverage again, but you got to get that ball.
I would love to see what the coverage there was. Kind of looked like Carlton was in a safety position. I didn't get a good look at what the coverage actually was.
Here's Hurts from the shotgun again. Back to pass. Tons of time. Throws over the middle, and Whitehead gets there. Knocks down Goddard. Was he early? Looks like no flag, and so it's going to be 3rd and 10 for the Eagles.
And no pass rush. I think they might have even sent 5 on that one, but Hurts just all day to comfortably stand in the pocket.
Yeah, he does have all day. But again, if you're playing coverage behind it, you can live with it. But
that was a 5-man rush, though. Like it's hard to live with it when you're weak and when you're sending 5.
When you're sending 5, exactly right. So 3rd and 10 coming here, and now what's Bowles going to do? And what's Hurts going to do? Can't keep giving up these 3rd downs.
Yeah, to me, you play coverage here.
Oh, Eagles had 2 guys moving there at the snap and no call. Hurts trying to get the snap off, just does. Cam Gill in the game. Plenty of time for Hurts. Steps, throws, good play in coverage. Incomplete, no flags. Andrew Adams back there in coverage. How many DBs were on the field? Did somebody come off there?
4-man rush, John. Twisting or getting JTS going all the way on the opposite side of the line. But again, you're trusting your DBs, giving them 7 guys back there in coverage. And nothing open.
Drop pick too.
Another
Andrew
drop
Adams
interception.
right through his. Is that 5 dropped picks today for the Bucs? And then they caught one too.
I wonder how many of these will be counted as turnover-worthy plays, because a couple of them have been like really hard interceptions that you wouldn't.
Deans
actually
was
count.
off the JTS tip, as the Bucs are going to start from their own 9-yard line. So Eagles do flip field at least.
And like you wouldn't count the Levante David one as like an actual turnover-worthy play.
Diving attempt. It did go through his arms, but tough. Davis has had 2 that probably will be drops. The second one definitely, and
obviously the actual interception was a turnover-worthy play. He was way late on that.
At least 4 turnover-worthy plays, 6 opportunities to pick. 1 for Dean, 1 for David, 2 for Carlton, 1 for Adams, and then Edwards got the pick. That's 6.
Yeah,
so 6 opportunities. Maybe not all turnover-worthy throws by Hurts, but at least 4 of them have been. They've only picked 1 of them. That's big stuff when you talk about 17-0 game. This could be very ugly, I think, if the Bucs defense was making those plays, but still playing great and still obviously preventing those big plays down the field, playing good coverage. Even though pass rush not really getting home, playing good coverage behind it, sacrificing some numbers at times in terms of blitzing for numbers and coverage seems to be working out for them when they've done it.
And a great job on run defense, John. Would love to hear the numbers if you have them on, just ready to go there. But I'm curious. Yeah. Go ahead.
10 carries for 37 yards for the Eagles in this game. 5 have been Hurts for 32 yards. I think they've all been designed Hurts runs. That scramble came back on the hold. I don't think he's had any scrambles unless I'm forgetting something. But 5 for 32 and then 5 carries for 5 yards for Miles Sanders. So.
I think he's had 1 scramble that I can remember.
Maybe it was like a 9-yard gain. Maybe you're right.
I think it was on that series where they had this 1st and 20 in the first half, but I don't remember if that play I don't remember. Anyway, but they've done a good job with contain. Like even when they played man, they've kept a spy on him who's done a good job, not let him just break out. So really doing a good job of actually forcing Hurts to read it out and be a passer. This is what we talked about going into the game, talked about it a bit in the first half, but that's what Bowles has done. He's forced Hurts to actually read things out. And sure, he's made some plays, no doubt about it, but you're kind of betting that in the long term, this is going to be more favorable for you compared to letting him run around, letting him, throw those first reads and those type of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is where, if the offense can put together a drive here, now it's from their own 9-yard line. And again, the flip field there was big for the Eagles, even if they didn't score, still at least be able to move the ball and hopefully get it back in more advantageous situations since they've had trouble driving the length of the field. But now the pressure's on their defense, rise up, make a stop. They forced 2 straight 3-and-outs. And the Bucs offense does seem to be struggling a little bit. Right tackle is, I'm sure the Eagles went into halftime and said, we're going to draw it up to get some, push against the right tackle. And you can see a little bit of frustration on the Eagles sidelines. Hard to see who was interacting with who there. Devontae Smith was frustrated about something. And here's Brady in the offense on a 1st and 10 from their own 9-yard line. Can they get the run game going? Been a miserable game for the runs. They're 17 yards on their first carry. And here's Keyshawn Vaughn off the right side. He's going to have a good gain there. So a 7-yard gain, and you get the run game going a little bit, man. It just got to be better. It can't all be Brady dropping back every single time. You don't have to run it a ton, but just some semblance of efficiency would be nice in the run game moving forward. And Vaughn moves the ball out to the 16, 2nd and 3.
And you should be able to get it against this defense where they're going to play the light box. And also when they like to use those wide 9s as their for their defensive ends, right? Like they're way out there on a lot of plays, not this one here, but on a lot of those, and it creates those big gaps inside.
For sure. And here's Brady going to hand off to Vaughn, who's hitting the backfield immediately, fights for it. He's going to lose multiple yards on this play. And they just can't get anything consistent going with the run game. They've got everything about the Bucs is just going to be survival through the air at this point. And it's frustrating because you're turning into a pass obvious team on every single down because you can't run the football at all. And Wells got beat immediately there, and that's who gives up the penetration and the pressure there. And so 3rd and 5 now for the offense from their own 14.
Yeah, tough situation. I mean, 3rd and 5 is not an easy down by any means.
You want to be throwing on 2nd and 3, man. Like you want to be throwing on 2nd.
You want to be throwing on 1st and 10.
You want to be throwing on 1st and 10. Yeah, it's just it just feels like they'll do whatever they can to make life hard for themselves. Even in a game where they're just churning through the air, they're just doesn't make sense. Here's a throw contested on the outside, incomplete for Brashad Perryman. Steven Nelson was in his pocket. So right away, 3-and-out again for the Bucs offense, and they continue to struggle now. 3 straight drives, 3-and-outs, inexcusable given the way that they move the football. And Perryman got no separation there at all, but they move the football with no problem at all, going pass heavy on 1st down, got away from it, and now drives have stalled out.
Yeah, it's a great pass, good placement just to the outside, away from the defensive back's leverage. But Perryman has to be able to separate, just creating zero space for himself as the isolated one-on-one receiver. Brady's got to be able to depend on him in those situations.
Here's Pinion going to punt this one away. Scotty Miller's down there in a hurry. And that punt is muffed. And the Bucs look like they've jumped on top of it, and they have. Ross Cockrell looks like he's on the spot. And the Bucs look like they're going to get the football here. Cockrell jumped on top of it. I don't see any flags down. Scotty Miller was right there. And Rager just muffed that one. No question. No reason for a flag there. Scotty Miller as a gunner has been fantastic in this game.
And huge opportunity now again after a poor offensive possession.
Yeah.
Where are they going to get this ball now, John?
And people were tweeting it at. They're going to have it at their Eagles 48-yard line, 1st and 10. People were tweeting it at them about an unsure Jalen Rager looks back there for the Eagles. And sure enough, muffs that one with Scotty Miller bearing down on him. But Scotty Miller's had some of the best gunner plays we've seen this season. Like the first half, he was down there faster than I've ever seen a gunner. Like,
right.
He might just be too fast for guys. Like, even if he can't tackle, he might just be so fast, it doesn't matter.
Has he played a lot of gunner throughout his year?
I believe this is only his 2nd game playing gunner in his career.
That's what I was going to get at. Is I think it just started this season.
Yeah. I can check, but I think PFF charts this, but man, that's a great play there. Now the offense got to get going, man. Like
have to
opportunities to put the game away after 3 straight 3-and-outs. Defense and special teams have risen up and given you these chances. And you got to stop playing around if you're Byron Leftwich. Like, put these dudes away.
So often, this exact situation is one where we see the Bucs dial up a play action shot play.
Yeah,
that's not the answer.
That's not the answer. I agree. Yep.
You gotta go under center, play action, and then ball control passes. Like, scheme things up underneath the way this defense is letting you. Stretch them vertical. They're all going to carry, and then either crosses underneath or chip releases, late releases, where guys are just able to get easy yak opportunities against this zone defense. You got to use play action in that way. Right now, everything's spread out in the pass game, and it's just purely on Brady, which is fine. He can definitely win that way, but you can make things a little easier on first down, second down, when the threat of the run is alive.
Yeah, for sure. And offensively, you've got to get something going, man. You have been stagnant for far too long in this game, and the Bucs know it, but you hope they don't start pressing to find it. But getting back to the pass game is definitely going to be critical for them. I think getting away from a run-heavy approach, every time they do, it just seems to suck the life out of them as a team.
Yeah, it's just hard to sustain enough success on first down. Like I said at the beginning, like, they had a good day running against the Eagles in week 6. It was efficient, but it's just hard to sustain that. A lot easier to sustain success throughout the air, especially when you're passing on first and 10 is exponentially easier than like passing on 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8.
Right.
Way easier. And it's just, so you can, we talk about this every week, you can run just as much, but we'd rather you set up the situations where it's favorable to run, like second and short, as opposed to running on 1st and 10 and then forcing yourself into pass downs.
Right. Big play call coming here, 48-yard line for the Bucs offense as they take over. Gronkowski's in the backfield here, 3 receivers. Brady's going to go play action, screen underneath to Bernard. Great call. Love it. Bernard getting up the field in a hurry. Great stiff arm. He's going to get down to about the 25, 26-yard line. 22-yard gain for Bernard. What a stiff arm there by Gio.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, John. Play action. It's a late screen coming back the other way. You're faking one way, making it look like you're passing to the right, and then the running back after the fake comes back to the left on a screen, delayed, stretching that zone defense vertically and horizontally, and then just taking the easy stuff underneath. This is exactly what I meant. Great job taking advantage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Giovanni Bernard contributing in the passing game, been a big factor in this game for sure, as the Bucs obviously hoped that it would be. Clock is under 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. 1st and 10 for the Bucs from the 26-yard line, and you're going to get a timeout here by the Bucs.
Yeah, so I think they were a little late to get the play call in and line up, and Brady showing a little frustration towards the sideline, having to burn that timeout.
Yeah.
But by the way, we haven't seen Giovanni Bernard out there a lot in single back formations, or like when Brady's under center. Almost all of his snaps come in shotgun, pass down type of things. And on that one, on that screen, it was single back, Brady under center, and I wonder if that's just because of the running back injuries.
Yeah,
what's
for sure.
Arians yelling about there to Adams?
Adams was looking, he's chirping at a player. Arians tried to grab him and pull him back. Arians moving with that Achilles. He's kind of teetering. Bucs from the 26-yard line. Brady going under center. Takes a snap, hands off to Bernard, who's going over the right side, just 2 yards. So they go back to the run on first down, and it gets them just 2 yards. That's been pretty much the result of almost every first down run is 2 yards. The 17-yarder start the game, 7-yarder a bit ago there, but yeah, it's has not been productive for them.
It's kind of one of the weaknesses of this team as a play calling unit. They get baited into runs. Like, teams give them these looks where they dare them to run the ball. And it's kind of the meta in the NFL right now is to give those light boxes, but the Bucs take them way too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed. And some of that's Brady, I think, right? I mean, am I right about that? Brady goes over the middle to Cam Brate. He's got 5 yards, so 3rd and 3 coming up here on the short gain to Brate. I mean, he's box counting off the package plays they give him too, right? And he's going to run in some of those situations.
Yeah, but I was just arguing with someone in the chat about this. Brady, over 20 years in New England, had the second most pass-heavy team in his entire time on first down with the Patriots, right? The only team that passed more on first down was Andy Reid's Eagles. Other than that, Brady passed more on first down, neutral first downs than anybody with New England.
Right. Okay, 3rd and 3, big play in this game. Obviously, a field goal helps here if you're the Bucs, but touchdown would really make it hard for Philadelphia's Brady back to pass, going to throw. Mike Evans makes the sliding catch at around the 2-yard line, and he's going to be knocked down there. And it's 1st and goal from the Eagles' 2-yard line.
And that's just the Okie concept. It's the Bucs version of smash from that tight alignment. Tyler Johnson, the number 1, running a speed out. Evans, the number 2, running a corner route. One of their absolute most common concepts. They use it multiple times every game. And just excellent timing with Brady and Evans. By the way, that's the exact same concept that Brady threw that back foot pass against the Bills, where he threw a touchdown or a big gain to Evans off his back foot. And you saw how good the timing was on that play. Same thing here, same exact concept.
Right. 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. Brady play action, looking for Gronk back in the end zone, wide open, touchdown. Bucs trying to make it 24-0 with the extra point coming.
Excellent way to start the second half. I mean, first possession aside, great special teams play, and then the offense taking opportunity of it. I mean, incredible execution, great play calling. Leftwich able to get the Bucs an easy chunk gain on the first play of this drive with that screen to Gio to set them up into scoring position. And now a play action pass that gets Rob Gronkowski wide open with no one within 10 yards of him in the end zone.
Yep, great drive there. Bucs offense did exactly what they needed to do. Special teams made the play. Bucs offense did what they got to do. They marched right down the field, 48-yard drive. They put the ball in the end zone. Again, Mike Evans has continued to have an outstanding game. They put him in the slot a few times, and he's made Avonte Maddox look absolutely silly in this game. 7 catches, 78 yards on 8 targets for Mike Evans. The only incompletion was the one in the end zone that was right on him, and you could see there, if he keeps his feet there at the 2, he'd walk into the end zone easily. Right. On that last play. He was kind of like frustrated, but Mike Evans, great game from him. He's stepping up. He's doing what we hoped, I think, in this game, these matchups that he would be able to do, but good on the Bucs coaching staff. They've used him in the slot, and he's played well in the slot. They've put him in there a couple times for 2 of his better catches today.
With Evans?
Yeah, with Evans.
Yeah, and I don't think we're seeing him more in the slot here or anything. Like that same play, Evans is most usually the inside guy running the corner route. That's where they use him most on that corner route anyway. We talked about this with Mark as well. Like they've always thrown him in there in the slot, but it's different responsibilities. They're not using him in a way that's trying to replace what Godwin does. They're not giving him some of Godwin's roles at all. It's just more so that it's always, what did you say, John? It was usually like roughly 30% of his snaps come from the slot, right?
Evans, yeah, I think that's about, I didn't look at the percentage actually, but I think that's about right. More and more snaps from the slot since Arians took over, more in 2019, more in 2020, more in 2021. Some of that's because of people being out so much, and they move them around. But one of the keys in this game, and one of the reasons why I applauded for the staff, is that the Eagles will not put Darius Slay in the slot. He has 1 snap in the slot all season long, Paul. So they just won't do it. He'll follow both sides outside, but he won't play in the slot. So the Eagles desire to just stay static with their coverages and keep Avonte Maddox in the slot, who is 5'8", I think, and no chance against Evans. Evans has made him fall down, look silly on two of those inside routes where he's been out on outbreakers. Again, that's finding the matchups the way you want him to. Defense isn't going to respect it. Okay, tear him apart.
And it's why it's so important that Perriman is able to win in those one-on-one situations outside. We talked about this with Mark as well. Is one of the ways that they moved Evans inside was to make Antonio Brown the isolated receiver. So much of this offense is predicated on 3-by-1 formation. So you have 3 receivers on one side, 1 guy isolated on the other side. It's usually Mike Evans that's the isolated receiver. So the quarterback looks, hey, do I have one-on-one over there to Evans? If I don't, that means coverage is kind of shifted over that way. You have 2 guys over 1, meaning you have a weakness on the side with 3 receivers. Okay, if they're shifting over to the 3 receiver side, then you got one-on-one Evans. Let's work that. Now, if you want to move Evans to the inside, that means somebody else has to be that one-on-one receiver. And we saw a situation there with Perriman as that one-on-one earlier. But that guy has to be able to win, right? If it's a one-on-one, like Mike Evans is going to win basically every single time on a comeback, on a hitch, on a go, something. Perriman not able to create any separation there. And that makes it harder now to move Evans around. Because if you don't have to respect that one-on-one matchup as a defense, you can really clog the middle of the field the way you otherwise can't do when it's Evans on the outside. And that's why Evans and Godwin were such a powerful 1-2 punch, with Evans working the outside, Godwin working over the middle. It's not just about moving Evans inside. It's who can replace Evans's production on the outside.
Yeah, no, it's good points. It's great analysis of just where they're at as a team and where they're kind of got to get to now, as the Eagles are going to start from their 25-yard line, down 24-0. There's 7:38 left in the third quarter for Philadelphia. But this is obviously going to be, you're getting to that point. Now, remember, they were down a lot last time and they kept running against the Bucs nickel and dime. They just tried to run it and run it. And so they're not going to get away from it totally, I don't think, Paul. Whether that's smart or not, I just don't think they have any chance of coming back if they totally get away from the run game. So in this game, 25 passes, 11 rushes, but obviously they've been trailing by a decent amount most of the game. And when they have run it, they just haven't really gone that far either. So,
and I'm sure a lot of those passes have come off RPOs, and Bucs always invite the pass pretty much on RPOs.
Right. And you can see here they're going to run it right away, and they option off Jason Pierre-Paul, and Miles Sanders got a good gain, 14 yards. Mike Edwards absolutely bulldozes him after the 14-yard gain. Whitehead's pumped up, but then Sanders is pumped up. They're all chirping around. Eagles are going to run the ball for 14 yards every play, though. That's going to be obviously not what the Bucs defense wants. Now, will they run the ball? If they run the ball at all, the Bucs are probably fine with that at this point in the game, but you got to be smart about how you're getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still have a lot of confidence in this run defense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this run defense has been good all season. Even with some of the recent quote unquote struggles, it's more struggles relative to who they typically are. And obviously now you're going to be a nickel and dime a lot. So quick screen, and Carlton Davis comes up, makes a great tackle, just a 2-yard gain.
And Winfield in support right away. Winfield driving down as well as that help.
Yeah,
tackler.
We've seen Winfield a lot in the slot in this game. Mike Edwards a lot as a free safety, and that is a big change too. They've used Winfield as a blitzer. They've just said, you're a better run defender. We're going to keep you there. Edwards, we know you might not be the greatest athlete, but we know you can read and react up top, and you can see Winfield in the slot here on 2nd and 8, and it's Whitehead, and now Edwards rolling down in the box, and Whitehead looked like the deep safety. Hurts takes the snap, back to pass, 5-man pressure, throws out in the flat quickly to Miles Sanders. He's going to pick up 5 yards, so 3rd and 3 coming up for the Eagles from their own 46.
And that's a part of that big nickel package that you're talking about there, with Mike Edwards as the free safety, Winfield down in the nickel position. When you have 3 safeties out there, it can be a little more helpful in the run game as well, compared to like a normal nickel package where you have only 2 safeties. With that 3rd safety, is kind of a bigger body. In theory, a better run defender.
Yeah, for sure. Hurts from the shotgun on 3rd and 3 and his own 46-yard line. Takes the snap, 4-man rush. Still not getting anywhere close to him. He throws middle of the field, and great play by Jamel Dean. Breaks on the ball. He's having a game. Other than that play where he fell down, what a great play. Breaks it up, 4th and 3 coming up. I'm sure the Eagles are going to go for it here.
Yeah, they definitely should. 4th and 3, but Jamel Dean just having an excellent game. Had that one play where he fell down. Mike Edwards saved him with an interception anyway, but outside of that one play, Jamel Dean playing excellent.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt. He's playing really good football. And they have not been able to get close to Hurts with a 4-man rush today, but it hasn't mattered that much either. So.
And if Hurts puts that a few inches more to the right, that might have been a completion.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Hurts from the shotgun, back to pass, 4-man rush. They're bringing Whitehead way late. They're not anywhere close to Hurts. He is all day. He throws, tipped, intercepted. Shaq Barrett knocked it down with one hand, picked it off. He's trying to get away from some tacklers, and he does. And he gets down to the 36-yard line. Barrett dropping out into coverage, and he's mobbed by his teammates. Hurts throws another interception.
Holy, the way he got up there to tip that ball in the first place. Hurts throwing a risky pass off his back foot in desperation mode. Shaq getting all the way up there, tipping it up to himself for the rebound. And the Bucs have completely taken over as the offense is going to get the ball back, already up 24-0 with excellent field position. And it's time to completely put this one away, John.
Yeah, and an opportunity to do it in the 3rd quarter with a scoring drive here. They'll start 1st and 10 from the Eagles' 36-yard line. What a performance by the Bucs defense today. I mean, swarming and coverage more than anything, Paul. It has not been the pass rush. Is this the first game we've seen all season where the Bucs defense has not generated much pass rush, but is still won the day handily? Like, I don't think a Bulls defense typically does that. I mean, the Super Bowl was maybe an example of that, but even then they got pressure with 4. Like, this is highly unusual for them to play this great in coverage. It's like they know these routes, the way they're breaking and making plays on the ball.
That's a great point. And I've been impressed with this coverage relative to all their injuries anyway, like all season. I've been really impressed with what the DBs have done. A lot of times it's been like you're saying, the pass rush hasn't been able to get there. And when the pass rush isn't able to get there, it's just asking way too much of your DBs. But today they're getting it done anyway. And honestly, like, I can't think of a more impressive performance this year. I mean, I know they had better numbers against Chicago, but that's just not really I mean, the Eagles offense is much better than that Chicago one. And the Bucs defense just getting hot at just the right time. Kind of similar to last year. I mean, last year they didn't get it going till the divisional round.
Yeah, right. They were terrible in the wild card round, and then they played great down the last 3 games. You're right. I mean, again, this is what has to happen. Like, not necessarily 0 points every game, but the Bucs defense has to be awesome, and they've been awesome in this game. And the offense is, to their credit, has done what they've needed to do despite injuries. They've gotten the ball in the end zone. They were 3 or 4 on red zone possessions in this game. That's what the doctor ordered, man. You're getting to the red zone 4 times as an offense. They're finishing most of those chances most of the time for the Bucs, second best red zone offense in the NFL. And that's, if you're doing that, you're doing your job as an offense. It's not going to be like you're going to get 6 like the Bills last night. What an unreal performance. But right. Where you're driving 80 yards, 7 times a game to score, anything like that with the offensive personnel they've got out there right now. But in general, like that has to, like, offensively, you can put together a couple drives, punch them in the end zone. Defense has got to be able to hold teams like they haven't during the regular season. And obviously Eagles might not be the best offense they'll see, but this is a great first test for them in the playoffs, and they've been outstanding. So now can the Bucs offense put it away from the Eagles 36-yard line? Brady's going to go play action. He's looking down the field. He wants to finish him off. He's going to throw. Got Mike Evans there. Runs away from a tackle and scores. Touchdown, Mike Evans. And the Bucs have put him away.
Shot play right away. The linebackers, John, completely out of position. They bit down so hard. All 3 of them were right by the line of scrimmage looking lost, and that created so much space for Mike Evans right over the middle where he's lined up from the slot, working the middle of the field. Linebackers nowhere around to help underneath.
What a route, too.
Excellent route.
Blind spot. He's dominated today. What a performance by Mike Evans, who goes over 100 yards on that catch. He's got 114 on 8 catches for 9 targets and a touchdown. He has stepped up and answered the call in this game.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, and this is not the type of defense that has been favorable to Evans, but it's not just been because Evans plays poorly against this type of defense by any means. It's because typically they've had other guys like Godwin and Gronk who they can work over the middle against these type of coverages, and then they can use Evans as a decoy on the outside to just pull attention away. Again, so it's not that Evans has played poorly at all against these type of coverages. They've just been able to go elsewhere. Now, when Evans is kind of the guy that has to step up and work inside more, he's still getting it done. And even on the outside, he's made some plays as well. Just a phenomenal receiver and just stepping up huge, even with the bigger workload.
Yeah, this has been an absolute shellacking now. Brady, 25 of 31, 241 yards and 2 touchdowns. The vast majority of those incompletions were drops. We'll have to go back and look at how many were actually. I don't think he's had an off-target pass in this entire game. And
I don't think so.
Lead 30. I mean, has he? He hasn't. He hasn't had an off-target pass, I don't think, in the whole game.
No, and it's one of those things where, like, he hasn't made a ton of spectacular throws, but it's the play after play, excellent decision-making. I was on Twitter looking at someone was tweeting about his time to throw. It was like the fastest all year from any quarterback. Because he's just processing so quickly and making the unspectacular decisions over and over again, but he's just right every single time. I mean, just the complete antithesis to a defense like this.
Yeah, it's been a rough go of it. The Eagles realizing they need some secondary help probably in this game.
Yeah.
And here's the Eagles. They're going to field this ball at the 4-yard line for Gainwell. He's going to be hit by Minter as he gets out to maybe the 28. And so the Eagles will take over offensively. There's still 5:12 left in the third quarter, by the way. I mean, there's still tons of time. Obviously, I don't think the Eagles are, a factor in terms of coming back, but there's still a lot of time for like the game to exist. And what happens? Does Brady go at it? Like, if they get a stop here, is Brady in the game? 31-point lead?
I think you take him out. I mean,
I would.
Yeah. If you get the ball back, it's probably going to be like with less than 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Like, at the most, that's how much will be left realistically. Right. The last thing you want to do is, I mean, it's getting windy and it looks like it's getting worse weather-wise out there. But yeah, anyway, last thing you want to do is risk any sort of freak injury to anybody.
Right. No question about it. 31-0. Hurts and the Eagles in pass obvious situations now, and we'll see what the Bucs defense does. Here's Tryon Shoyinka with the tackle for loss on Hurts. And Hurts might be shaken up. He got pulled backward there a little bit. He's going to try and stay out there as he gets up to his feet and shakes it off. But Tryon Shoyinka, I believe. Oh, I see. Bruce Arians is coming in. They're showing the Bruce Arians, Andrew Adams thing again, where Andrew Adams is pulling a guy off the pile and Arians comes
Just smacked him in the helmet.
Whacked the side of his helmet there.
Damn.
Yeah. Adams was trying to pull a guy off the pile, and that's a 15-yard personal foul if you do that. And Arians saw it and was like, buddy. I can't hear what they're saying on the broadcast about it, so let me know. Here's Nelson, unblocked in on Hurts. Hurts is throwing incomplete on 2nd and 13, so 3rd and 13 coming up here for the Eagles.
Yeah, it's getting ugly.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't block Nelson at all.
No. Yeah, that just looks like a mistake from the left tackle or somebody, like either with setting the protections or whatever it was. Sometimes on some plays, like usually runs, you have a designed guy who's left on block on the edge, usually not on a straight drop back.
Right. 3rd and 14 for the Eagles from the 24-yard line. Hurts takes the snap from the shotgun. Bucs pressure is coming. It'll get to him late. He dumps it off to Miles Sanders, who Carlton Davis knocks out of bounds, and it'll be 4th and 7. And obviously the Eagles, well, I don't even know. Down 31-0. I mean, it's still the 3rd quarter, though. You got to go, right?
Yeah, you got to go. I mean, can
you punt here?
I think if you're punting, it's purely cosmetic. So you don't want to get.
I think.
Yeah. You don't want to get beat.
They said on the broadcast, Adams wanted no parts.
Oh, and a
Garden backs up and lets it bounce. Now he catches it. And he gets upfield, but doesn't get too much.
Okay, I want to see Gabbert.
I feel like by the end of this playoff run, we may miss Jaden Mickens.
Oh, and Brady's back.
Brady is still out there. I don't understand it. It's 31-0.
Yeah, why?
I wonder if they're just going to hand off.
Probably.
There is a lot of time left. But I don't know if this has ever been done. 31-0.
Yeah, because that's more than 4 possessions. So I mean, it's 4 with multiple 2-point converts. So
right, yeah, you'd have to get 4 touchdowns, 4 2-point conversions to take the lead.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense from the 19-yard line.
And Gabbert.
By the way, if Wirfs is out, Paul, it becomes very important for the Bucs to use play action.
It does. Yep. And here comes a handoff with this foot alignment.
Yeah, you're right. Giovanni Bernard following O.J. Howard around on the outside, and he's going to get outside, and he's going to pick up 8 yards. So 2nd and 2. I feel like Giovanni Bernard looks pretty good running the football. He's averaging 4.2 yards per carry today. It's better than any other backs.
Hey, you've only been asking for it all year. And you've been saying, hey, man, this guy can run. So,
yeah, I mean, he can. I don't know why seems like it's a surprise to some people.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got a situation here with 2nd and 2. Now, again, like you've got enough receivers. Does Evans need to be in the game? Like,
right.
I don't.
And I would like to see Le'Veon Bell get some opportunities too.
Yeah, here's Bernard running over the left side. He's going to have the 1st down and a 7-yard gain. So another good run for Giovanni Bernard.
And
he's been the guy right now.
I don't even love risking Gio a ton either, right? I mean, I know you have a 3rd down back in Bell who can step in, and Fournette will be back soon, but
run Vaughn.
Until then, run Vaughn, give him some opportunities, give Le'Veon Bell some opportunities. I would really hope this is the last drive for the starters.
Yeah,
maybe
they want to get to the end of the 3rd quarter.
That's right. Yeah, I was just going to say maybe they just feel weird about taking starters out in the 3rd quarter.
Right. 1st and 10. Handoff Bernard. Right side of the line got. Well, Marpet was pulling there. Wells got pushed back. Wells is limping.
And I think he's okay. He might have just.
Bernard's going to lose too.
It looks like it's starting to rain.
Is it?
Oh, it did from that one camera. Usually when it's all kind of faded out and white on the cameras, it means it's raining. This one looks fine though.
2nd and 12. Now is Brady going to drop back? Probably.
Design something quick, get it out of his hands. I don't want to see a 5-step drop and I know he's going to hand off. Oh no.
Nope. Keeps it throwing.
Skip pass.
Walk it. Darden was going to get tackled for loss. Three guys were around him.
So you saw that right foot slightly forward, and again, that was like a no-step throw, right? So that's what I was talking about earlier. Like when it's a throw out of that foot alignment, it's one that's immediately like a screen pass. It's out of his hands out to the perimeter right away. Now, I mean, it's so weird. Like he's got to be aware of this, right? Like he knows what he's doing.
Right. And now we had like 10 people, and I love our listeners, man. They're awesome. Like we had like 10 people send you or I DM or tweeted us or something about the GJ Williams on the I Am Athlete podcast talking about Brady's feet. As Brady is back to pass here on 3rd and 13, and it's going to be a false start, I believe. And so the Bucs are going to have 3rd and 17, and you better not be throwing the ball on 3rd and 17.
I agree.
Run a draw here.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they sent us that clip about him talking about the feet, but that was actually the opposite. DJ Williams' observation from years ago when he played for the Broncos.
And apparently he was talking about under center, not shotgun. And someone on Reddit, I wish I could give them credit. I don't remember who their name was. They went back and charted every single under center snap from that game that he's talking about. I think the game was from 2009. They charted every single one, and he was basically like, he was not right anyway, or it was like a 60%, 40% split. So not really helpful, but I guess memory kind of exaggerates things.
Right. Here's the draw to Giovanni Bernard. He'll pick up a decent gain, but be knocked down. And so he'll pick up 7. And so 4th and 10 coming up here, and the Bucs will punt from their own 34. Jensen is limping. Wells is limping. Wirf's status is in question. And now, I mean, it's 31-0, and we're going to eventually have to turn our attention to what happens after this. If the Cowboys win against the 49ers in the next game, then the Bucs are going to play the Cowboys in the next round. Right. No question. If the Cowboys lose, wait a minute. Did I say that?
Hang on. No, but the Cardinals game matters too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I didn't say that right. I think if the 49ers win, the Bucs will play the winner of Rams Cardinals.
Okay.
If the Cowboys win, I said it right. If the Cowboys win, the 49ers will play the Cowboys because there's going to be a seed lower than the Cowboys that move on. And so that will all depend on. So would you rather them play winner of Rams Cardinals, or would you rather them play the Cowboys? That's the question I think that's going to be on the table here as these games proceed this afternoon. If you don't want to play the Cowboys, then obviously
I'd rather play the Cardinals, I think, than any of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing. Yeah, I think the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's tough. There are no easy games.
Everybody's tough. Yeah, everybody's tough. Here's Hurts going under center. And he's going to take the snap. Pressure coming from Winfield. Almost made the play. Now Edwards is going to track Sanders outside and drop him for a loss.
What a
Winfield
play.
Quick penetration, and they lose 3 yards on the play. And how about that Eagles rushing attack? 13 carries, 44 yards in this game. All that talk all week about how the Bucs run defense wasn't what it was, and it's going to get run on by national media. I heard it on podcast lifting this morning, Paul, and I heard it. I just said, man, I'm sorry. Like if it happens, it happens, but I cannot see the Bucs losing because another team ran it down their throats. Like that just ain't going to happen. I'm sorry. Like people forget the context. The injuries are one thing. The missed tackles are another thing. But they forget the context of how some of these rushes happen. So whether it was quarterback scrambles or in pass obvious situations late in the game, a couple teams ran on the Bucs. The Colts and the Eagles ran them for big chunks in those situations. The Bills did as well. There's a deep shot that was open for Quez Watkins, but it falls incomplete. So the Eagles
that was a walk-in touchdown if that's an accurate throw.
Yeah, Hurts just totally missed that one. I mean, obviously, it was protection up front was great, but here's the thing for the Eagles. Actually, let's stick with that run defense topic. I just thought it was ridiculous, Paul, to be honest with you. Like, and even some podcasts I like, I'm not going to say podcast names on here, but some podcasts I like, I was really disappointed with. I mean, there was a national podcast that I really typically enjoy, and I respect some of the people on it. I mean, they spent a huge shot. Like, basically, the whole Eagles Bucs preview was about the weather. Like,
oh God.
I mean,
really?
Come on. Like, it was the whole thing. Like, it was like, if it's raining, the Eagles are going to win. I mean, it was like, come on. Oh, Bass is way up in the air, incomplete. So 4th and 13, or was that a fumble? We'll see. Now they're going to blow it dead. That was close to being a fumble, I thought. But
you got to text me what podcast that was. But yeah,
it's just frustrating. It's not to rip on anybody who does a podcast. It's just like that kind of analysis. I mean, we saw it all. Twitter was whole morning. It was whole morning. And I'm talking about an analysis-based pod. Like, they would access to that. that arm was coming forward, but barely, right? Devin White breaks through there. It was coming
barely.
forward, but it wasn't by a lot.
Yeah.
Hurts is starting to get past. Bucs are starting to tee off now. 4th and 13, 6 seconds left in the third.
Devin White on the QB pressure and hit.
Yeah. And so Gabbert is going to finish out this game, I think. Darden fields it at the 34, gets away from a few and going to pick up a couple yards.
So they'll start around their own 39, 38, good field position. But John, I was playing around with the numbers, just EPA, looking at the run defense. And when you're looking at run defense with EPA, it does isolate and does not include quarterback scrambles. Like you can actually isolate for plays that were designed runs. And I was filtering around with, looking at the last 4 games. And however I filtered it, I think the worst I could make the Bucs defense was 15th. Like 15th over a stretch. And if you changed it by game, they would be like the 9th best or something like that. Yeah. So like it was never that bad. Like even at its worst, it was never that bad.
I mean, 15th, do you see how close rushing averages are in today's NFL?
Yeah.
15th, you're talking about a couple yards per game over that span, worse than like the 6th or 5th team. That's how
and variance is huge, right?
Yeah.
Like
people just don't look enough at those details, man.
Yeah, and when you look at the season as a whole for EPA, the Bucs had the 5th best run defense, which again, it's not the best as it was last year, but it's still, or they might have been 2nd by EPA last year, just behind the Rams, but still excellent. Like you're not going to be able to sustain success by going run heavy against this team. And I don't think the Eagles really tried to do that, to their credit. It's not like they just kept pounding the rock. They did throw quite a bit, but on the back end, guys just balling out. Jamel Dean, Mike Edwards, Carlton Davis, all just doing a great job in coverage.
Right. And Bucs fans, I know you love the result of this, but also to see Mike Evans go off like this without the other guys, I think is sweet for them, because it has been Evans for so long trying to carry this team in a lot of ways. And man, again, you can say what you want about the Eagles and how much of a challenge they are. And obviously the way that they've played defense and coverage has been a little bit mind-boggling to us, Paul, but especially the way they've defended Evans, just like deciding to just let it happen. But I mean, look at his routes, look at some of his finishes. He's played an outstanding game and just torn apart whatever they've thrown at him.
Totally agree. I can't wait to watch the tape, and because I don't think it's still very much, he's doing it within the Mike Evans role. Like he's not doing something crazy that schematically that he wasn't doing all year. Like I think people they're really looking for him on the inside and noticing him more when he's there than he would be otherwise. But like he's still, like he always had a decent chunk of his snaps on the inside. But he's just dominating, and it just shows like he can still be dominant within his role when needed to be, or when needed, right? It's just they've had other guys, and Brady's going to like spread the ball around, look for the open guy. But when it's Mike Evans and it's down to him, he can definitely get it done, and Brady's still out there.
Right, for sure. And by the way, we are going to have the Pewter post-game show. Brady is still out there. What in the world is going on? They're going to run with Keyshawn Vaughn. That goes nowhere. Josh Wells has been brutal in this game, and that's something to watch moving forward. There's a 5-yard loss. Brady's started the 4th quarter with 30-0. Gronkowski, Mike Evans still in this game. It makes absolutely no sense. This drive shot now at 2nd and 15. Get them out of the game, man. Like, have you not had enough injuries at this point to understand how silly this is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can only take out so many offensive linemen too, because with Wentworth's already out, you only have so many active. So you can take out Jensen, who's sore. You could take out Marpet. I don't know that you can even take out Donnie, can you? Because you only have 8 and one's already out. So you already have Wirfs out. So Donovan Smith's probably going to have to finish the game, and so will Alex Kappa.
So first down there, Brady with the square stance handoff. 2nd down with the right foot forwards handoff. So maybe he just wants to put a few more of these reps on film so he can take advantage of it later.
This whole thing is dumb. I don't understand it. 3rd and 9 for the Bucs offense from their 39-yard line. Brady is in the shotgun. Bernard is in the backfield next to him.
Evans isolated with that tight alignment.
Brady's going to be back to pass. Eagles are sending pressure. Brady is going to eat it for a sack. And just like, why? It is 31-0. Yeah. Why is Tom Brady taking a hit?
To his legs,
this game is over.
Like,
this is so stupid.
It's so easily someone could just awkwardly land on his knee there. Anything could happen. Like, and then that's your whole season's over. Like,
is so stupid. Like, there's just absolutely, it is so dumb. It's so arrogant. It's just dumb stuff that should never happen. It should never happen in a game. You get up 31-0 in the fourth quarter over a team that has 0 points. They're not coming back.
Yeah.
It's dumb. Here's Rager fielding a punt over his shoulder at his own 5. Jukes out a couple guys. He's trying to make up for the muff he had earlier. And KJ Britt's going to run him out of bounds. He does have a good gain on the play, though. I'm happy about the win, but day one stuff. You could ask people who barely know football, and they're never going to make, obviously. Your best 3 players on a team that's decimated with injury, you're going to have them out of the game. It's 31-0. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah, and Brady has always said he plays until the coach tells him to come out. Like, he's not going to vocally be like, no, adamant, I'm not coming out of this game. That's never been his MO. He's always just played until they take him out. And New England had a tendency to play their starters well into the game as well, even in blowouts. But that wasn't a Brady thing necessarily. Like, every player wants to keep playing. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he doesn't want to play. But I don't think he's the one that's putting his foot down and saying, no, I'm not coming out of the game. Right. He's always said he'll play, and he defers to the coaches.
Right. Makes absolutely no sense. But defensively, you come out. Lane Johnson, by the way, right tackle for the Eagles, questionable to return ball in this one, though he's obviously one of their best players at this point. I'm not sure why you put him back out there. But Tony says that I hyped up the Eagles run game all week and they look like trash. I think I did the opposite. I think I said many times, including in a run defense video in the Bucs, that all the Bucs run defense issues were fixable. And I said either on Twitter or on the show, you cannot convince me that the team is going to come in here and run all over the Bucs and win. Not that the Eagles would have 44 yards, but like the Eagles weren't built like that. They aren't like they were not even a good rushing offense at midseason. Like, yeah, this is the opposite, Tony, of what I said. Like, not saying that I said they were trash. I didn't say they were trash. They're not trash. They led the league in the regular season. They're obviously something to be concerned with, to make sure you were aware of and prepared for. But hype them up, no. I thought the opposite. That it wasn't going to be enough. That Hurts was going to have to make plays. That's what I said on the pod too. It's really comes down to that. Like, if you don't have a quarterback who can make plays, especially in the playoffs when the Bucs defense is playing like this and their offense isn't shooting themselves in the foot all game long, then it becomes hard to beat the Bucs. Now, as you get further, you're going to get those good quarterbacks, right? Like, you'll get probably Dak Prescott or Kyler Murray or Matt Stafford. Like, you're going to get one of those 3. Like, that is going to be a far cry from this. And so a lot of road left to hoe for the Bucs for sure, no question. But great start defensively. Great start so far in this game. Did we had to do, and coverage being good despite not being great pressure for a lot of this game. Obviously now they're teeing off. But that's huge, right? That was a huge part of this game, was the fact that they were able to cover so well despite not affecting Hurts in the pocket. That bodes really well for the future as well.
It does. Yeah. I mean, impressive coverage unit, but the pass rush has to turn around in order for them to sustain success consistently. But just
Tony says he's too drunk and hyped, by the way, Paul. I'm glad you're hyped and drunk if that's how you choose to be. And here's Hurts throwing out to Devontae Smith in the flat. Bucs run into each other, miss several tackles. Smith is going to have a big gain there, get down to the Bucs 32-yard line. Some missed tackles there. They had him. Winfield missed tackle. Devin White ran him over. And they're down to the Bucs 34-yard line, 31-yard catch and run. $12-17 left in the game. Here's Hurts, handoff to Boston Scott. Going to run over the left side, and he's going to walk. I don't think he was touched. Walk in for a touchdown. Bucs missed a run, Phil, and there's a 34-yard touchdown for the Eagles.
Well, I hate to see the shutout get taken away. I hope this doesn't prompt Bruce to just keep Brady in the game and start firing. Jeez.
Better not, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you can't have happen there, is giving up a quick touchdown. Obviously, the coaching staff's going to be, I'm sure, frustrated about that, as Devin White probably maybe trying to make a case that he was held there, but run to his side, and he gets blocked up just a little slow to slide over there, it looks like. And good job by Scott hitting that hole with authority. And the Eagles are going to get the extra point. And it's 31-7. So Bucs are going to emerge from here victorious, Paul, but they are not healthy, man. They are not healthy. Like, Tristan Wirfs hurt. Jensen is banged up. We'll see. Wells has been limping. Defensively, looks like they've made it so far through without any major injuries, but Lavante's not 100%. You've seen him limping. They just don't have a lot of guys that are 100%. To do what they've done today with their current situation is great, but moving forward, you do wonder what the health status is going to be for a lot of these guys moving through this week, obviously, to play. And we don't know yet, do we? If they play Saturday, we don't know. That could be a short week. I don't know if that would have enough effect, but in terms of practice time, you want to see guys get out there on the field. And if you don't have another day to do that, that might affect things as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's just with the poor injury luck, it's getting to the point where a few more injuries and you can't recover from it. Like they've just lost too many key guys, or too many key guys are banged up, and yeah, it's going to get really tough if their poor luck continues in that regard.
Yeah, for sure, no question about it. And now the Bucs offense, we'll see what they decide to do. But obviously, 24 points in 12 minutes, Brady needs to be out of the game still. Like I'll stand by that.
But on that shot just before the commercials, it looked like he was ready to go back in, helmet on, hyping guys up.
Oh my goodness. What are we doing, man?
So I think he's going to be back out there this drive.
It's not just him, but it's Evans, it's Gronk. Like you cannot lose one of those guys and win games. Like
that's absolutely.
You need all those guys the rest of the way. The Eagles are what they are. There was going to be a challenge in some ways, but this was always a game the Bucs should have won. They won it convincingly, and so you can't put the starters back out there.
Yeah, you could put Gabbard in there, run it on every play, go 3 and out and over again, and still win, as long as you're just running out, a minute, whatever, each possession.
Right. Well, the next game is going to be interesting, Paul. Cowboys, 49ers.
Yes.
I don't know.
Who do you have in that game?
This team. I think the Cowboys could win the Super Bowl. Like, I think they're that good, but they are a little bit inconsistent. And I think the 49ers are a tough matchup for them. Schematically, the X factor is Jimmy if he turns the ball over. Yeah. But he's played okay. I think there's a path for the 49ers to win this game. I haven't put any money on it, but we could see an onside here.
We should see an onside.
Yeah.
But
no, they're kicking it deep. Dear Lord.
Coaches hate.
Garden is going to field it at the 5. He's going to try to get outside here.
Oh, that's a late hit.
Can't even get to the 25-yard line. I think a flag's down, but I think this is going to be on the Bucs for a hold.
That's not a late hit? He's already down on both knees, and a guy comes in late, smokes him?
Was he down? I would have to know when the whistle was sound there. There is a flag down. Is it for that?
Well, he's got one knee down,
down,
so he's definitely down.
Did the whistle blow?
And boom, head-to-head as well.
Head-to-head, too. Sheesh. They didn't call that?
That's incredibly reckless.
Did the whistle sound? People who have their audio on that, that is a...
And no, they're getting they got called for holding. They're back on their own 5-yard line.
That is...
this is why you don't want your starters in, right? Like the other team gets frustrated, starts doing stuff like that where they're just going to go head to head. Screw it. Their season's over. They're taking their frustrations out. Why have your starters in?
Makes absolutely no sense at all. Evans is coming in motion here. Bucs are going to try and establish the run here a little bit. And Bernard carries for a gain of about 5.
We haven't seen Keyshawn Vaughn in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while.
Wonder if anything's up with him.
So 2nd and 5. Bucs from the 15-yard line. Let's see here. Trying to run the football, obviously, here, but at the same time, are they going to be able to run it enough to really run down? I just feel like they're going to have to keep going back. And here's Brady on play action. Quickly to Brady in the flat who leaked out. He's going to run downfield and a good gain for Cam Brate. And he's going to have about 16 yards. So the Bucs get out to the 31-yard line.
I want to see more of these slide routes so badly off of play action. You saw it in the Super Bowl last year, and that was kind of the first time they really even busted it out. They didn't have much of a play action underneath passing game all of last year until the Super Bowl. And it's been they've been a little better with it this year, but they just barely use play action. They're still right at the bottom of the league in usage. But this is one way that they when they have gone to it, like this play action to the underneath stuff off of chip release, slide routes, or screens, they've had a ton of success.
Yeah. Up 31-7, 10:40 on the clock. Brady throwing quickly to Mike Evans, who makes the catch and is going to be tackled low by Slay, leans forward, and he's hit as he's reaching out on the ground. He's got some words for Derek Barnett there, but again, these are the plays.
Look at that huge hit.
Just
like,
totally avoidable plays if you're out of the game. This is
like that
peak
play,
of stupidity.
That is an like he could have easily gotten hurt on that play, a concussion, anything. Like, why? Like, these guys on defense, they don't care at this point. Their season's over, right? Like, they're frustrated.
Barnett's running out there and spearing a guy, clearly going to the ground already, and you're leaving them in the game to take that kind of punishment.
What are we doing?
No sense. 2nd and 7 for the Bucs offense. Brady's an empty, so he's throwing. He throws quickly, almost picked there. Gronk makes the catch.
And now Gronk looking at Max, who's going at his knees.
This is absurd. Absolutely absurd.
This is
3rd and 2 for the Bucs offense. Clock winds 9:40 and counting left in this game. Bucs up 24 points.
This is such bad process, John. I mean, you hope that nothing happens, obviously, but process-wise,
right,
inexcusable.
I mean, 3rd and 2, and you're an empty. You have a 24-point lead. You're not even going to threaten a handoff. Brady's back to pass. He throws.
And where's the flag on
down
that?
On the route. He wants a call. 4th down.
And look, these guys, now exchanging words with Brady. And I don't know how you don't get that flag. Gio got tackled. Oh, and Brady gets hit late for no reason. What the hell is that?
Barnett again, same guy from the last one. And he's trying to get under Tom's skin, even though they're getting wrecked.
I mean, just ridiculous.
And the Bucs are going to have to punt on 4th and 2, and this is
multiple missed flags on that play. Should have been a flag, pass interference or holding. Should have been a roughing the passers. I mean, I know that's a soft hit, but that's the type of call we've seen all year. Completely late, completely unnecessary, and all the more reason to take the starters out.
Doesn't make any sense. They muff another punt. This time it's Rager. Delaney's trying to get down there, and the Bucs coverage unit does get him down finally back at the 6-yard line. They missed a ton of tackles, but they somehow got him down. He was up running around long enough that guys got back up and missed tackles a second time, I think. And Grant Stewart's slow to get up here on special teams. Man, I'm very annoyed at those guys being in the game in that situation.
Me too.
Makes no sense at all. And also it's like this half-hearted, we're going to go, we're not going to go. Like, you're going to go at the team like you were early in the game, then like go at them. Like,
right.
Whole process is stupid.
He's so much appreciated. That could be an idea for the future.
Oh, live podcast for 49ers Cowboys. Yeah. If we could talk that much, we've got content to get up on the site, but absolutely. I mean, we love doing it for sure. If we knew it was going to be the Bucs' next opponent, which we might know next week, depending on what happens. Here's a ton of missed tackles for the Bucs. They allow Gainwell to get about 6 or 7 yards there when he shouldn't have near that many. And Bucs, hard to complain about the the defense in general in this game, but the tackling has been the one thing, especially as the game's gone on, that's been pretty sloppy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eagles are the 2nd and 4 from their own 13-yard line. By the way, if you're still in the chat and you're hanging out with us, please hit the like button on the show. We greatly appreciate that. If you give us some love in that way, and it'll help our YouTube SEO boost it a little bit and help us out. And here's Hurts back to pass. Bucs still trying to send pressure. Winfield gets there, but it's late. Devontae Smith makes a catch, and he is going to run through again. Another just horrible tackling. It doesn't even look like they're trying to finish this game.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're barely attempting to tackle people.
And yeah, like at this point, again, might as well put in the backups, because if the starters are trying to play with injury preservation in mind, like wouldn't you rather just have the backups play full speed instead?
Absolutely. 31-7. Clock is under 8 minutes.
Starters out there as well. I mean, just.
And here's Hurts trying to run it, and he's going to kind of slide down. Mike Edwards takes him down. He's going to get about 4 yards. So 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6 coming up here. Yeah, I mean, they're like, if you're going to be in the game, finish the game. But these guys don't look like they're that interested in finishing the game. And so put guys in there who will be. And also, who cares what the final score of this game is?
Yeah, exactly.
Hurts is in the shotgun, back to pass. Bucs are still sending pressure for some reason. Another horrible missed tackle. This time Jordan Whitehead and Dallas Goedert's going to rumble across midfield and into Bucs territory. Should have been a short gain. Whitehead misses a point-blank tackle, and now they're at 1st and 10 at the Bucs 46-yard line.
Yeah, and
clock's going to be under 7 minutes when the next ball snapped.
It's just a weird situation for the players.
Got to get out of this game without losing anybody else. That's the key, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Here's Hurts back to pass. Throwing deep down the field. Coverage is there from Jamel Dean. The ball was well overthrown anyway. And so it's going to be 2nd and 10 from the Bucs 46.
What did Aikman say? Somebody saying Aikman is a legend for saying that.
Yeah, what did Aikman say?
Yeah, I think, people are getting really frustrated with the coaches. But I mean, overall, like, schematically, this is a great game plan on both sides.
Right.
Of the ball.
We should be talking about that instead of this stupidity.
Yeah. So just making sure that we do point that out, that the game plan has been great.
Right. JTS almost grabs another one. Quick throw out to Devontae Smith. Great tackle by Winfield there as he was going down, grabbed Smith around the ankles, and clock is running 6:30 and counting. So 49ers and Cowboys will be next at 4:30. Like I said, if the Cowboys win, the Bucs will play Dallas next weekend. And if the Cowboys lose, then the Bucs will play the winner of Rams Cardinals.
Oh, Troy was just talking about Tampa's defense. Aikman said Bucs defense will definitely have something to address for next week.
Oh, maybe it's
that is.
Yeah, I mean they've honestly, yeah. I mean, Hurts is back to pass here, and they send pressure again. I think it's more than anything. They're throwing the screen now. It's just like, why are you still blitzing it?
Right.
I just don't understand. I mean, you're again like it's the game's over, but it's like you're just giving them easy plays by blitzing. Yeah, they know you're going to blitz, and so you're just
and they're just
checking the ball
calling
down
little screens to counter them
right
easily.
Right. So I mean, it's been. But I guess at this point, they're just like hopefully force a turnover and can end the game. I don't know.
Right.
Doesn't make sense to me, but
yeah, I mean, I'd rather just play soft.
Right. Whatever. 5:25 and counting left in the game. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka sending some pressure. Hurts steps up in the pocket nicely. He's going to take off and run, and he's going to kind of tumble down head first. And he's going to be stopped at the Bucs 16-yard line after a 6-yard gain, so 2nd and 4 coming up. Clock's going to be under 5 minutes to play here, I think. Bucs leading 31-7 in the fourth quarter, trying to get their 14th win of the year. Sending pressure again, gets picked up easily. Hurts has all day, throws the back of the end zone incomplete. He's way high there for Devontae Smith, and Jamel Dean was in good coverage anyway.
And the other tricky thing, John, is with all the plays here, obviously with an incompletion, it's not the same. But when the Eagles are going up tempo, not letting the Bucs substitute, it's forcing their players to play tired. And, we have so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure the medical science is very clear in that you're way more likely to be injured when playing fatigued, right? So why put your guys in that position where they have to play tired, have to play against a no-huddle offense?
Yeah. It's really silly that Levante David, too, is out here, not fresh, not 100%. There's just a lot of silly things. They're still blitzing, still not getting home, still easy completions. As Gainwell is going to make this catch and get into the end zone for a touchdown. The Eagles score again, and the blitz approach has been mind-boggling. But this game's not going to matter for the final result of this game. 31-14 if the Eagles can get this extra point. There's 4:45 left in the game. And the Bucs will be pretty pissed about the way they finished this game. It's been a pretty bad fourth quarter from both sides of the ball. Has it mattered? No, they're already up 31-0. The game was over, but definitely have not finished the game well defensively.
Yeah, I mean, your backups could have given up a long touchdown drive as well. Like it makes no difference. Like they scored here, they're not going to win. Like you could, it's just. I really hope
maybe it's just like the taste in your mouth type of thing, but it just doesn't make any sense. And we're probably going to see Brady finish the game because the defense couldn't finish. So. Eagles are going to go for 2 here, by the way. Okay. And Hurts is going to pull it down under pressure. He's going to try and take off and run. Devin White in his way, throws now, passes somehow caught. Jamel Dean was all over it and Devontae Smith somehow caught that ball in the end zone. So it is 31-15 now.
Todd Bowles will not stop blitzing.
It doesn't make any sense, man. It's just been shredded late in the game here, and it's really silly.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've got a 16-point lead.
Oh, what a catch.
For the Eagles. Great catch. That ball hit the ground?
No, I don't think it did. It looked like it was going to, and then he pulled it right in.
Yeah, it hit the ground and moved, but I don't think he ever lost control of it. Dean was all over that play. I mean, how did he miss that? That's an unbelievable catch. That ball is moving, but I don't think the ground helped him secure it.
Yeah, to me, that's a catch.
So 31-15 is the score now. 4:45 left in the game, and you almost certainly see the starting offense stay back out there.
So, any word on Keyshawn Vaughn?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen him for a while, but
yeah, I don't know. It might have been since the third quarter.
Yeah, I'll check with.
And will they onside kick now? They look like they will.
They need to.
Oh, trying to get tricky.
And Giovanni Bernard's right there, right to him, and he will make the catch and be down at the 46-yard line of the Eagles. So that's where the Bucs will take over on offense. At the Eagles, 46, 4:45 left in the game, and Brady is.
Look who it is. Jesus. So, I mean, two big hits on the last offensive possession, right? Like first you saw that late hit to Darden. He took a hit to the head. Mike Evans took a late hit. Gronkowski taking a shot to the knees. Brady taking a late shot. Like, what are we doing? Even after seeing all that, how do you keep these guys in the game?
I mean, I absolutely think it's absurd, but your defense giving up 15 points the way they did is also absurd because they just straight up missed tackles. And your defensive coordinator wouldn't stop doing what clearly wasn't working and got away from what got them to this point, which was not overly blitzing. They tried to get blitz happy and end the game on one play. And it was silly. And here's Vaughn off the left side. He's not going to have much. And so Vaughn is back in the game now. And it's going to be 2nd and 8 for the Bucs offense from the Eagles 44.
Yeah, you gotta just keep running the ball here. I mean, I don't even want to see a drop back. Watch them go in empty.
I mean, at this point, you're probably thinking, if we can get a field goal,
right? Because it is technically a 2-possession game again.
2-possession, right?
But I mean, I care more about just taking a minute off the clock, even if it's 3 and out.
Yeah. How you get there too? How do you get there? What are the plays? Because there's a lot of different ways to run the ball. As Brate and Howard are out there, Gronkowski is still out there. Right? Yeah, he is. So 13 personnel. They're going to hand off Scotty Miller in the end around. He got Brate and Howard out in front of him. Good vision by Scotty Miller.
Yes.
He slides down inbounds. Very smart play by Scotty Miller there.
He slowed down there to let OJ get ahead of him so he can block. Great awareness by Scotty.
Yep, got the first down, and State got down inbounds. He has had kind of a low-key clutch last couple weeks, right? Great special teams play, great rushing plays. I mean,
absolutely.
Just for a player who's kind of that's a pro, right? Like somebody who lost they were leading this team in receiving yards at halftime the last game, and again, like he's gone out and basically accepted his role. I mean, not that he's still trying to fight and play more snaps, but just major props to him for being able to accept that role and the fact that he wasn't going to play much. What can I still do? How can I still stay engaged when my number's called? What can I do to help this team win? And he's done that. I mean, just an absolute pro and the kind of player you want in terms of depth.
And that's the example that Mike Evans and Chris Godwin set on this team with unselfish receivers, just team first guys.
Yep. There's Brady. Vaughn is going to run behind Kappa. He is taking his time and he's going to push forward for about 3 or 4 yards. So 2nd and 6, 7 coming up here for the Bucs offense.
Kappa, not quite the same puller that Marpet is, and that's why we see so often those runs to the right side with a puller using Marpet instead. Keyshawn Vaughn really had to slow down there to let Kappa do his thing.
Yeah. So 2nd and 7 for the Eagles, 32. Probably one more first down, gets them in field goal range here. And the clock is stopped at 3:45, and I am not sure why. Was there a timeout? Do we know why the clock stopped here? Is it not stopped? Is the graphic just stopped?
I wonder if
he was definitely in bounds. Nobody called timeout, or did somebody call timeout?
Yeah.
Clock is stopped.
Yeah, Eagles used the timeout. They had 2 before.
Did they?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay. Marpet is pulling. Bernard is behind him. He's running off the right side, and he's going to be chopped down after the gain of a couple.
So you're in field goal range here.
Yeah, 3rd and 4, the Eagles 29.
Eagles used their final timeout.
Donovan Smith exchanging some words with Barnett. Barnett has been chirping and talking and being reckless with some of the things that he's done.
Yeah.
He's the player you got to watch here.
I know. Yeah. I mean, and those guys on the offensive line want to give him a good smack as well. And that's kind of like not the situation you want to be in. You don't want to be in these like fiery situations when the game's completely out of hand.
Yep.
Like he is clearly like hot-headed right now and not happy and looking to hit somebody.
So 3rd and 4 from the Eagles 29-yard line.
They're empty.
Giovanni Bernard's in the slot here. Empty. So Brady's throwing. Eagles sending 5. Throws. Bernard makes the catch, juggles it, but makes the catch at the 22. He's going to be knocked down. So they'll have the first down. So 1st and 10, and Bernard getting down in bounds as well. Talked about how Bernard from the slot could be a little bit of a weapon for them. We've seen it a couple times today, not a ton. But
it's funny,
be a little bit of a weapon.
Bernard actually lined up on the outside. He wasn't sure where to line up, and then Brady switched him. He's pointing at him. He's like, no, you're on the inside, pre-snap. Had to get things right. Wasn't even sure where to line up.
A lot of guys who haven't played much together today. The Bucs would like to probably find the end zone one more time if they can, considering they have kept everybody out there. But probably more concerned with just draining the rest of this clock as clock winds under 3 minutes to play in the game. Bucs lead 31-15. They 1-point led 31-0 if you're just joining us. And here's Bernard surging ahead for 3 yards. So 2nd and 7 from the Philly 20. And I still think the Bucs run offense has to be much better if they're going to be. They just have to be more efficient right now. Everything is a slog fest. 28 carries, 102 yards, 3.6 average. It's got to find ways to, can you do this thing more efficient? Can you get to here more efficiently in terms of the run game?
Yeah.
Just have not been able to do it consistently.
But they are going to get down to the 2-minute warning after this play. Eagles don't have any timeouts left. 2nd and 7 for the Bucs.
Yep. So here's Brady going to hand off Giovanni Bernard. Fletcher Cox chasing him, but Bernard runs away from him, gets over the left side.
Great job staying in bounds.
Great job staying
in bounds. They're trying to push him out.
Right.
They're trying to push him out, and he just refused to fall out of bounds.
11 carries, 41 yards or 45 yards is nothing crazy, but to average 4.1 yards per carry, especially when you look at what Vaughn's done with 17 carries, Bernard has made the most of his opportunities today. And the burst, again, that burst got him away from Fletcher Cox there, like that, being able to have that little bit of acceleration. And now it's a 3rd and 2 from the Eagles 15 at the 2-minute warning. So if the Bucs can convert here, this one will be over.
Yeah. I mean, even a field goal here. But you're saying, it would literally be over if they.
They'll just kneel it out.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see them just score a touchdown, but
yeah, me too. That would
finish it off and get the big advantage. But
dominant performance. I mean, I think 31 points or whatever the offense ends up with will kind of undersell how good they've been, because they've been in kind of, 4-minute offense mode for a long time.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, like ball control mode.
Yeah, just a dominant day from the offense and an almost entirely dominant day from the defense. Just last couple drives, not really playing the way they should.
Let's get to some numbers here. Brady, 29 of 37, 271 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was sacked 4 times today. I don't think he's been sacked more than that in a game this season. 4 is the high. 17 carries for 53 yards for Keyshawn Vaughn. He did score. He's only averaged 3.1 yards per carry. He had a 17-yarder on the first snap of the game. Since then, only 36 yards on 16 carries. That's been ugly. Bernard, 11 carries, 45 yards. He's been a little more productive. His long of the day is only 8 yards. So it's been a little more steady and consistent for Bernard. Evans, 10 targets, 9 catches, 117 yards, and a touchdown. Bernard, 5 catches for 39 yards. They've been big ones, averaging 7.8 yards per catch. Is up almost 3 yards on his season average. That's what the Bucs needed him to be. He's been that today. Gronkowski, 5 catches, 31 yards, got the touchdown. It's been kind of a quieter Gronk day, like a lot of underneath stuff, which you knew it was going to be underneath stuff, but I did think you'd see him like a couple more times break one. Not that it's been his fault. Just I thought that was where the soft spot of the Eagles would be. 2 catches for 30 yards for Tyler Johnson, 3 for 29 for Cam Brate, 2 for 9 for Vaughn. Scotty Miller got 1 for 8. Perryman 1 for 5 and had 2 drops. And OJ Howard 1 catch for 3 yards. And so that's where the Bucs stand statistically with a 3rd and 2 from the Eagles' 15-yard line. Now and a chance to get. Now, do you throw the ball here? Or are you running this all the way, Paul?
What is the 3rd and 2?
3rd and 2 from the Eagles' 15.
Yeah, just hand it off.
I'm running it, and then I'll run it on 4th down. I don't care.
Yeah, sure.
There's no reason to throw the ball here at all.
Is Tyler Johnson the only receiver out there?
Yeah. Brady takes the snap, handoff. Giovanni Bernard over the right side. Don't think he got it.
It's going to be 4th and inches.
Yeah, 4th and inches.
And this is where I take the CFL method, put in the backup quarterback, and let him sneak it. They do that a lot, though, because they get a yard off the line of scrimmage, and then they have like special guys that are good at sneaks. But I like going for it on 4th here.
Yeah, going for it on 4th is definitely the call. Even if you don't get it, the Eagles have burned to their timeouts and the clock's running. Game's probably over. So
well, it's not gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna run if you don't cover here.
Bucs are gonna let this run down, call timeout.
Yeah, and
so 1:16 will be left here for the Bucs to attempt it, and so you obviously go for it here. And if the Eagles get it, they've got like 1:10 to work with. If the Eagles stop them, and obviously the game's over, but whatever. We'll just keep playing starters. Keep Ryan Jensen's dragging his body around out there.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, would like to. I mean, especially a guy like Jensen who got dinged up earlier. Like, why is he still playing?
Yeah. I don't know. 4th and 1 from the Eagles' 14-yard line for the Bucs.
Okay, so Brady is in, and Giovanni Bernard is the running back. And it's
Brady going to pitch it to Bernard, and he's going to be corralled behind the line of scrimmage. Just a ridiculously weird play call, and they don't get it. The Eagles get the stop, and they'll take over with 1:11 left in the game. What was that call?
I'm guessing they were thinking that they're just going to tighten everything up over the middle, really take away those A gaps, and be vulnerable on the outside. But it just doesn't look like they were able to set the blocks well enough for Gio to get it. I get the thinking there.
Yeah. Not who they've been this season necessarily. It seems like you're making it harder than it has to be when you've got half a yard to go. But either way.
Yeah, because you don't need a very good run, even in the A gap when it's clogged up.
Yeah, you need an unsuccessful run to get unsuccessful is probably the wrong term.
Right.
You need a half yard.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to fall forward.
Doesn't make sense. They've coached and played horribly in the 4th quarter and are going to win by 16. Let's look at it that way. Hopefully, if the defense can get a stop here. 1:11 left in the game. Hurts running around, going to throw this one up. Blown coverage, and I don't know if he came down in bounds though. Quez Watkins leaped to catch it. Nobody was around him at all. I think he was incomplete, and that's what they're calling. I don't know if the Eagles have figured something out, or if they didn't get conservative. They're still coming after Hurts. So I'm imagining the coverage calls aren't that much different either. But
it seems like they're blitzing more. I didn't see that last play, but on the previous drive, it seemed like they've been blitzing more than they've been blitzing all game.
Yeah. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but now they'll probably go 4 the rest of the way and play coverage behind it, but gave the Eagles 15 when they didn't need to. Hurts stepping up. Nelson did get some pressure there. Goddard makes the catch, and he's going to be knocked down. Jamel Dean is still in the game. Devin White's still in the game. Levante David's out. Vea's out. The backup defensive line is in. So Bucs didn't finish this game necessarily the way they would have wanted to. But here's Hurts stepping up in the pocket. Throws.
That's an incompletion.
Looks like an incompletion. Gainwell, did they say fumble? I mean, Minter tackled him. I don't know. Tackled him for a loss of 1.
They're calling that a fumble because the clock is still running, but I don't see how that was. That looked like a forward pass.
To me, yeah. I mean, please don't extend the game to look at
it. No, it was a fumble.
He didn't know. Player. It hit off the back of his own player and bounced forward. That's how it was a fumble.
But you can't progress it forward on a fumble. you can't progress it forward in the final 2 minutes, I think, on a fumble.
So does Nacho get the credit? Was that Nacho there? Does he get credit for a sack? Here's
no
Nelson
idea.
around the edge. Couldn't get there. Nacho with some pressure on Hurts, who throws deep down the field, way overthrown for Quez Watkins. And Whitehead delivers a big shot on him. Brady just picked up that ball and chucked it because the game is over. And the Bucs have won 31-15. He picked up that ball, chucked it into the stands. Bruce Arians limping just like the rest of this Bucs team into the divisional round of the playoffs. They are beaten and they are battered, and they did not play the fourth quarter well, but they played the first three so well, Paul. It didn't matter. Bucs win 31-15 over the Eagles, and they'll move on to the divisional round where they'll face the Cowboys. If the Cowboys win, and Bruce Arians is looking around for Nick Sirianni, by the way, can't find him. He's at midfield waiting for him.
Yeah, and for as unimpressive as the fourth quarter was and as frustrating as some of the decisions were, it's important to remember how dominant this team was when the game was still in question. When the actual game was still happening, they were unstoppable. So impressive on both sides of the ball. The execution, the game planning, so many great things here. Can't wait to dive into the tape and get some material or content out there later this week.
I know Bucs fans will be curious if Sirianni did show up there in midfield. I'm not sure what the story there would be, but it didn't seem like he was coming unless he got held up for whatever reason. So we'll see what Arians has to say after the game. We're going to get post-game content up now over at pewterreport.com. So if you're interested, make sure you go over and check out we'll have most impressive, most disappointing, the gamer story, injury reports, all of that stuff, and more coming from the press conferences. Bruce and players coming up next. And then tonight, the Pewter post-game show is happening as well. Make sure you tune in for that. Probably going to be live around 7:30. You'll see the show up here shortly on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Give us a thumbs up if you can. Give us a thumbs up on any of our shows if you can. We greatly appreciate it, obviously, as always. We appreciate you all jumping in here. Bucs win 31-15 over the Eagles. Join us for the Pewter post-game show tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll break it all down, and we'll know at that point whether it's the Cowboys or the winner of Cardinals-Rams who the Bucs are going to play in the next round of the playoffs. So until then, thanks so much for listening, everybody, to another edition of Pewter Game Day.